The next morning, Viscount Leslie walked into the hall of the office, and when he saw the situation in front of him, he couldn't believe his eyes. Other than Sui, there were three people who Viscount Leslie never would have thought would be here. It was Victor, Sel, and Urgot. What surprised Viscount Leslie more was that these people were happily talking to Sui, looking like they were old friends. When Viscount Leslie came in, Victor was currently explaining something to Sui with words and gestures. 30 gold coins. Chairman Su, you think that our Anvilmar city is a small place like Urbana City? Oh, it's not that I'm looking down on you. Please don't mind it. My meaning is that if you only sell it for 30 gold coins each, aren't you underestimating the rich people of our Anvilmar city? Let me tell you, as long as that magic air conditioner you described is really that convenient, not to mention 30 gold coins, a bunch of people would still buy it if you doubled the price. Then again, for the people of our upper society group, what is most important? Money? Of course not. The most important thing is face. Think about it. Even the small nobles of Banda City are using this new thing like the magic air conditioner. So how could our Anvilmar city not have any? That is too shameful. So, Chairman Su, don't you think I'm right? We should just double the price. Going from 30 gold coins for one to 50 gold coins for one is definitely not a problem. After saying this, Victor even slapped his chest. I promise that even at this price, you'll have no problem selling several hundreds of them in Anvilmar City. Sui knit his brows. Only several hundred? Young Master Victor, excuse me for being impolite, but I think your eyes are set too small. My goal is to sell several thousand units in Anvilmar City, or even up to 10,000 units. Ah. Victor's mouth dropped wide open and he looked at Sel and Urgot in blank dismay. Thousands of units? This? Chairman Su, although our Anvilmar City has many rich people, tens of gold coins is not a small number. Those that can casually take that out. Perhaps there aren't that many. Sui revealed a faint smile. Perhaps there aren't that many now, but once the kingdom's economy develops, naturally there would be more. Victor scratched his head and had a confused look. Chairman Su, I don't understand this economical development you mentioned, so let's not talk about this now. With what we can see now, I feel that it's already pretty good if we can sell 1,000 units in Anvilmar City. All right, since young Master Victor thinks we can sell 1,000 units, then let's set it at this number for now. Sui said with a nod. Of course, providing you with 1,000 units right away is not realistic. Our company can't produce that many right now. How about this? I'll give you 50 units first. Before sending them over, I'll have to ask young Master Victor, young Master Sel, and young Master Urgot to advertise them with all your effort first. It's best if you can sell the first batch of magic air conditioners right away, which is another form of advertisement, and it'll allow you to see what the market is like. What do you all think? The three of them all revealed wide smiles. But then Victor's smile became awkward as he said to Sui, this, Chairman Su, according to the price of 25 gold coins per unit. 50 units would be 1,250 gold coins. This, although we brothers have some money and can seek a bit of support from our families, to take out this much all at once, I'm afraid. Sui laughed and waved his hand as he generously said, the three young masters shouldn't look down on me. It's just a trivial 1,250 gold coins. With the status of the three young masters, how could I need you to pay this amount in advance? I'll make the decision to first put this amount in an account. After you sell the first batch of magic air conditioners, the three young master can just repay me. I believe that with the skills of the three young masters, you will be able to sell them in Anvilmar City and quickly earn back these gold coins. The eyes of the three lit up and Victor excitedly shouted, Chairman Su, are you serious? Sui revealed a dissatisfied look. Young Master Victor, if you don't believe me, it's better if we don't do business together. Victor quickly grabbed Sui's arm and kept saying, I do. Of course I believe Chairman Su. All right, it's all set. Have your people send the 50. No, it's best if you give us a week to prepare first. Once we are prepared, have your people send the 50 magic air conditioners over. Sui nodded with a faint smile. All right, I will be in Anvilmar City for another week or so. If you have any ideas during this time, you can come look for me. Victor's group of three looked at each other before they all revealed smiles. After talking about a few more things, Victor's group of three left with wide smiles. When they left, Viscount Leslie came out from his hidden spot and entered the main hall. He looked over Sui like it was his first time meeting him. Sui, although I always felt that you had powerful interpersonal skills, but I never thought that in just a single time, you would be mixing with those three fellows. Moreover, based on what you were just discussing, are you preparing to do business with them? When did the Lord Viscount arrive? Sui looked at him in surprise before looking in the direction the three walked off in. He said with a smile, "It was just a coincidence." "What? Lord Viscount, you feel that it isn't good to cooperate with them?" Viscount Leslie shook his head. "Those three fellows have been good for nothing since they were young and aren't good at business. With you choosing to cooperate with them, I'm worried you will suffer a loss." Sui smiled and looked relaxed. "I can suffer the loss from 50 magic air conditioners. Then again, this is also an investment, and if it succeeds, it will bring me rich profits. As a merchant, if I wasn't willing to take this bit of risk, I might as well focus on studying magic instead." Investment. Viscount Leslie looked at Sui with a doubtful gaze. "You have only met them once the day before yesterday and don't know anything about them. So why are you certain they are worth investing in?" Sui gave a smile to Viscount Leslie as he said, "Lord Viscount, for you to know them and be qualified to be taught a lesson by you, they wouldn't be from normal families, right?" Viscount Leslie instantly became happy. "Is this considered you flattering me? Fine, your guess is correct. Although those three kids are good for nothings, the families behind them have a bit of power in Anvilmar City, so you cooperating with the three of them was correct. Those three fellows are considered the local bullies, so they know many people and many paths. They can't do anything big, but helping you sell some magic air conditioners and opening the market is not a problem. Of course, that is on the premise they are willing to do this." Sui laughed. "Each time a magic air conditioner is sold, they can earn 5 gold coins. Do you think they are willing to work hard on this?" Viscount Leslie couldn't help laughing. Those three fellows are strictly managed by their families and their finances are normally tight, so they are definitely willing to do anything that earns money quickly. But Sui, I have to warn you that there have been other companies who have looked for them and was smashed by them in the end. Even if they work hard, that does not mean they will do well." Sui shook his head. "I've already said this. This is an investment. Of course there are risks in investing, but it doesn't matter if they completely fail or not. As long as they can let the people of Anvilmar City know about magic air conditioners, it's fine." Viscount Leslie gave a slight nod. "That is also right. In the end, the things you make are unique items on the Science continent. Just based on the novelty of it, there are many people who are willing to try it, so there is no need to worry about not being able to sell them." Sui gave a proud smile. He changed the topic and asked, "That's right, Lord Viscount. Why are you here so early? Did you need me for something?" "No, it's nothing special. You're going to the Magician's Guild for the qualification certification exam, so as a friend, I should send you there." Sui looked at him with a bit of surprise. He thought that even though he and Viscount Leslie could be considered close, the status between the two were too different and they couldn't be considered friends at all. Moreover, his relationship with Viscount Leslie back in Bandit City was considered not too close. So why did he suddenly become this friendly? "The Lord Viscount is too polite," Sui said with a smile. "Only this is just a qualification certification test. It isn't anything especially important. How could it require you to send me there?" "You seem confident." Viscount Leslie shook his head. "Sui, let me ask you something, and I hope you'll answer honestly." "Please ask, Lord Viscount. With the current level of your magic, what grade magician test can you pass?" Sui slightly knit his brows as he looked at Viscount Leslie with a bit of confusion. Viscount Leslie really was a bit strange today. He actually came here to ask him his real magic level. "If nothing unexpected happens, I can pass the 4th grade magician exam. If I'm lucky, perhaps I can pass the 5th grade." Sui thought about it before responding. "Oh." Viscount Leslie was a bit surprised. "This means that your strength is already approaching that of a 5th grade magician?" "Yes." Sui gave a slight nod. "That's good. Sui, I have a small request, and I hope you can agree to it." Viscount Leslie paused for a bit before saying, "After passing the primary grade test, I want you to directly take the 5th grade magician exam." "Directly take the 5th grade?" Sui looked at Viscount Leslie in shock. "Lord Viscount, I said just now that if my luck was good, I can pass the 5th grade magician exam. That does not mean that I'll definitely pass." The Magician's Guild only holds the exam once per year, and if I don't pass the 5th grade exam, that means I'll at most be considered a primary grade magician this time. Didn't you not care about this anyway? Viscount Leslie said. Sui couldn't help knitting his brows. Lord Viscount, why do you want me to do this? Although what grade magician I am doesn't matter to me. I am being specially recommended by great magician Camilla this time, so I don't wish to let down his expectations. Viscount Leslie was silent for a bit before giving a sigh and waving his hand. All right, treat it like I didn't mention this matter, and you can forget about it. Sui looked at Viscount Leslie's expression and felt this was even more strange. This Lord Viscount, what was with him today? Although the Magician's Guild was in Anvilmar City, because there were too many people who had registered, the location of the exam was arranged outside the city. Sui smoothly entered the site with his registration badge and ran into quite a few people who took the initiative to talk to him. The day of the registration, in order to recruit more workers for the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, Sui had taken the chance to talk to every magician he saw. Although there were few people who agreed, Sui's conversation skills were quite good, and he had left a good impression on these people. So when these people saw him, naturally they came to greet him. Hey, Sui, I never thought that you had this many personal connections. Seeing Sui come over, Erwin punched his shoulder as he spoke with a smile. Sui gave a shrug. There's no other choice. I'm just too handsome. Erwin laughed, so cocky. An old bachelor like you, and you're still saying your face is handsome? If Roy and the others heard this, they would laugh themselves to death. Sui helplessly rolled his eyes. Back in the Sennheiser school, because Sui was already 24, being much older than most of his classmates and adding in the fact that he didn't have time to interact with girls since he was still integrating into this world, he was called an old bachelor by them. Sui was helpless in refuting, so he could just let them be. Where's Rooney and Bob? Sui looked around before asking. They aren't participating in the preliminary grade exam like us. Of course they're not here. Erwin said with a smile. Oh. Sui then remembered. The Magician's Guild exams were separated by grades. The first day was the primary grade test, and there weren't any limits. The second day was a test for primary grade magicians, and if they passed, they would become second grade magicians. The third day was a test for second grade magicians. And so it went like this, with the last day being the exam for fourth grade magicians, which is the 5th grade exam. All right, let's hurry up and take care of this primary grade exam. Don't you feel it's embarrassing having the two of us stand here like this? Erwin said. Embarrassing? Sui was surprised before he reacted. If one was a magician with outstanding talent, they would have been taught magic since they were young. Normally one would take the primary grade exam when they were 10 to become an official magician. For someone like Erwin who was 19 and still hadn't passed the primary grade exam, it meant that he didn't have an outstanding talent. And as for Sui, who was already 27 and hadn't passed the primary grade exam, his talent must be even lower. In his entire life, it was impossible for him to become a great magician. Standing among a group of kids who were 10 and participating in this exam, no wonder Erwin felt this was embarrassing. But it was a good thing it wasn't just embarrassing for them. Other than them, there were also quite a few magicians in their 20s with average talent. There was even a white-haired old man who seemed to be over 60 years old. Seeing this old man covered in a black magic robe, Sui couldn't help feeling respect for him. To still persist in participating in the primary grade exam at his age, this grandfather must really love magic. Very soon, the Magician's Guild staff member in charge announced that the exam would be starting. Because this was a primary grade exam, other than checking a magician's magic power, they also needed to test a magician's fundamental understanding and interpretation of magic. So other than the combat exam, there was a written exam that came first. Sui took the exam scroll and couldn't help smiling. He had already studied the contents back in the Sennheiser school, but the scope of the questions was a bit deeper. Erwin could graduate from the Sennheiser school, so there was definitely no problem passing this written test. The reason why he didn't pass the primary grade exam before was obviously because of the combat test. No wonder he chose to become an adventurer after graduation. This was because a dangerous job like being an adventurer could let him increase his combat experience, allowing him to be much more relaxed in the combat test. No wonder he was filled with confidence this time. It had to be known that this fellow had one of the lowest magical talents among all their roommates. The problems on the scroll weren't any problems for Erwin. So naturally Sue-yi, who was considered a genius in the Senkaiser school, would find it to be a cinch. After less than half an hour, Sue-yi had completely answered all the questions on the test paper. With his discretion as an engineer, Sue-yi checked over his answers twice. After confirming that there were no problems, he handed in the test paper. After leaving the test area, he found that there was already a person waiting there. Seeing Sue-yi come out, a taunting smile appeared on that person's face. You actually took this long for a primary grade written test. Do you still dare say that you don't have a special relation to great magician Camilla? Sui knit his brows to look at this youth who seemed to be underage still and revealed a thoughtful look. After thinking for a while, he finally clapped his hands and pointed at him while shouting, I finally remember. You're that person I met when I was registering called what? Aunt Galen. Aaron. Aunt Aaron thought that no one would forget him once they saw him. But he never thought that Sue-yi would only remember him after thinking for a while and even got his name wrong. He instantly flew into a rage. Sue-yi, I'm telling you, you are dead today. Sue-yi shook his head, thinking that this kid must definitely be pampered by his family. He was disinclined to arguing with a kid and directly found a place to sit, patiently waiting for the next test. But this manner enraged Ankh even more. He came in front of Sue-yi and pointed at Sue-yi's nose as he said in a loud voice, Sue-yi, do you hear me? You are dead today. Sue-yi helplessly looked up and asked a bit weakly, all right, why am I dead? Why? Seeing that Sue-yi was finally talking to him, Aaron laughed into the sky before answering with a proud look, because you offended me. Let me tell you, you actually dare to look down on this genius. This genius will definitely ruin your life. Do you know that a person with a special recommendation doesn't need to take a written exam at all? So why did you take the written exam? Oh, Sue-yi was actually a bit surprised. Based on your appearance, this was your doing? Of course. Humph. With only a single word from me, not to mention taking away your special recommendation, it's even easy to directly take away your right to participate in the exam. What? Are you afraid? I really am afraid. Sue-yi revealed a fearful look. Then I'll ask young Master Aaron, why did you leave me mercy? Why are you still letting me take the exam? You don't even understand this? This is because this genius will destroy you in the combat test and let everyone know the fate of daring to shame this genius. Aaron said in a fierce voice. Sue-yi couldn't help smiling. Although he had heard of a child like this before, one who thought that he could do whatever he wanted since he was pampered since he was young, this was his first time seeing one in real life. As facts shown, this kind of child really made people hate him. Aaron, I remember that last time you said that you were a fourth grade magician, right? Sue-yi suddenly asked. Aaron laughed as he proudly said, what? Are you afraid? You can be assured, to take care of trash who hasn't even passed the primary grade exam, I don't need to use fourth grade magic to take care of you. I can easily take care of you with second grade magic. You really will only use second grade magic? Sue-yi then asked. Aaron knit his brows. This genius has always kept his words. You just wait. When I meet you in the combat test, I definitely will only use second grade magic. Sue-yi nodded with a faint smile before closing his eyes to ignore Aaron. Aaron wanted to throw a few more threats at him, but seeing Sue-yi close his eyes and clearly looking like he was going to ignore him, he could only angrily leave for now. After the written test was over, there were looks of joy and worry on the people leaving the exam site. It seemed like even with this simple magic theory test, there were many people who didn't pass. But Erwin had a large smile and a relaxed look, so it could be seen that there was no problem with him passing the written test. After the written test, there were a series of other tests. That included the magic test, the magic elemental energy control test, the meditation test, and many other tests. Finally was the most important test, which was the combat test that everyone looked forward to. Everyone magician on the Signs continent knew that a magician's strength would be measured with actual combat in the end. So, the combat test naturally became the most important test. Of course, the combat test wasn't a fighting tournament. They wouldn't let participating magicians slaughter each other. Rather, they had higher-grade magicians from the Magicians Guild spar with them, letting these higher-grade magicians judge them based on actual combat. Normally speaking, the Magicians Guild would send some rather old magicians with rich experience, but this time everyone noticed something was different. In the crowd of magicians where the youngest one was in his 40s, there were several young magicians. Among them was a magician who wasn't even of age yet. Seeing Aaron looking at him with a complacent gaze, Sui couldn't help laughing. This fellow really put in some effort to deal with him, actually using his connections to become an examiner here. And to cover for himself, he even thought to arrange some other young magicians to become examiners with him to avoid making it too obvious. There was no need to mention it. When it was time for Suyi's exam, the examiner would definitely be him. In the beginning, the participant magicians doubted the young magicians because of their age, but after a few rounds, no one had any more doubts. These examiners were young, but their magic power was enough. No matter what kind of methods the examinees used, they couldn't budge them at all. The one who looked underage was even more astonishing. Even with how young he was, whenever he made a move, he either used a grade 3 or grade 4 spell. These magic spells were not considered much in the eyes of powerful magicians, but when they appeared on an underage magician, it was very shocking. With the age and magic level of this youth, he could be considered a rare, genius magician of the Lampuri kingdom. While everyone was praising him, it quickly became Suyi's turn to take the test. And as expected, the one in charge of his test was Aaron. Seeing Suyi walk onto the stage, Aaron's smile became even more complacent. He lowered his voice to say, "Suyi, you just wait. No matter what you display, I will give you the lowest evaluation and won't let you pass this test. Offending me, I won't let you even become a primary grade magician." Suyi wasn't surprised at all. Rather, he said with a smile, "Dear young Master Aaron, do you remember your promise?" Aaron was stunned, but he suddenly remembered and said with a cold snort, "Che, grade 2 magic is grade 2 magic. Just with a piece of trash like you, I only need grade 2 magic to mess you up. I definitely won't let you display anything and will let you lose face in front of everyone." Suyi ignored the rest of his words and nodded with a faint smile. "It's good that you remember your promise." After a while, Aaron hinted to Suyi to begin the exam. He raised a hand, and a light blue glowing water shield appeared in front of him. Suyi recognized this water shield as the second-grade water attributed watermark spell. This Aaron actually did what he said, but he couldn't help revealing a smile as he raised his hand and sent out a fireball. Just a trivial first-grade fireball spell. You actually dare take it out to embarrass yourself. Aaron had a cold smile on his face, but he saw the fireball Suyi throw out become faster as the red fireball filled with a purple color. There were even traces of lightning flashing in it. He instantly revealed a look of great shock. "It's actually the Thundercrack fireball spell. How is this possible?" The fireball suddenly hit Aaron's shield, and the water shield swayed before it was cracked by the fireball. A powerful force came out of the fireball, and Aaron only had time to give a grunt before he was sent flying from the stage. The entire crowd was silent. Everyone looked at Suyi on the stage in a daze, as they all felt that there was something wrong with their eyes. This fellow was clearly also participating in the primary grade exam. So why was it that just by raising his hand, he could send the genius magician who was at least in the 4th grade flying? Suyi looked at Aaron lying under the stage not moving at all and gave a cold laugh. This kid's magic power wasn't bad, but his mental endurance and ability to take a hit was too weak. Although his fireball was the 4th grade spell Thundercrack Fireball, with a powerful might, since he already had the 2nd grade watermark spell to defend him, this fireball wouldn't have done that much damage to him. However, this kid actually fainted like this. It was probably because he fainted out of his shock and fear. Magic genius? Suyi shook his head and turned to the staff member under the stage to ask, "Does this count as me passing?" The staff member had an ugly expression as he looked at Aaron, who had been taken away by a few staff members of the Magicians Guild, before looking back at Suyi. He calmed himself and gave a slight nod. Suyi had knocked the examiner flying in front of all these people. If this wasn't considered passing the test, what could be considered passing? Very good. Suyi obtained the results he wanted and wasn't prepared to waste any more time here. After walking off the stage, he patted the stunned Erwin and said a few words of encouragement to him before leaving the test area. However, he didn't head back to Anvilmar City and went to a place even further away from the city. Coming out around 5 kilometers out of the city, he came to an area of flat farmland. When he was still quite far away, he could hear the mechanical sounds coming from the farmland. When he came closer, he saw that in this little patch of farmland of around 5, 6 mews, there were 3 magic machines that were moving through it. There were all kinds of holes created in these fields, and all kinds of marks were left. Beside each magic machine were several people who followed the magic machine along while recording some things down in the notebooks in their hands. To the side was a young man and woman who was currently pointing at the magic machines in the field as they discussed in a low voice. "Hey, Mr. Harvey, Miss 70, you've already been watching for a day, so what kind of results do you have?" Sue-E greeted the two beside the field in a large voice. These two were the 2 agricultural department officials who had found Sue-E yesterday and requested that they get a demonstration of the agricultural magic machines. After Sue-E had agreed, the 2 had very quickly found some people to bring the 6 agricultural magic machines Sue-E had brought out of the city into a test farmland they had already prepared. Since yesterday afternoon, these 2 had been studying the magic machines the entire time, and they still hadn't stopped today. This proved what Harvey had said to Sue-E. The agricultural department really did put great importance on these magic machines. "Chairman Sue, good afternoon." Harvey waved his hand to Sue-E. His attitude was even warmer compared to yesterday, and there was a trace of excitement in his voice. "Although we still haven't received the final results, I can be certain that Chairman Sue isn't wrong at all. I was completely shocked by the power of these machines. Look." Harvey pointed at the large plot of farmland in front of him. "This large piece of land. I just used 3 people and 3 machines, and in less than a day, they actually completely finished loosening the earth, digging the holes, and leaving trenches. If this was to be done with pure manpower, it would take at least 20 adults to finish in the same amount of time." The female official called 70 to the side also gave a slight nod. "Chairman Sue, I somewhat understand now why Count Sean placed such importance on you in the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. These agricultural magic machines are indeed outstanding. It only took 3 machines to finish all this hard labor. If it can be popularized, all the desolate land in the kingdom could be developed, and it would greatly increase the harvest of the kingdom. If this matter can be realized, perhaps there would no longer be famine that would ever occur in the kingdom." When she reached the end, the always calm 70 in Sue-Yi's mind actually showed a bit of excitement. Sue-Yi gave a slight nod. "That is the goal that me and our Frestec Chamber of Commerce is chasing. Mr. Harvey, Miss 70, luckily His Majesty is wise and appointed you two to have full authority in this matter. Otherwise, if it was given to someone like Lord Fisher, I'm very certain that this matter would be suppressed and wouldn't reach the result that I wished for at all." Harvey revealed a faint smile. How could he not hear the warning Sue-Yi was giving them? He said with a nod, "I asked Chairman Sue to be assured. Agriculture is the base of the kingdom, and anything that can raise the harvest will have His Majesty's close attention and importance. The 2 of us has received His Majesty's orders, and no one else is allowed to interfere in this matter. If there is another person like Lord Fisher who comes to bother you, you can directly ignore them." Sue-Yi slightly knit his brows. "I'm afraid that's a bit hard. I am only a small merchant. I am not like you all with His Majesty behind you. If I offend someone, whether I can leave Anvilmar City safely is a problem." Harvey and 70 looked at each other before they started smiling. "Chairman Sue, you don't need to worry about this matter at all. Everyone now knows that you will have an audience with His Majesty soon, so there definitely won't be anyone coming to cause trouble with you. When you meet His Majesty, I can promise that no one will casually come looking for you to cause trouble in the future. Of course, that is on the premise that we can come to a cooperation in the future." The final words were a hidden warning. Sue-Yi thought about it before asking, "All right, Mr. Harvey, I'll believe your promise for now. But as for the cooperation you mentioned, can I ask what you are planning to do? How do you want me to cooperate with you?" This, Harvey fell silent for a while and looked over at 70 before saying with a serious look, "Chairman Sue, this should have been discussed after you met His Majesty, but since you are asking about it now, I might as well disclose a bit to you. We hope that you will give us the production methods for the agricultural magic machines and help our agricultural department set up a production line for the agricultural magic machines, so we can directly popularize these agricultural magic machines in the kingdom." After hearing this, Sue-Yi didn't know whether to be happy or angry. It seemed like no matter which world it was, politicians were all shameless. Compared to Harvey, those fellows from the Banta City Business Union were even better. "Can I ask, what will me and my Frestec Chamber of Commerce gain from this matter?" Sue-Yi asked. "Chairman Sue, There are many gains from this matter. His Majesty will definitely give you proper compensation. Harvey was not surprised by Suyi's question and said with a full smile, if this plan succeeds, His Majesty will give you a special award, which means that as long as you help us complete this plan, you will be able to rid yourself of your commoner identity and officially become a noble. Harvey looked at Su-yi in surprise. Chairman Su, going from a commoner to a noble, this is something that many people dream of. You have to know, other than in times of battle, normally there wouldn't be a situation where a special award is given. Sui gave a sigh. He pointed at the magic machines rolling along in the farmland and asked Harvey, do you know how much each magic machines costs? Harvey and Seveny were stunned. They clearly never thought that Sui would suddenly bring the topic here. I'm sorry, I don't know. Harvey thought about it and honestly shook his head. A small magic excavator costs 58 gold coins. A small magic harvester costs 70 gold coins. A small magic plowing machine costs 60 gold coins. A small magic bulldozer costs 60 gold coins. Sui said this while looking at their expressions. As he listed each machine, Harvey and Seveny's faces also became ugly. When Sui finished, the smiles on their faces had completely disappeared. Watching the two of them in silence, Sui smiled before continuing. Banta City is only a small city in the kingdom, but our Frestek Chamber of Commerce has already sold over 100 agricultural magic machines. Then if we use this number to calculate the entire kingdom, I think it wouldn't be a problem to say it would be over 10,000 machines. Even if each agricultural magic machine only brought an income of 1 gold coin, that would be a large profit of 10,000 gold coins. But Mr. Harvey, according to your method of cooperation, this is equal to me giving up this profit and exchanging it for a lord title that is just in name, right? No, you will also receive His Majesty's favor and his care. Harvey quickly said, I think this is very important to you and your Frestek Chamber of Commerce, right? Sui looked at him with a ghost of a smile, and after seeing his face flush, he said, Mr. Harvey, no one is a child here. There is no need for that rubbish. My thoughts are very simple. To have us cooperate with the agricultural department and complete your plans, increasing the harvest of the kingdom and let everyone have enough to eat. There is no problem here. I'm very willing to cooperate. But accordingly, me and my company should receive a corresponding compensation. If this compensation cannot satisfy me, I can only say I'm sorry. Perhaps the agricultural department's plan is very good, but compared to this, it would be better for me to implement the plan myself. Mr. Harvey, I don't think you'll doubt the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's ability to implement the farmer support plan by ourselves across the kingdom, right? Even though the weather was a bit cold, Harvey couldn't stop the cold sweat from appearing on his forehead. He gave 2 dry laughs before saying, Chairman Su, if I may be frank, if you do not have the support of His Majesty or the Agricultural Department, and you only rely on your Frestek Chamber of Commerce to promote your agricultural magic machines, you will encounter many difficulties. He gave a relaxed smile. It doesn't matter. I'm not in a rush. You. Harvey's expression instantly changed. Seeing that the two were in a stalemate, Seveny, who had been silent on the side the entire time, suddenly spoke. Chairman Su, just like you said earlier, no one here is a child, so let's not waste words. Seveny looked at Sui and said with a serious expression, there is no meaning in senseless arguing, so let's honestly discuss the issue. Chairman Su, you are not satisfied with the proposal Harvey gave just now? That is not a problem. Now, can you tell us your proposal? I think that before you came to Anvilmar City, you've already made your plans, right? Sui revealed a faint smile. He already knew that although Harvey was the one that usually spoke to him, the one with authority was Seveny. Now that Seveny had spoke, that meant he finally had the chance to bargain with the other side. My proposal isn't complicated. First, I won't, or more accurately speaking, for now I won't give the technology for the agricultural magic machines. This is because, to be honest, I don't trust you. Moreover, with your current abilities, even if I give you these technology, you wouldn't be able to grasp it. So my idea is to have our Frestek Chamber of Commerce continue to manufacture these agricultural magic machines, and we can make all kinds of improvements based on the agricultural department's requests, allowing these agricultural magic machines to adapt to the various terrains of the kingdom. And the work of the agricultural department is very simple. They just need to be a medium. To all the nobles and common citizens of the kingdom, you just need to advertise these agricultural magic machines to all your might. For nobles, the agricultural department can force them to buy these. As for the normal farmers who can't afford to buy them, we can continue carrying out the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's farmer support plan. Like this, I think that it won't take much time for the agricultural magic machines to be promoted across the kingdom, greatly increasing the kingdom's farming efficiency in a short period of time. Harvey's eyes were wide open. Although he didn't agree to Su Yi's proposal, before 70 spoke, he could only stare at Su Yi and not say a thing. After hearing Su Yi's proposal, 70 was silent for a bit before she slowly said, "Like this, your Frestec Chamber of Commerce can earn a large amount of gold coins by selling the agricultural magic machines. You said that your company can receive 1 gold coin for each agricultural magic machine sold, but I don't think that's correct, right? This number might still be too small even if it was multiplied by 10. If your company could really sell 10,000 agricultural magic machines in the kingdom, your company would earn a large profit of over 100,000 gold coins." Sui shook his head with a faint smile. "No, dear Miss 70, your guess is wrong. This number isn't just multiplied by 10. It could be 20 or even more." Harvey couldn't help shouting out, "Wouldn't that be 200,000 gold coins? God, our Lampuri kingdom only had a tax revenue of 1 million gold coins last year." 70 glared at him, and Harvey instantly realized his mistake. He quickly gave an awkward smile and turned around. 70 looked back at Su Yi and gave a nod. "This kind of large profit. No wonder Chairman Su isn't willing to accept our proposal. But Chairman Su, if you keep this fixed price, even with our help, it would be hard to expand all over the kingdom. Moreover, raising farming efficiency is a kingdom's most basic policy, so doing this is going against the nation's policy and would create consequences. I think I don't need to remind you of this." This last sentence, there was no doubt that it was a bare threat. But Su Yi didn't look nervous at all. Rather, he still had the same relaxed smile. He shook his head and said, "Miss 70, I think you're mistaken. I am completely in support of this raising farming efficiency plan, so I made this farmer support plan. I wanted the farmers of Banda City to experience the convenience brought to them by machines, freeing them from their farms. It is because of this that I've decided to come to Anvilmar and cooperate with the agricultural department. Otherwise, why wouldn't I just stay in Banda City, comfortably and slowly selling these magic machines?" 70 gave a slight nod. "That's right. The fact that you can have this thought means that you aren't a normal merchant with dull eyes. But Chairman Su, I still don't understand. Why do you keep insisting on selling the agricultural magic machines yourself? Don't you know that this several dozen gold coins price, even for some small nobles, isn't a small amount? It's very simple. It's because of business rules. Since our Frestec Chamber of Commerce has already sold agricultural magic machines in Banda City and have already set a price, if other places also had the same agricultural magic machines and the price was lower by several dozen gold coins, what would those people in Banda City who have already bought these magic machines think? How could our Frestec Chamber of Commerce face them? So the price cannot be changed, but..." Su Yi suddenly changed the topic. "The price cannot be changed, but that does not mean other places can't be changed. Miss 70, I hope the tax department can give some tax rebates for the agricultural magic machines that we produce. At the same time, I hope that the agricultural department can give a document saying that everyone who buys an agricultural magic machine will be able to receive some benefits from the kingdom's agricultural department. This benefit can be in the form of a fund or some tax rebates. In short, giving some commoners some real benefits and compensations." 70 knit her brows. "Your thoughts aren't bad, but the agricultural department doesn't have that much money. Money is not a problem." Su Yi said with a faint smile, "Our Frestec Chamber of Commerce can take out this money, and you can think of the amount." 70 and Harvey were stunned. "Chairman Su, since you are providing tax deductions for the agricultural magic machines and taking care of the reimbursements, could it be that you aren't planning on making money on these agricultural magic machines?" 70 said in a shocked voice, "This is different from what you just said. If you really aren't planning on earning money, you might as well have agreed to Harvey's proposal." "No, no, no. This is completely different." Su Yi kept shaking his head. "According to Mr. Harvey's proposal, Me and our Frestec Chamber of Commerce would become a dependent of the agricultural department and wouldn't have any authority at all. I cannot accept this at all. 70 couldn't help revealing a smile. Her smile was different from Still's. If Still's smile was like a peerlessly gorgeous rose in full bloom, her smile was like a lotus that was slowly blooming. Chairman Su really isn't someone who is willing to be under others. Fine, Chairman Su, since you are giving up such large profit, what do you want to gain? 70 asked. Don't tell me that you are doing all this for the normal commoners? Of course I'm not that noble. Su, he stretched out a finger. I only have one request, that is to get a piece of territory that belongs to me. As the lights lit up in the night, Anvilmar City was even more lively compared to the day. People walked about in groups of twos and threes, strolling in the streets, filling the entire city with noise. Only when this noise came to a wide residence in the west of the city, it was like it had been cut off by someone's hand. The president of the Lampuri Kingdom's Magicians Guild, Palmzarin, was sitting in the living room. There was a cup of tea in his hand, but he didn't take a single sip as it was unknown what he was thinking. Knowing that the master was not happy, the servants of the manor all went about cautiously. Not to mention them keeping their voices down, they even walked along as soft as cats, trying to make as little sound as possible. The large manor was usually quite lively, but now it was like a ghost town, incomparably silent. After a while, a beautiful woman who was still under 40 walked out from the inner parts of the manor. After seeing Palmzarin, her eyes turned red and tears fell down. Old master, Ank's injuries are that serious. You must take revenge for him. The beautiful middle-aged lady begged in a pained voice. Palmzarin looked at her before saying with a cold snort, What revenge? That brat doesn't even learn properly and wanted to teach someone a lesson to get taken care of himself. Do we still have to cause trouble for that person? The lesson that he learned this time will be helpful to him. It'll stop him from not knowing the depths of heaven and earth, or he'll eventually really be taken care of. Seeing that Palmzarin wasn't listening to her pleading, the beautiful middle-aged woman didn't give up. She only had Ank Aaron as a son and had spoiled him since he was young. Seeing him being brought back after being knocked out by someone else, she almost fainted on the spot. Palmzarin had a headache from her crying and impatiently scolded her, chasing back into the inner parts of the manor. The things that happened at the test site today, the staff members of the Magicians Guild had explained everything to him. No matter how he looked at it, one could only blame Ank Aaron for this matter. Even if Palmzarin spoiled him like his wife, he couldn't say anything on this matter. Of course, in normal circumstances, he would definitely help his precious son vent his anger. He would definitely make it so that the person who injured his son wouldn't have a good life. But the key thing was that the fellow who had injured his son was called Su-E. Palmzarin was not familiar with this name, and at first thought that this fellow was hiding his strength. He clearly had enough power to beat his son, but he went to participate in the primary grade exam. But after investigating this matter, he found that this Su-E wasn't that simple. First, he came from Banta City and was participating in the Magicians Guild certification exam on Great Magician Camilla's special recommendation. Next, he was a colleague of Duke Stag's son Viscount Leslie. They came to Anvilmar City together from Banta City, and it seemed like they were quite close. Then, this Su-Yi's residence in Anvilmar City was actually Banta City's City Lord Count Sean Samo's other residence. This Su-Yi was not some official from Banta City and was only a normal merchant. For him to enter this other residence, it meant that his relationship with Count Sean was quite good. Finally, which was also the most important point, this fellow was actually being summoned by His Majesty tomorrow. Palmzarin couldn't help rubbing his pounding head. If it was a normal low-grade magician, he had his methods to take care of the other side to take revenge for his son. But there were all these important people that he couldn't ignore that were related to Su-Yi, so he had to be much more prudent in how he took care of this. Being a prudent and over-suspicious old person who was approaching 60, Palmzarin even suspected that this Su-Yi had been sent by one of his enemies to deliberately hurt Ank Aaron and dig a hole for him to jump in. As long as he dared make a move against Su-Yi, perhaps he would be met with great resistance. This fellow called Su-Yi, just where did he come from? Palmzarin knit his brows, and after thinking for a while, he didn't have the slightest clue. A servant quickly ran in with a strange expression. Old master, there's a guest here. Palmzarin angrily waved his hand. I'm not in any mood to see any guests. Send him away. That servant didn't leave, and after hesitating a bit, he said, "Old master, he says he is called Su-E." Palm's Aaron suddenly stood up from his seat in shock. This Su-E, he actually came to look for him. A trip to Anvilmar this time. Su-E had done many important things, but the most important thing was still clearly his audience with the king. He didn't participate in the Magician's Guild's exam the next day, so Su-E canceled all his plans. He rejected Erwin, Rooney, and Bob's invitation and calmly prepared himself in the office. After eating breakfast, Su-E had a rare moment of rest. Then he began thinking about his meeting with Palm's Aaron last night. When he first saw Ankh Aaron at the Magician's Guild, Su-E had just treated him as a magic genius who had become an arrogant child because of it. However, after learning from chatting with Viscount Leslie that this fellow was the son of the Lampuri Kingdom's Magician's Guild's president Palm's Aaron, Su-E began to think about this matter. After meeting that fellow at the exam yesterday, Su-E had deliberately angered him, creating a hole for him to jump into to injure him without holding back. Actually, this was all for creating an appropriate reason for meeting Palm's Aaron. With Su-Yi's current identity, even with the special recommendation of Great Magician Camilla, it was impossible for him to go meet the high-up Magician's Guild's president. So after injuring his son, Su-E had obtained these qualifications. After hearing that Su-E was there to meet him, Palm's Aaron met Su-E without any hesitation. He wanted to teach Su-E a lesson to help vent for his son, but after Su-E came with full sincerity and adding in the fact that he had brought a rare gift that was worth over 300 gold coins, Palm's Aaron found it hard to vent his anger. In the end, this matter was Ankh Aaron's fault to begin with, so he couldn't complain to Su-E at all. Su-Yi's attitude had been shown, so Palm's Aaron could only suppress his anger to seriously talk to Su-E. Having this rare chance to talk to the president of the Magician's Guild, Su-E quickly changed the topic to his real goal. That was hoping that the Magician's Guild could protected magic arrays with patents. Su-E had raised this request to the Magician's Guild before through Great Magician Camilla, but it had been directly rejected. Now that Su-E was mentioning this in front of Palm's Aaron, naturally, he wouldn't be direct. He smartly first proposed a magic fan magic array protection patent, which meant that the Frestec Chamber of Commerce could pay the Magician's Guild a certain fee each year. He didn't directly propose a complete protection patent plan. Although Palm's Aaron didn't give any explicit indications, Su-E could see that this Magician's Guild president was very excited about the patent protection fee that Su-E proposed. After seeing this kind of reaction, Su-E didn't continue discussing this matter. This was his first time meeting Palm's Aaron. He didn't want to decide such a long-lasting event on the first meeting. It was good as long as the president was excited. Su-E believed that after Palm's Aaron and the Magician's Guild learnt that these protection patents can bring large amounts of profit to the Magician's Guild, Su-E wouldn't need to do anything else, and they would put in all their effort to make this bill pass. This point was also applicable to Su-Yi's meeting with the king. Su-E in the end was just a small merchant from Banta City, and him passing the primary grade exam didn't add much to his status. With his identity, it would be impossible for him to see the king in a normal situation. The reason why the king took the initiative to summon him was because the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's agricultural magic machines did indeed change farmland. It had a great effect on increasing the efficiency of farming. Although Banda City had only undergone a single fall harvest, the role the agricultural magic machines had played was something that no one could ignore. Therefore, the sharp-eyed Count Sean Samo had reported this upwards. To the Lampuri Kingdom, agriculture was without a doubt the most important thing. Anything that could increase the efficiency of farming would be viewed as important to the king. So Su-E had obtained the chance to have an audience with the king. Su-E was very clear that being summoned by the king this time, it would greatly affect him and the Frestec Chamber of Commerce in the future. If he could obtain the support of the king, it would help the Frestec Chamber of Commerce develop in the long run. But to receive the support of the king, clearly he had to show something that gave the king great benefits. For the king, this benefit is the increase in farming efficiency. Perhaps I should raise the importance of increasing farming efficiency in increasing national power? Su-E stroked his chin and looked at the half-finished plan in front of him, filling his heart with doubt. The plan that he was prepared to submit to the king only mentioned the changes to farmland with the agricultural magic machines, thus increasing the farming efficiency. He only went as far as mentioning the increase of harvest, and didn't go any further, only mentioning the influence freeing up the farming workforce could bring. As someone who had transmigrated from Earth and was very familiar with the history of the Industrial Revolution on Earth, Sui could guess in advance the changes this would bring. But for the people of the Signs continent who were living in a half-slave and half-feudal society, this was completely new ground for them. Industrial Revolution? Greatly increasing productive power? Technological innovation? These words didn't have any meaning on the Signs continent. So naturally, the people of the continent didn't understand what these words represented. After seriously thinking about it, Sui decided to mention a few more trends. Showing that he had good foresight to the king was a good thing. This could make the king attach great importance to him. Of course, his foresight couldn't go too far. There was a sentence that said that 1 step ahead made one a genius and 10 steps ahead made one a lunatic. The plan proposal came to less than 5,000 words, and Sui spent most of the morning finishing it. During this time, he had amended it 3 times, even going over every word of the plan, in order to ensure that they could properly demonstrate his words as best as possible. He had to allow the king and the staff members under him to completely understand the meaning of these words. After finalizing everything, Sui carefully looked it over again. After making sure that he didn't miss anything, he carefully reorganized this plan proposal. Seeing a blank area on the top of the paper, Sui thought about it before finally writing the title, The Importance of Liberating Farming Workforce. After he finished the title, Sui couldn't help smiling. After adding this title, this plan proposal seemed more like a thesis paper. Although Sui had written quite a few thesis papers since starting university, most of his thesis paper had been related to mechanical engineering. This was his first time writing this kind of sociological thesis paper. Carefully putting the plan proposal away, Sui looked at the sky outside the window and found that it was close to noon. There was still an hour before lunch. Sui thought about it before walking out of his room and heading to another room not far away. Opening the door to this room that was quite a bit smaller, he saw Sanchali sitting at a desk, heaving out sighs as he faced a blank piece of paper. There were abandoned, scrunched-up balls of paper all over the foot of the table. It seemed like Sanchali had been working quite a bit already. "How is it? You still can't write it?" Sui asked with a smile. Hearing Sui's voice, Sanchali suddenly looked up, and after seeing Sui, he looked like he was going to cry. After being in this yard for 2 whole days, not only had Sanchali changed into clean clothes, he had also washed up and cleaned his hair and beard, making him look like a new person. Other than his face looking a bit pale from being malnourished, he was no different from a normal person. But now that he had a long face, adding in his skinny face from being malnourished for so long, it looked a bit ugly and a bit shocking. "Sir Chairman, didn't you say that you wanted to hire me to research magic? Why are you having me write this damn theory? I don't know what this is about at all," Sanchali said with a sigh. Sui picked up several scrunched-up paper balls from the ground and found that there were some incoherent words written on the papers, as well as some drawings. If one looked at each piece of paper, no one would be able to understand what each paper meant. After comparing the things written on several pieces of paper, Sui thought about it before looking at Sanchali to say, "It seems like you don't understand what I mean. How about this? I'll say it again. Sanchali, the magic array that your crystal ball uses, it was researched all by yourself, right?" Sanchali nodded. "That's right. I discovered it alone and no one helped." "Since you discovered it alone, you should understand the details of this magic array, right?" Sui then asked. Sanchali immediately patted his chest. "Of course, I've gone over that magic array over 1,000 times, and I can remember any line on it." "Then why can't you write it down?" Sui looked at him with a frown. "I want you to write the difference between your magic array and a normal magic array. And since you have such comprehension of this magic array, why can't you write it down?" Actually, what Sui wanted to obtain from Sanchali was why he was able to set the function of his magic array before it was finished. If he could discover this point and develop on it, it would definitely create a leap in magic machines that Sui hoped for. However, even if Sanchali was the person who discovered this magic array, he didn't seem to understand why it was like this at all. Moreover, he didn't understand the important meaning this magic array had, so naturally, he couldn't comprehend Sui's meaning. Even if Sui tries very hard to explain it to him, and Sanchali worked hard for an entire day, he still couldn't write anything. Seeing Sanchali's distressed and speechless appearance, Sui took a deep breath and thought that perhaps he was being too forceful and hasty. The magicians of the Signs continent didn't care about this aspect at all before. Forcing them to have the same ideas as him was completely impossible. Thinking of this, Sui calmed down and said to Sanchali in a slow voice, "How about this? Don't worry about what I said before. From now on, you just have to record every detail of this magic array. I'll make it a bit more simple. You just need to teach this magic array to me and let me grasp every aspect. Do you understand what I mean?" Sanchali thought about it. "This, Sir Chairman, if I teach this to you, will you still need me?" Seeing Sanchali's anxious appearance and the cunning look hidden in his eyes, Sui couldn't help knitting his brows. This fellow, when he was dead inside as a beggar, he didn't care about anything. Why was it that after being full for 2 days, he had completely changed? Sui didn't like this kind of people, but he knew he couldn't just tell him to scram now. So he coldly looked at him and said, "What are you afraid of? You think I would go back on a promise?" Sanchali didn't say anything, but the expression on his face disclosed the thoughts that he had. Blind fool. Sui gave a snort in his heart. He dug into his chest and threw 10 gold coins onto the table. "Here, this is the first month's wage paid in advance. Take it now. If you can let me understand this magic array, I will give you 5 gold coins as a reward. Other than that..." Sui took a paper from the table and took the pen from Sanchali's hand as he quickly drew a magic array on it. "This is a burning magic array. Study it, and then make changes to it based on my request. If you succeed, you'll receive another 10 gold coins as a reward." Sanchali's eyes instantly lit up. "Sir Chairman, what are your requests?" "It's very simple. You should have seen a standard burning magic array before. A weak flame will appear after the magic array is activated, but my request is to have this flame burn in this magic array for 5 minutes before it extinguishes itself." Sanchali was stunned. "Then just cut off the magic power supply." "Let me finish. My meaning is to have the flame extinguish, but to have the array still active. After 2 minutes, the flames will appear again and will extinguish after burning for 5 minutes. Do you understand what I mean?" Sui said with a serious face. Sanchali thought about it before revealing a difficult expression. "This, to have the magic array remain active while not letting out flames. Sir Chairman, what about the heat of the magic array? It can't be that you want to have the magic array make the heat disappear, right? That would turn this magic array into a completely different magic array." Sui couldn't help giving a nod of praise. Although Sanchali was a bit greedy and a bit sly, his mind was sharp enough. "No, my request isn't to have the heat of the magic array disappear, but to maintain the heat without needing the flame. Do you understand?" Sanchali let out a sigh of relief. After thinking about it, he said with a smile, "That is much simpler. Sir Chairman, give me a bit of time. I should be able to complete this task." But Sanchali hesitated a bit before revealing a flattering smile. "Sir Chairman, can you pay these 10 gold coins to me in advance as well? If you can do 10, 5 is also good." Sui looked at Sanchali for a while, forcing him to lower his head before taking out 10 gold coins and putting them on the table. "Sanchali, as long as you can contribute to the company, money is not a problem. But I hope that you will not hide anything from me." "Of course not. I definitely wouldn't hide anything from Sir Chairman." Sanchali gave 2 dry laughs. There was no hesitation at all in his hands as he swept those 10 gold coins into his pocket. Sui looked at Sanchali with a forced smile on his face with knitted brows. If it wasn't for the fact that this fellow could control magic arrays by programming them, he wouldn't be willing to hire him at all. After eating lunch, Sui continued to discuss this matter with Sanchali. With Sui's magic talent and deep knowledge of magic arrays, he quickly grasped the wind magic array Sanchali had placed on the crystal ball. It had to be said, the wind magic array Sanchali discovered really was unique. Although it wasn't as complicated as Sui thought, only being a bit more complicated than a normal revolving wind array, there were many details that were different. And it was because there were these minute differences that made large changes to the manifestation of this magic array. But after grasping these details, it didn't mean that Sui had completely grasped this magic array. Although he could completely reproduce this magic array, causing the magic array to have the same programmed effects as when it was placed on the crystal ball like before, Sui wasn't very clear just what made this magic array different from other magic arrays. What Sui needed was a summary of the set rules of programming magic arrays and not to just understand a single magic array. Another part of industry was to popularize and mass produce, not to just create a single exception. But even Sanchely himself didn't know what the theory behind this was because he had discovered this special wind magic array by accident. It was not because he had finished a complete set of theories. So when they were studying magic arrays together, Sui supervised Sanchely as he researched the fire magic array he had him study, telling Sanchely to clearly state his thoughts when he was researching this. After researching with Sanchely, Sui believed that he could find a rule that he could compile into a complete theory to apply to other magic arrays. Being lost in research caused time to fly. Sui had only had a slight view of the solution when time had already passed into the afternoon. Someone came from the palace to tell him to enter the palace to wait for his audience with the king. After confirming that this person did indeed come from the palace, Sui gathered his things and followed that person, leaving the office. When he had taken strolls in Anvilmar City, Sui had approached the palace before, but he had only taken a few looks and had never approached it before. Now that he had been summoned by the king, Sui could finally openly walk into the palace. This filled his heart with a bit of excitement. It was not just because he could discuss business matters after seeing the king. It was also because of being able to enter the palace itself. Although there were many historic royal palaces left in many countries on Earth, Sui never had the chance to enter them. He had some understanding of them through what he saw on television and other news sources, but of course he had never personally experienced entering them. Only after entering the Lampuri Kingdom Royal Palace to the north of Anvilmar City, Sui was a bit disappointed. This palace didn't look that big from the outside, being around the size of 2-3 football stadiums from Earth. Sui found that although the inside was decorated quite luxuriously, there wasn't anything that really surprised him. It was far from comparing to the magnificent royal palaces that Sui had imagined. Looking at this average royal palace, Sui couldn't help making estimates in his heart. A royal palace was a demonstration of national power. The reason why the Lampuri Kingdom Royal Palace wasn't as luxurious is most likely caused by the Lampuri Kingdom's national power. As a normal small kingdom to the central southwest of the Signs continent, the Lampuri national power couldn't compare to the only two empires on the Signs continent, the Marlow Empire and the Kandra Empire. Even among the kingdoms of the same size, they could only be considered at the medium or low level, so naturally they wouldn't have a strong national power. Of course, a palace wouldn't have to be poor if a country wasn't strong. For example, there were poverty-stricken countries with sky-high government official buildings to show off their power, not looking poor at all. Compared to this, even though the Lampuri kingdom wasn't that strong, they could decorate the royal palace this luxuriously, which still shocked people. The current appearance was because the Lampuri kingdom royal family had always been thrifty, leaving behind a tradition seeking effectiveness over appearances. Adding in the turmoil in the Lampuri kingdom over the past 10 years, greatly decreasing its national power, the king had been even more stringent and didn't allow any wasteful spending at all. This royal palace hadn't been repaired in 10 years, and it was around the same as the manners of some nobles. Sui's eye saw quite a few marks inside the royal palace, with the paint peeling off quite a few walls. He thought that if this king really cared about efficiency more than vanity like the rumors said, his ideas would be more easily accepted by the king. As a mechanical engineer, Sui appreciated this kind of character because in the machine industry, not a single bit of error was allowed. After the servant guided Sui into the royal palace, they didn't bring him far. After going through 2 corridors, they brought him to a small room to rest for now. Wait a minute. Sui called out the servant who was about to leave. Can I ask, to have me come this early, is there some special order? The servant replied without any expression. No comment, I am just following orders to lead you here. Looking at the servant whose facial expressions were like stone, Sui knew that he couldn't get anything out of him, so he just waved his hand. Unexpected to Sui, after the servant left, there was no one who came to call him. Sui had been alone in the room for close to half an hour and finally couldn't take it anymore, so he stood up. When he stood up, he found that the door to this little room had been blocked by something from the outside. Sui's face instantly fell. It seemed like he had fallen into a trap. Putting his hand on the door, Sui wanted to use force when a chill filled his heart and he withdrew his hand. In that instant, He clearly felt a strange magic fluctuation coming from the door. On this ordinary door, there was actually magic array. If Sui kept using force, the magic array would definitely have been activated. Sui fell into deep thought before stretching out his hand again. His fingers softly touched the door, and Sui felt a very faint magic coming from his finger. He investigated the magic array on the door bit by bit. In order to research suitable magic machines, Sui had reached a very high realm in terms of researching magic arrays, so he easily recognized that it was a third-grade wind magic array on the door, the wind burst array. Once this magic array was activated, it would send out intense air currents from the magic array. Although a third-grade magic array wasn't strong, with the wind gusts being unable to take people's lives, the gusts of wind would still be able to send people flying. Even if they didn't die, they would still be injured. After checking the door to the room, Sui moved his finger from the door to the wall and investigated the faint magic energy traces on the wall. In the end, he found that other than the door, there were actually wind burst arrays placed on all four walls and the two windows. This meant that in this room that wasn't too big and didn't seem that outstanding, it had actually been turned into a little jail cell. Sui took back his hand and slightly knit his brows. The person who laid this trap didn't seem to want to take his life. They just wanted to trap him here for a bit. But this was the royal palace, and wouldn't others notice if he had been trapped here for a long time? Sui thought about this and instantly understood. The other side should be trying to ruin his audience with the king. Sui had left the office at around 4 and had spent around half an hour on the way to the palace. Adding in the time he had spent waiting here, it was almost 5, which was Sui's time for his audience with the king. Perhaps the person who prepared the trap didn't want to get him stuck here. They just wanted to trap him for a while and make him unable to make it to his audience with the king on time. Thinking of this, Sui's heart sunk. With his current status, being able to obtain an audience with the king was very hard to get. If he missed this rare opportunity and showed up late to the meeting, he would without a doubt leave a bad impression on the king. Even if Sui could explain this, it wasn't certain if he would have the chance to have another audience with the king. Even if he did, it wouldn't mean that the king would trust him. No matter what, if he missed this chance, it would be a very large hit to the plan that Sui had in his heart. Time was short, and although Sui had many questions in his heart, he didn't have time to think it over. Taking a look at the gate that was shut, he gave a soft snort and slapped it. Magic that was several times stronger than when he was investigating came out of his palm, and instantly countless lines covered the door to the room. The wind burst array on the door was already covered by Sui's magic, but there wasn't any signs of triggering. Instead, it was being erased bit by Sui's magic. After a while, a weak blue glow came from the door, and then a breeze blew through the air, slightly moving Sui's hair. Sui revealed a faint smile. The wind burst array on the door had already been broken by him and couldn't be activated anymore. After losing the obstruction of the wind burst array, Sui just needed to make a small change to the wind magic on the door and break the plug blocking the door. With a jia sound, the door opened. Relying on a third-grade array to stop me. You really are looking down on me too much. Sui gave a soft snort. He kicked open the door. When he wanted to walk out, several figures suddenly appeared outside the door and blocked Sui off. Who is it, daring to be this audacious in the palace? Catch him for me. With an angry roar, 3 large men wearing the uniform of palace guards charged at Sui. Seeing these 3 fierce men charging at him, Sui hesitated a bit. Breaking property wasn't a problem, but if he moved against the palace guards, it would really cause trouble. But he couldn't hesitate at this time, as 3 guards were already in front of him. If he didn't react, they would have caught him. Sui gave a sigh in his heart. He raised his hand and prepared to shoot out a spell. At that time, someone roared out. The 3 guards had already grabbed Sui when they heard this sound from behind them. They immediately stopped, and not a single person moved. Sui was stunned and took 2 steps back, scattering the magic he had already gathered. He looked at where the sound came from and was also stunned. The one who had suddenly appeared to stop the guards was actually Harvey. Noticing that Sui was looking at him, Harvey gave a nod of acknowledgement to Sui before looking at the guard who seemed to be the commander and saying in a sharp voice, "What is going on here?" The guard immediately gave a bow to Harvey and responded in a loud voice, reporting to the Lord Viscount. "We were patrolling nearby when we rushed over after hearing strange sounds, and then we saw." The guard commander pointed at Su-yi. He came out of the room, breaking the door. I don't recognize this person and thought he was an assassin, so was prepared to capture him to interrogate him. Harvey knit his brows as he thought for a bit before waving his hand. All right, there is nothing for you here. You can leave. The guard commander hesitated a bit. Lord Viscount. But Harvey looked at him. He is His Majesty's guest. Do you need me to explain this to you? The guard commander trembled before he quickly straightened himself and shook his head. Then why aren't you leaving yet? What are you standing like a fool for? Harvey then shouted. The guard commander looked at Su-yi before leaving with the other guards. When they left, Harvey came to Su-yi's side with a dark look and asked in a low voice, Chairman Su, what is going on here? Su-yi thought about it before telling him everything that happened after he came to the palace. After he finished listening to Su-yi, Harvey knit his brows. It was clear that he didn't understand, but he only thought about it for a bit before shaking his head and saying, There's no time to think about it now. Chairman Su, it'll be your audience with His Majesty soon. Come with me. I'll bring you to see His Majesty. Su-yi nodded and followed Harvey in another direction. After walking in silence for a bit, Harvey looked to see if anyone was around before asking Su-yi in a low voice, Chairman Su, when you see His Majesty later, I ask you not to mention this matter. Su-yi looked at him before giving a nod with a faint smile. Be assured, I know how to separate important matters. Harvey gave a nod of praise. Chairman Su truly is a wise person. Let me tell you some good news. After His Majesty saw the results of our experiments over these past few days, he was very satisfied with them and has great praise for your Frestec Chamber of Commerce. When you see him later, as long as what you demonstrate can satisfy him, he will definitely give you a rich reward. Su-yi laughed. Rewards don't matter. It's fine as long as His Majesty can accept my proposal. That's depend on if Chairman Su can convince His Majesty, Harvey said with a smile. After walking through another part of the palace, Harvey brought Su-yi to a large garden before suddenly stopping. I can only bring you here. There will be another servant to bring you in later, and then you'll be able to see His Majesty. Harvey thought about it before warning in a low voice. Remember, don't say too much. Su-yi looked at him and was a bit surprised that he was this nervous. This was the royal palace. Did Harvey think that what just happened could be hidden from the master of the royal palace? Of course, Su-yi didn't ask the question in his heart and just gave a slight nod to show he understood. Harvey then waved at a servant to the side and explained Su-yi's identity to him before hinting to Su-yi to follow the servant. When Su-yi wanted to move forward, it was like he had suddenly remembered something and stopped. After pausing for a bit, Su-yi came to Harvey's side and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, Viscount Harvey, since His Majesty has taken interest in the agricultural magic machines, the best method is to let nature take its course and not do anything extra. Otherwise, if too many things are added, it would be hard to expect something happening. Harvey's eyes shrunk slightly as his gaze looking at Su-yi suddenly became sharp. After looking at Su-yi for a while, Harvey said in a voice that was much colder than before, Chairman Su, since you are an intelligent person, you should know that many things today are unrelated to you. You do not have the ability to meddle in them. Su-yi smiled and thought that this Harvey really wasn't deep enough. Just a casual poke by him, and he had revealed his true colors already. Of course, it was also likely that he disdained hiding things in front of Su-yi. In the end, it was like he had said, with Su-yi's current identity and power, there were many things he couldn't meddle in. So even though he knew that the matter after he came into the palace was related to a battle between important people and he was just treated like a chess piece, he didn't have any method to resist and couldn't even express any opinion. Of course, Su-yi didn't care that much about this. Anyway, the battle between important people weren't too related to him, and it was all good as long as he accomplished his goal. Thinking of this, Su-yi shook his head, throwing away all the thoughts that weren't related to this matter and focusing his mind again. If he treated establishing an industrial system as a war, then this meeting with the king was without a doubt an important campaign at the beginning of the war. Your Majesty, this picture is the scene after a small magic harvester harvests the wheat. Su-yi spread a picture on the table, enthusiastically explaining this to the Lampuri Kingdom's king, Kane's Lampuri. Look, the wheat in the field is very rich, and if it was harvested with manpower, it would take 3 days to an entire week before it could be done. Then it would take another 2 days using a cow-turned-stone roller to peel it all. Finally, it would take about a day to completely extract all the grains. Moreover, once the weather changes, it will greatly affect this process. This entire process together takes around 10 days to half a month, and the effects aren't good. Therefore, it would waste many grains of wheat and wheat that can't be unshelled in time. But if we use our Frestec Chamber of Commerce's small magic harvester, this wheat field could be finished harvesting in just an hour. Look, after this wheat is taken from the front of this small magic harvester, it only takes the blink of an eye for it to turn into wheat grains spat out the back. The person in charge just needs to prepare the bag at the back of the harvester. Look how much effort that saves. King Cain's Lampuri was 48 years old this year and was in the prime of his life. He had a rectangular face and a serious expression without any extra fat on his body. It could be seen that he paid great attention to exercising, clearly having a lot of energy. Hearing Su Yi's eloquent speech, he only sometimes cut in to ask about a few details. Most of the time, he seriously listened to him and only stopped to reveal a thoughtful expression. After seeing Su Yi's introduction of the small magic harvester coming to an end, King Haynes thought about it before suddenly asking, "Chairman Su, you keep saying small. Does that mean that there is a bigger version of the magic harvester?" Su Yi was a bit surprised. He never thought that after the king listened to him for a while, he would first ask about this. "Your Majesty's guesses aren't wrong. Our Frestec Chamber of Commerce will soon promote medium magic harvesters, and then will promote some large magic harvesters. Of course, in my plan, there will be many models of the magic harvester to deal with different requirements. This will not be limited to the specifications of small, medium, and large." King Haynes gave a slight nod. "Not bad. You can think of this, which means that you didn't just come up with the small magic harvester based on sudden inspiration. I thought that with your Frestec Chamber of Commerce making all kinds of novel magic machines without stopping, this small magic harvester was only a temporary thought for you. I was worried that you didn't consider everything and was afraid that you were just coming here to sell me these things. Looking at it now, I've underestimated you." Su Yi said in surprise. "Your Majesty, hearing your tone, you already had a long-term plan in place?" "That's right." King Haynes revealed a faint smile. "I understand Count Shan, and I didn't doubt the description of his letter, so I didn't doubt the powerful ability of the agricultural magic machines that your Frestec Chamber of Commerce produced. But I couldn't confirm if your Frestec Chamber of Commerce had even more abilities, like the different kinds of magic harvesters you mentioned earlier. Although our Lampuri Kingdom mainly has plains, there are complicated terrain. It is impossible to use a single kind of magic harvester on all those different kinds of terrain. Moreover, if your agricultural magic machines could only work on the terrain near Bana City, it would have lost most of its value in being promoted." Su Yi's eyes lit up. "Your Majesty, does this mean you have already agreed?" King Haynes laughed. "If it can increase the harvest, why wouldn't I agree? Actually, when I decided to summon you, I already made the decision to promote these magic machines. The only problem was how to promote them." After saying this, King Haynes stopped and looked at Su Yi with a ghost of a smile. Su Yi immediately understood. The real discussion was coming. Su Yi was silent for a bit before saying with a smile, "Your Majesty, I still insist on my basic conditions, which is that the technology for the agricultural magic machines won't be given to the agricultural department. If you must insist, perhaps I won't be able to reject, but me and the Frestec Chamber of Commerce won't participate in promoting the agricultural magic machines." Su Yi nervously looked at the king after saying this. He was very clear that in this half-slave and half-feudal society, there was no doubt of the king's authority. If the king insisted on Su Yi giving up the technology, Su Yi couldn't resist at all and could only hand it over. But like this, it was equal to Su Yi losing out on the large agricultural magic machine market, and the Frestec Chamber of Commerce will suffer a large loss from this. But the more important thing is that this would be a very bad start. If the king forced Su Yi to hand over the agricultural magic machine technology, and if he took a liking to another magic machine from the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, would he force Su Yi to hand it over again? In order to avoid any future problem, whether it was in front of Harvey or the king, he had to clearly express his rejection of this idea. King Haynes looked at Su Yi for a while before suddenly saying with a smile, "Chairman Su, do you think I'm such a greedy person? Or do you think I'm a dumb person?" Su-yi was surprised before quickly shaking his head. Of course not. You are the outstanding wise king of our Lampuri kingdom. How could I feel you are greedy or dumb? Since it is like this, why did you think that I would make you hand over the technology for the agricultural magic machines? King Haynes then asked. This, did Viscount Harvey not represent your ideas? Su-yi mentioned Harvey's proposal from the other day. King Haynes narrowed his eyes before giving a snort and saying while waving his hand, that is only his proposal. I didn't have these plans. I can promise you now that no matter what magic machines your Frestec Chamber of Commerce develops, they will all belong to your Frestec Chamber of Commerce. I am not interested in the technology of your Frestec Chamber of Commerce. I only care about whether your agricultural magic machines can be used on the farmland of our Lampuri kingdom and whether they can increase our kingdom's harvest or not. Do you understand what I mean? Su-yi was instantly overjoyed. With these words from the king, the stone in his heart finally fell down. With the promise of the king, this was equivalent to receiving a protective charm. Su-yi didn't need to worry about someone using their authority or power to steal his technology anymore. That's right, Your Majesty, while I have this opportunity, I have another suggestion. Su-yi decided to strike while the iron was hot, directly telling him of his patent protection plan. Hearing Su-yi explain his patent protection plan, King Haynes thought about it for a bit before giving a slight nod. This idea isn't bad. According to what you said, with this patent protection law, each company can protect their technology with the patent, so they won't need to worry about others stealing their technology to use like before. Like this, those lazy companies would have to think of their own ways to make new technology. Your Majesty is truly wise. Su-yi couldn't help praising. This King Haynes could actually immediately see the greatest benefit of this patent protection law. He truly was the wisest king in the history of the Lampuri kingdom. Other than this function, the companies with the patents need to give up some protection fee. This way the kingdom can gain some income from this, and the companies would be willing to hand it over. Su-yi added. King Haynes looked at Su-yi. You mentioned this thing, and you voluntarily added in the protection fee? Su-yi stood straight and said with a righteous appearance, Your Majesty, if you want some harvest, you have to pay something. This is the consciousness a merchant should have. King Haynes laughed as he pointed at Su-yi and said, You're reminding me that obtaining benefits from your Frestec Chamber of Commerce, I should give out an appropriate price. Su-yi laughed, not saying anything and not denying it. King Haynes laughed for a while before slowly stopping. He said with a nod, You have to pay to obtain benefits. These words aren't bad. But Chairman Su, I am not agreeing to your proposal from before, so I'm not agreeing to these conditions that you have set. Why? Su-yi knit his brows. Your Majesty, I feel that the proposal I gave Viscount Harvey and Miss Seveny was perfect. Not only does it benefit both our Frestec Chamber of Commerce and the kingdom, it also includes all the problems that could come up when promoting these agricultural magic machines. This matter, it'll be easily accomplished if we cooperate. Your words are correct, but I don't want this much trouble. King Haynes took a document from beside him to hand to Su-yi. These are my thoughts. Have a look. Su-yi flipped through the document with wonder. The proposal on the document was very simple. King Haynes was representing the Lampuri kingdom to place a large order for agricultural magic machines from the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce needed to finish these orders according to the requirements of the Agricultural Department while also providing technical training, post-sale services, and other services. Simply speaking, this proposal was a simple trade contract. Other than the buyer being the kingdom's agricultural department, there wasn't any official feeling to it at all. Perhaps if it was put a bit more straightforward, the king was only discussing an ordinary piece of business with Su-yi. Of course, the scale was a bit big because the king's first order was for 10,000 small magic harvesters. Su-yi looked over it carefully a few times and noticed a problem. Your Majesty, the current market price for the small magic harvester is 70 gold coins, and if you buy 10,000 at once, the price will be a high 700,000 gold coins. Do you have this much money? Su-yi had no choice but to doubt this. Based on the information Harvey had blurted out, the Lampuri Kingdom's tax revenue last year was less than 1,000,000 gold coins. How could it be possible for them to suddenly take out 700,000 gold coins to buy these small magic harvesters? King Haynes smiled and spread his hands as he directly said, No, Su-yi couldn't help feeling depressed. He rubbed his nose and said with a bitter smile, "Your Majesty, we are only a small company. We can't do business on credit." King Haynes was amused by Su-yi and gave a few laughs. He looked at Su-yi with a teasing expression and said, "Although I don't have money, I have some very valuable things." "Chairman Su, what do you want?" Su-yi's eyes instantly lit up. After meeting the king, Su-yi was even busier during the next 2 days. The king not only ordered 10,000 small magic harvesters from Su-yi. Other than this, of the other 5 kinds of agricultural magic machine that Su-yi brought, he ordered between 5,000 to 10,000 units of those. For such a large order, to accomplish this, there was no doubt that there were many details to take care of. So during these 2 days, Su-yi had been negotiating with the people sent by the king and members of the agricultural department. It was impossible to reach a complete understanding in just 2 days, but after receiving the care and promotion of the king, the negotiations had progressed very smoothly. In just 2 days, they had already set up a preliminary plan. According to the suggestion of the king, the Lampuri kingdom and the king would be buying 6 different kinds of agricultural magic machines from the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, with numbers going from 5,000 to 10,000 units. Of course, with the current ability of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, naturally they couldn't receive such a large order. But since currently other than the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, there were no other companies that could make agricultural magic machines, they decided to let the Frestec Chamber of Commerce deliver in batches. The first batch for magic machines was 500 units, and they needed it before the spring harvest. Agreeing to this batch order actually gave Su-yi a strong headache. Although after bringing in the 100 dwarves from the Angola tribe, the production speed of the magic machine workshop had increased, it would still be very difficult for them to complete 3,000 agricultural magic machines before next spring's harvest. The reason why Su-yi had agreed was because the king wouldn't allow the order number to be below 500 units. If it was below this number, it was hard for Su-yi to show the benefits of mass production, and it was not possible for the king to be determined to invest in this project. After all, behind a giant order of tens of thousands of agricultural magic machines, it required the king and the agricultural department to pay a large amount of several million gold coins. This amount was not something the Lampuri kingdom's finances could support, so the king proposed to Su-yi that the kingdom would use its resources to pay. Su-yi naturally welcomed this. Although his request for a piece of land was rejected by the king, his request for an iron mine and a magic crystal mine was accepted. According to the preliminary agreement between the two sides, Su-yi would obtain 2 iron mines near Bana City for now, as well as 3 magic crystal mines to the northwest of Bana City, which were quite far away. Since Su-yi didn't understand anything about these mines, this was only a preliminary agreement. Once Su-yi and the Frestec Chamber of Commerce investigated these mines and were satisfied with them, the agreement would come into effect. And after taking these mines, Su-yi must follow the requests of the order. He had to finish all the requested small agricultural magic machines for the order, and he had to change the farmland inside the kingdom according to the agricultural department's requests. So there was a large amount of pressure on Su-yi right now. Before next year's spring harvest, if the Frestec Chamber of Commerce couldn't finish the first batch of orders, not only would they not be able to gain the mines, they would also lose the trust and support of the king. If this really happened, it would be a large hit to the Frestec Chamber of Commerce without a doubt. This would also greatly affect the long-term plan that Su-yi had in an irreversible manner. So this first batch had to be complete, and there couldn't be a single mistake. But as a mechanical engineer, Su-yi had extremely fine requirements for his work. He wouldn't allow even half a mistake. So he was already used to this kind of pressure and had even learned to create power from this pressure. Although this first batch of orders of agricultural magic machines were very big, Su-yi felt that he could use this chance. He would make the changes that he was already prepared to make to the production magic machines, making the Frestec Chamber of Commerce even stronger. As long as he grabbed this chance, there was no doubt there was great prospects for the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. After working for 2 days, the third day was the Magician's Guild's 5th grade exam. According to Su-yi's original plan, he was supposed to participate in the 4th grade exam yesterday, going straight from the primary grade to the 4th grade. But after thinking about Viscount Leslie's sudden request and considering it over, he finally decided to skip the 4th grade exam and directly participate in the 5th grade exam. The magicians participating in this exam was far less compared to the amount on the first day. After Sui looked over the examination ground, he found that including him, there were less than 50 people here. There weren't even as many people as there were on the first day in a corner. It was different from the primary grade exam. Sui didn't know a single one of these magicians. After all, those that dared participate in the 5th grade exam, they were already magicians of the 4th grade. It was impossible for there to be many 4th grade magicians, and it was very hard to break through to the 5th grade. So there were few magicians that participated in the 5th grade exam each year. At the primary grade exam, Sui, who was already 27, was considered a bit old, so he was looked at by people with gazes of despise. But here at the 5th grade exam, he was considered rather young, making people feel he was an outstanding talent, so it attracted the gaze of the others. When the others noticed that Sui didn't even have a magician's badge on his chest, they were even more shocked. This kid can't have even skipped the primary grade exam and directly came here for the 5th grade exam, right? In front of everyone's shocked gaze, Sui reported his name to the Magicians Guild staff member in charge of the exam. The staff member in charge of the exam heard this name and looked at Sui in shock. Then he knit his brows and asked in a low voice, "Sui, are you certain you want to participate in the 5th grade exam? I must remind you, although you have Great Magician Camilla's special recommendation and can skip grades for exams, you only have one chance. If you lose this chance, you won't be able to receive another special recommendation and you'll even lose a rank in the Magicians Guild's evaluation. I hope you understand these consequences." Hearing the staff member's words, everyone finally understood. So this kid had a special recommendation. No wonder he could directly participate in the 5th grade exam. Everyone's gaze looking at a Sui filled with a trace of disdain. This kid wasn't even a primary grade magician. Based on what did he think he could pass the 5th grade exam? He took this too lightly. But other than disdain, everyone's hearts also filled with doubt. Since this fellow could receive Great Magician Camilla's special recommendation, he should have a strong talent for magic. Only then would he receive Great Magician Camilla's admiration. Perhaps he was an apprentice secretly taken in by Great Magician Camilla. He had been focusing on studying magic the entire time, so he never participated in the Magicians Guild's exam before, just to shock the world with a single feat. Thinking about it, a young magician participating in the Magicians Guild's exam for the first time and directly becoming a 5th grade magician, how shocking would that news be? Sui didn't think that everyone had all these strange thoughts in their mind. Actually, he didn't care at all about whether he passed the exam or not. He didn't even care that much about the Magicians Guild's exam. If it wasn't for Great Magician Camilla and still urging him, he would have been disinclined to participate in this exam in the first place. If it wasn't for Viscount Leslie's request, he wouldn't have directly participated in the 5th grade exam. His current strength was actually between the 4th and 5th grade. If he participated in the 4th grade exam, there was a 90% chance that he would pass. But if he participated in the 5th grade exam, he was only confident in a 50% chance of passing. Compared to the primary grade exam, the 5th grade exam got rid of many other aspects, only having a written exam and a combat portion. There was no need to mention the combat exam. The written exam was to test a magician on their magical theory, so it was very important. Unexpected to Sui, the 5th grade exam written portion was actually related to several 5th grade magic arrays. In order to study magic machines, Sui's understanding and research on magic arrays had far passed magicians of the same grade. He had even discussed many 5th grade magic arrays with Great Magician Camilla a long time ago, so it was like the back of his hand to him, and naturally the content of the exam wasn't hard for him. In less than half an hour, Sui had already easily finished the written portion of the exam. Seeing Sui casually leaving the exam area, the other magicians participating in the exam all looked at him with gazes of shock. This fellow, could it be that he really was a genius? Could it be that his strength already surpassed that of a 5th grade magician? But an hour later, when the real combat test began, the magicians that had been shocked by Sui immediately had their eyes opened. It didn't mean that Sui didn't do well, but in the actual combat test, Sui kept using magic at the 4th grade. Even if he could occasionally use a few 5th grade spells, his grasp on them weren't that great. No matter how they looked at it, Sui's strength was only at the 4th grade, and it would be hard for him to pass the 5th grade exam. So everyone's eyes looking at Sue became strange again. This fellow, could it be that he really was just purely conceited? After the real combat test was over, although Sue performance was not last among the 47 magicians, he was in the lower middle range. According to the traditions of the Magicians Guild, there was a quota of people who passed each time. In a normal situation, it was impossible for Sue to pass the 5th grade exam. Feeling the ridicule coming from everyone's gazes, Sue still had a calm face and didn't move at all. As a mechanical engineer, he cared about facts. His strength was between the 4th and 5th grade, so it wasn't unexpected that he didn't pass the exam, and it wasn't something that he couldn't accept. Not to mention that he didn't care about the results of the exam at all. But after patiently waiting for 2 hours, and when the results were announced, everyone was stunned to see that Sue was included. Sue's name was on the list of people who had passed. When he returned to the office, Sue thought about the scene when the list of people who passed the 5th grade exam was announced. Perhaps it was because Sue had been too noticeable and he didn't display that much power during the real combat. So after everyone knew that he passed the 5th grade exam, the magicians who had a more outstanding performance than Sue in the real combat test, but didn't pass couldn't help questioning it. There were even some people who were doubting that there was something happening behind the scenes with the Magicians Guild. For the doubts of these people, the response the Magicians Guild gave was that Sue scored first on the written test. Moreover, his answers on the written test were beyond what a 4th grade magician and even normal 5th grade magicians were at, showing that he had a very high level and aptitude in terms of magical theory. So the examiners were all unanimous in letting Sue pass the test. To this answer, although the other magicians didn't accept it in their hearts, they couldn't refute it since the Magicians Guild had always stressed that magicians should reach the standard in terms of theory. For Sue to even surpass the standard of theory for a 5th grade magician, it was all right to let him pass the 5th grade exam. But like this, there were quite a few 4th grade magicians who didn't pass who spoke out against Sue. Many of them even looked at Sue with gazes of hatred. A magician even specially came in front of Sue and threw down some fierce words at him. "Kid, don't think you're great since you're a 5th grade magician now. I am just a 4th grade magician. But do you believe that I can knock out all your teeth?" Sue's only response to him was just a calm smile. To him, magic was only useful in application, and there was no use in using it to fight at all. The magicians of the Signs continent wielded this magic that was comparable to the industrial technology on Earth in vain. There were even some places that created incredible powers, but they always used it to fight each other or slaughter others. They had never thought of using magic to change other people's lives. It really was a waste of precious resources. If all the great magicians were like great magician Camilla and invested a bit of their mind into studying magic application, wouldn't the people of the Signs continent not have to worry about food and clothing now? Sue gave an emotional sigh. He walked through the door of the office, and the scene he saw scared him. The foyer space of the office was not large, but in the empty space behind the main doors, there were all kinds of iron lumps placed there. There wasn't even a place for someone to stand. "Sir Chairman, you're back." A spirited voice came from among the iron lumps, and a familiar youth jumped out with a smile. "Alex, you're here." Sue replied with a smile. He pointed at the magic machines and said with a knit brow, "Didn't I tell you to properly wrap them up? Why do they look like this? It can't be that when you were transporting them, you put them into the carriage like this and rushed over, right?" The iron lumps on the ground were naturally the various magic machines from the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Other than agricultural magic machines, there were also 50 brand new magic air conditioners. After the last batch of agricultural magic machines were burned, Sue had Viscount Leslie send someone to Banta City to contact the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. He prepared 18 agricultural magic machines for the agricultural department, letting Harvey and 70 test them out on a larger piece of farmland, better understanding the performance of these magic machines. As for the 50 magic air conditioners, of course they were the first batch prepared for Victor's group of 3. Of course not. Alex quickly shook his head. "Sir Chairman, you specially said to treat these fellows like treasures, so how could I be careless? Be assured, on the road, I even wrapped each magic machine in a thick cloth and only unpacked them here. Take a look. These fellows don't even have a single scratch on their surface, right?" Su-yi bent over to check and found that these magic machines really didn't have any damage before giving a satisfied nod. Very good. Alex, didn't you always say you didn't want to stay in Bandit City? You're quite good at transporting items. I'll talk to Heinz later and have you be our company's transport manager. Our company's products will soon be sold to many other cities on the continent. So if you take the post of transport manager, I can guarantee that you'll run all over the continent. Alex's eyes lit up. Really? Sir Chairman, you'll really let me be the transport manager? Would I lie to you? Su-yi gave a snort. Moreover, you won't be riding in a horse carriage at that time, and you'll be riding in a faster and more stable cart, which is much more comfortable. Faster and more stable? What kind of cart is that? Alex asked in a confused voice. Su-yi laughed. No comment. Alex was completely stumped, but he knew that Su-yi wouldn't tell him, so he could only helplessly scratch his head. All right, first take inventory of these things, especially the magic air conditioners. There will be someone coming to take them later. Su-yi said this to Alex before looking for housekeeper Lam, having him send a servant to contact Victor. In less than half an hour, Victor had already charged over with glowing eyes. When he saw the magic air conditioners on the ground, he was stunned. He pointed at the magic air conditioners and asked Su-yi with an expectant expression. Chairman Su, these are the magic air conditioners you mentioned? Su-yi smiled and didn't respond. Rather, he signaled to Victor to help. The two lifted the magic air conditioner into a room and placed it on the nails already prepared on the wall. Seeing Victor's doubtful look, Su-yi took out a magic crystal and swayed it in front of Victor before putting it into the magic air conditioner. He then pressed the on switch and pulled Victor in front of the magic air conditioner. A cold wind was blown out of the front of the magic air conditioner, and they couldn't help shivering at the same time. Su. Chairman Su, this fellow, why? Why is it blowing cold wind? So cold. Victor dodged to the side and found that after the magic air conditioner blew out cold wind, the temperature in the room had decreased a bit. Ah. Oh, this is the variable temperature magic air conditioner, so I wanted to show you the cold function first. Su-yi gave a dry laugh, determined not to tell Victor that he had pressed the wrong switch. Coming in front of the magic air conditioner, Su-yi looked at it. He found that Heinz had followed his design and had put two switches of blue and red on it. The one he had just pressed was the blue switch for cold air. He then pressed the red switch and the blue switch jumped out with a click. Even this small design had never existed on the Signs continent before. When Su-yi mentioned it, he had received commendation from Master Lanus and Camby for it. After the red switch was pressed down, the magic air conditioner stopped blowing out cold wind. After a while, warm wind was blown out, and Victor, who was standing in front of the magic air conditioner, couldn't help trembling when he was hit by this warm wind. Not long after, not only was it warm in front of the magic air conditioner, the room that had been freezing because of the winter gradually warmed up. Victor even felt that he was a bit warm and couldn't help taking off his thick coat. Su-yi raised a hand to stop him and turned off the magic air conditioner. He asked with a smile, "How is it, young Master Victor? What do you think of the effects of the magic air conditioner?" Victor didn't hesitate to give Su-yi a thumbs up as he kept praising him. "Great. So strong. Chairman Su, I never thought that such a normal-looking piece of iron would have such a good effect. This thing is simply more effective than a large-scale frost array or flame array. Then you're not confident in selling them all?" Su-yi asked. Victor laughed as he shook his head. "No, now I'm filled with confidence. Chairman Su, we've actually asked some noble friends of ours in the past few days, and many people are curious in this novel thing. If they could see the powerful effect the magic air conditioner has, I dare to guarantee that they'll go crazy snatching them. Chairman Su, 50 units definitely aren't enough. I want 100. No, 200. The more the better." Su-yi smiled and deliberately revealed an awkward expression. "This, young Master Victor, we can supply more goods, but as for the payment..." Victor was stunned. After he came back to his senses, he patted his head. Right, this was my fault. Chairman Su has been friendly enough to give us 50 units first. I can't be too greedy, right? All right, after these 50 magic air conditioners have sold, I'll give you the payment for the first batch. Then the three of us will make some more money and buy another batch from you. What do you think?" Su-yi then revealed a smile and gave a nod. "That is very good. But young Master Victor, I will be leaving Anvilmar City tomorrow and will be returning to Banna City." "How could that be?" Victor quickly cut off Sui. Chairman Su, our cooperation is just beginning and we'll be making a large amount of money soon. How can you just leave? If you leave, where would we get another batch of goods? And it'll be a problem when I need to pay you for the first batch. Could it be the three of us have to go to Banda City? Of course there's no need. I've made preparations. Sui walked out and called Alex, who was outside organizing the products. Young Master Victor, he is called Alex. He will be our company's temporary representative in Anvilmar City, who has the complete right to represent me in our Frestek Chamber of Commerce. After I leave, you can just look for him if you need anything. Whether it is for more magic air conditioners or to pay for the goods, you can just look for him. Heinz had already talked to Alex before he came here, so he knew that he was here to do something and wasn't surprised because of this. He revealed an honest smile to Victor and said, "Hello." Victor sized up Alex for a while before giving a slow nod. Since it's someone trusted by Chairman Su, I have no opinions. After setting Alex as his representative, Sui determined some simple details in front of the two of them. This was Victor's first time doing formal business, and it was Alex's first time taking this kind of responsibility, so the two were clearly quite nervous. Compared to them, Sui, who had just passed 27 this year, was quite calm. He raised the ideas he had already thought of, and the two kept nodding as they listened to him, rarely disagreeing with him. Not long after, the three of them had finished deciding the details of the transaction, and Sui even took out a contract he had prepared to let Victor and Alex sign their names on. After they signed their names, it officially started the long-term cooperation between the two. Victor carefully put away the contract before looking out the window to look at the sky and suggesting, "Chairman Su, Brother Alex, it'll be noon soon. How about we go out and find a place to eat? It can also serve as a celebration to our successful cooperation." Sui smiled and wanted to respond, but housekeeper Lam's voice suddenly came from outside. "Chairman Su, Lord Viscount Leslie is here." Sui was surprised, and a dark look that wasn't easy to see flashed across his face before he said to Victor with a smile, "I'm sorry, the Lord Viscount is here. I'm afraid I can't come. Alex, you can represent me to drink a few cups with Victor. You will be in contact with each for a long time in the future, so you might as well take this chance to become friends." Victor helplessly shook his head. "That's fine. I hope that next time Chairman Su comes to Anvilmar City, you will let me properly entertain you. There will definitely be a chance." Sui laughed before leaving the room. Seeing Sui walk into the main hall, Viscount Leslie revealed a bright smile to him. "Sui, congratulations on officially becoming a 5th-grade magician." Sui was surprised. "How did you find out this quickly?" Although Sui didn't doubt the power of the Stag family behind Viscount Leslie in Anvilmar City, it hadn't been that long since the 5th-grade exam had ended. Viscount Leslie had already received news on this. It was a bit too surprising. A person who has never taken the Magician's Guild exam before, but passed the 5th-grade exam on his first time. "If I don't even know about this news, I might as well not come to Anvilmar City anymore," Viscount Leslie said with a bit of pride. "Oh, is me passing the 5th-grade magician exam that rare of a matter?" Sui couldn't help revealing a smile. "Of course, you have to know that there were many people who looked down on you before, but now they have no choice but to pay attention to you because of this piece of news." Sui was a bit confused. "Lord Viscount, although 5th-grade magicians aren't everywhere, they aren't that lacking, right? I think that just in our Lampuri kingdom, there should be over 1,000 5th-grade magicians, so how special can I be? Comparing it, I think my magic machines are more attractive to people. Not to mention that I was summoned by the king 2 days ago because of the agricultural magic machines. It should be right that this matter attracted more attention." Viscount Leslie shook his head. "You don't understand people's hearts at all. They thought that you were just a small merchant that invented something novel that caught His Majesty's interest. That's why you were summoned. As for the major impact that these agricultural magic machines have, these people don't know about it at all and disdain learning about it. Compared to this, a magician with great talent is something they pay more attention to." Sui was silent for a bit before suddenly saying, "Among those people, does it include Lord Viscount's father, Lord Duke Stag?" Viscount Leslie took a deep look at Sui. "Although Lord Father knows more than those fellows, but Sui, it's far from enough. Is it because me in the Frestek Chamber of Commerce doesn't have enough influence, so it can't enter his eyes?" Sui asked with a smile. Viscount Leslie gave a slight nod. It's generally this meaning. Although Lord Father is a bit interested in you because you were summoned by His Majesty, it's far from having him care about and placing importance on you. So, Viscount Leslie spread his hands and said in a helpless and pitiful voice, I'm very sorry. Although I've worked very hard, Lord Father doesn't have the intention to meet you. Sui shrugged his shoulders and said in an uncaring voice, Lord Viscount, you don't need to apologize. I'm very clear that with my identity and status, having the Lord Duke care and place importance on me is impossible. This is nothing. The Frestec Chamber of Commerce and I have a lot of space to develop, so there will be a chance to meet the Lord Duke in the future. You really do always have confidence, Viscount Leslie said with a smile. That's one of my advantages. Sui accepted this praise without any hesitation before asking, but Lord Viscount, I'm very curious. Why hasn't Hannes come see me in so many days? Could it be that after he came back to Anvilmar City, he wouldn't recognize an old friend from Banda City anymore? Viscount Leslie gave a helpless smile. You finally couldn't help asking about this. Let me tell you, according to some news I received yesterday, as soon as that fellow Hannes returned home, he was locked up and can't go out for a month. So even if he wanted to see you, it's impossible. Locked up? Sui was surprised why. Of course it's to punish him for staying in Banda City for too long, even missing the arranged time to return home. Sui was a bit speechless. He isn't a child. Why would he be punished for this? Viscount Leslie shrugged his shoulders. There's no other way. His family is like this. No wonder Hannes had a strange expression when mentioning his father. After chatting about a few more things concerning Hannes, Viscount Leslie took out a letter to give to Sui. I need to stay in Anvilmar City for some time. You're going back tomorrow, so help me take this letter back to Brunei. Sui took the letter, and Viscount Leslie gave him a thick paper bag that he didn't know what was contained within. It's some documents. Also give them to Brunei. Viscount Leslie thought for a bit before saying, I might need to stay in Anvilmar City for a rather long time. So if you need anything, you can just go talk to Brunei. Sui knit his brows. Lord Viscount, forgive me for being blunt. Although Butler Brunei is loyal to you, he is rather stubborn as a person and isn't as flexible as you. It's fine if it was a normal matter, but if it was something special, for example, some large actions for the company, I'm worried. Forgive me for being direct, but I'm worried he will delay these matters. Viscount Leslie couldn't help smiling. You kid, you actually have this much opinion about Brunei. Relax, I've said before that I wouldn't take part in the developmental decisions for the company, so you can just do whatever you want to do. As for the matter of the land, I've written about it in the letter, and I believe you won't be disappointed. Sui put the letter and bag away with a smile. Then I can be assured. Lord Viscount, you truly are wise. You have prepared everything. Viscount Leslie ridiculed him before standing up. All right, we'll leave it like this. I have something to do tomorrow, so I won't send you off when you leave. Sui shook his head. I'm not a little girl. Would I die from something like this? Viscount Leslie laughed before walking out the door. When he had one foot past the door, Viscount Leslie suddenly stopped. After pausing for a bit, he slowly turned to Sui, and his expression became very complicated, like he was struggling with something in his heart. After hesitating for a while, he finally gave a sigh before saying in a soft voice, Sui, as for the matter in the palace, I should apologize to you. Sui looked at Viscount Leslie in surprise. Countless thoughts passed by in his mind before he gave a smile. Lord Viscount, you make this sound too serious. Actually, Viscount Harvey was right. As a chess piece, I should have the awareness of a chess piece. There is no need for you to apologize. Viscount Leslie looked at Sui in a daze, and his eyes couldn't hide the shock he felt. After that, Viscount Leslie's expression calmed down again, and he gave a nod to Sui. He didn't say anything else as he left without turning back. Seeing him disappear around the corner, Sui covered his face and revealed a smile of self-ridicule. Actually, if there was no other choice, who would want to be a chess piece? 2 days later, Sui returned to the Banta City. He had been away for 10 days. This time, he didn't come back alone. But compared to when he left Banta City, the people who were traveling with him had changed. The ones with him when he left were Viscount Leslie and Baron Hannes, but now that he was back, those two fellows remained in Anvilmar City. The one who came back with Sui, other than Sanchali who Sui had picked up on the way, There were also the 10 low-level magicians he had enticed to come to Banta City to check out the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, which included Irwin, Rooney, and Bob. The highest of these magicians was only second grade. The youngest was Rooney, who was 19 this year, and the oldest was Isaac Fowler, who was 47 this year. If it said that there was still hope for the three young people of Irwin's group to become powerful great magicians, then for someone like Isaac Fowler, who was still a second-grade magician at his age, it was close to impossible for him to become a powerful great magician. So when Sui talked to them and mentioned the wages he offered, it was very easily to entice them. Other than these people who would become staff members of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce without any unexpected accidents, there was also a very special person who came with Sui. Young Miss Seveny, have you prepared a place to live during this time? Sui looked at Seveny, who sat opposite of him, and asked with a faint smile, if you haven't, perhaps I can help you find a suitable place? Seveny was still wearing the agricultural department's uniform. She didn't have any makeup on her face, and she didn't look that outstanding with a first glance. But the more one looked at her, the more they were attracted by the intelligent look she had that wasn't commonly seen in women of the Science continent. Hearing Suyi's question, Seveny revealed a gentle smile and shook her head. Many thanks to Chairman Su's goodwill, but I will be seeing Count Shan soon. As for your question, I think Count Shan should have made preparations, so there is no need to trouble Chairman Su. Sui gave a slight nod. The preparations of Lord City Lord are better than mine. Then young Miss Seveny, how are you planning to inspect our Frestec Chamber of Commerce? According to the instructions of the king, Seveny was representing the king and the agricultural department to monitor and inspect the Frestec Chamber of Commerce to ensure there wouldn't be any problem in terms of quality for the agricultural magic machines made for the agricultural department. At the same time, she would be studying the farmland transformation and the farmers participating in the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's farmer support plan to see how to implement this plan across the kingdom. Based on this work, Seveny would have to stay in Banta City until at least the spring harvest of next year. It was already December, and there were still around 5 months before next year's spring harvest. Thinking that Seveny would be staying in Banta City for this long, while representing the king to inspect his company's work, Sui felt a bit awkward. But the agricultural department representing the king was the largest customer of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, and this customer had the king's imperial edict. So Sui couldn't show any discontent at all. He had to do his best to show his passion and welcome them. Chairman Su's words are too heavy. I am not inspecting your Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Rather, I am just observing with a learning attitude. Seveny said with a faint smile. Actually, I'm very curious towards the Frestec Chamber of Commerce you've built. Chairman Su, what made you think to study magic machines? Sui paused for a second before answering in an awkward voice. Young Miss Seveny, this is a long story. Seveny still had the same faint smile. It doesn't matter, we have much time together in the future. I'm very happy to slowly listen to Chairman Su's stories. The carriage stopped at this time, and Sui opened the curtain to take a look, seeing that the carriage was already at the entrance of the city lord's manor. He jumped out of the carriage and reached his hand out to support Seveny down. If you really want to hear it, I can slowly tell you in the future. Sui said with a faint smile. As for today, you must be tired from the long journey, so I hope that you will have happy dreams first. Many thanks for your blessings. Seveny gave the normal curtsy of a noblewoman before heading to the doors of the city lord's manor. Count Shan had already received the news and was at the door waiting. Seeing Seveny walk over, he immediately came forward with a wide smile. Seeing the exaggerated smile on Count Shan's face, there were a few doubts in Suyi's heart. Even if Seveny was here to inspect Banta City on behalf of the agricultural department, did Count Shan need to act this polite? But this thought only appeared in Suyi's mind for a second before he threw it to the back of his head. After getting in the carriage again, he gave an order to the driver, and the cavalcade headed to the Frestec Chamber of Commerce outside the city. After leaving Banta City for 10 days, when he came back, Sui found that the new workshop that didn't even have a finished foundation when he left was already taking form. There were many workers busily working there, making it a lively scene. And the workshops beside the construction site were also filled with all kinds of noise. It was clear that the two workshops were filled with people bustling around with their work. He had just jumped out of the horse carriage when Wayne Riley of the Omrit Chamber of Commerce directing the construction saw him and immediately came to welcome him with a wide smile. Chairman Su, you're finally back. Manager Riley looked at the people coming down from the horse carriages before pointing at the half-finished wall of the new workshop behind him and asking, Look, look, is our construction fast enough? Su nodded. It is fast, but is the quality good with how fast it is? Manager Riley revealed an insulted expression and said in a dissatisfied voice, Chairman Su, you are looking down on us too much. Your project was handed to us by our chairman. How could we not ensure the quality, from beginning to end, to guarantee that the workers didn't make a single mistake? I've been here watching them the entire time. Su patted his shoulder. Since there's Manager Riley's promise, then I can feel assured. Then let me ask you, how long do you think it'll take before this new workshop is finished? How long will it be before we can start using it? Manager Riley thought about it. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be finished in half a month. As for when it can be used, that is hard to say. It is already winter and it's getting cold, so it's not easy for the walls to dry, so it'll take a while. It'll still take a while. Su knit his brows. If I wanted to start using it within the month, do you think it is possible? This month? You're this rushed. Seeing Su Yi's serious expression, Manager Riley thought about it before nodding. If Chairman Su is truly in a rush, I can think of a way to have the walls dry faster. But this will affect the entire building and its lifespan will be shortened. Su revealed a faint smile. No matter how short it is, it shouldn't break within 3 years, right? Manager Riley's face turned red. Chairman Su, are you kidding? The houses constructed by this Riley, how could they collapse in 3 years? Not to mention 3 years. Even if it was 30 years, I can promise there will be no problems. Sui laughed and said while shaking his head, There's no need for 30 years. There isn't even a need to mention 3 years because I have more plans for this place soon. This workshop might be rebuilt in less than 3 years. Manager Riley looked at Sui in a daze. Since he was only planning to use it for 3 years, why did Sui request for the quality of the workshop to be this high? Could it be that the Frestech Chamber of Commerce had too much money and not enough places to spend it? Manager Ryler, I still have to ask you for something else. I might not have time during this period, so I'll have to trouble you to help me pass on a message when you see Chairman Cruz. I have something to discuss with him, so I'll have to trouble him to contact me when he has time so we can set a meeting. Sui added. Manager Riley gave a nod in response. Sui gave a few more requests to Manager Riley before heading over to the curious magicians who were looking over the 2 workshops. Everyone, as you can see, these are the 2 workshops of our Frestech Chamber of Commerce. Although they seem rather simple, there are all kinds of magic machines that are produced from these 2 factories. Right now, the 2 factories can make magic machines worth over 10,000 gold coins for our Frestech Chamber of Commerce, creating large profits for our company, which can be said to be the basis of our Frestech Chamber of Commerce. If these 2 factories were destroyed by others, perhaps I might even have anything to eat anymore. Sui gave 2 laughs, but he found that the magicians didn't have any smiles on their faces. Rather, they all had frowns on their faces, as if they weren't satisfied with what they were seeing. The reason why they agreed to Sui's suggestion and came to Bana City with him was because of how fantastic Sui had made the Frestech Chamber of Commerce sound. Who would have thought that when they saw the real scene, this Frestech Chamber of Commerce would only be 2 small factories like this? A company of this scale, what future did they have? Sui rolled his eyes as he could easily guess what everyone was thinking. He didn't say anything else as he called to everyone and led them to the household magic machine workshop. The magicians hesitated a bit before following him. After all, they had come all this way. They had to at least take a look before making their decisions. When everyone entered the workshop, they were instantly shocked by what they saw. The area inside was less than 1,000 square meters, but it was actually filled with people. With a rough estimate, there were around 200 people. Not a single one of these 200 people were idle. They were all busying themselves, not stopping for an instant. What attracted everyone's attention the most were the several dozen strange-looking iron lumps placed in each corner. As the workers by them operated these machines, these iron lumps made large sounds before the various iron components the workers placed in took another appearance. As soon as these components were made, they were immediately delivered to another worker. These workers didn't stop, and they skillfully assembled these components together before sending them to the next group of workers. The next group of workers made some dazzling movements, and after these components were assembled, they took another appearance. The components were assembled bit by bit, and after the last group of workers screwed in some strange nails, these components took on the shape of a rectangular box. This seems to be that magic air conditioner thing. A magician suddenly pointed at the iron box and spoke in an uncertain voice. Magic air conditioner? What is that? The surrounding people instantly asked. The night before leaving Anvilmar City, I was a guest at Viscount Lance's house. He had some people install something in the room and said he had bought something new called the magic air conditioner. That magician explained, "It's really strange talking about it. The room had been very cold back then, but after Viscount Lance put a magic crystal into the magic air conditioner and pressed the switch, the magic air conditioner began to blow out warm air. Not long passed before the room became warm, and I didn't even need to wear my coat in the end. If I had to say it, the effect of this magic air conditioner is even better than the large-scale flame array." It can't be, right? Another magician couldn't help refuting him. Laying a large-scale flame array costs all that money, and this thing has an even better effect than the large-scale flame array. So it should cost even more, right? The other magician shook his head. It's not considered expensive. I heard Viscount Lance say that his magic air conditioner only cost him 35 gold coins. The most important thing is that this thing consumes very little magic crystals. The night I stayed at Viscount Lance's house, this thing stayed on just with a single magic crystal. It didn't need to be changed at all. It can't be, right? The others were even more shocked. Isn't this thing more powerful than a large-scale flame array? That's right. I heard Viscount Lance say that it not only blew out warm wind, it also blew out cold wind, so it could also be used in summer. Sensing everyone's shocked gaze, that magician was filled with satisfaction and began to explain in an even more complacent manner about what happened in Viscount Lance's house. Sui on the side couldn't help revealing a strange smile. 35 gold coins. This Victor, he really knows how to raise the price. When Victor discussed this with Sui, Victor had said that he would set the magic air conditioner at a fixed price of 30 gold coins. Who would have thought that when he heard it from this magician, the price would have actually been raised? But Sui didn't care whether he raised the price or not. In the end, Victor was buying at a fixed price of 25 gold coins per unit. So if Victor can sell it at a higher price, that was his skills. Seeing the magicians discussing among themselves, Sui ignored them and moved over to Heinz, who had already given him countless looks. "Hey, Sui, these fellows all seem like magicians. Could it be that you pulled them over from Anvilmar City?" Seeing Sui come over, Heinz immediately asked this in a low voice. I just don't know how many of them will stay behind." Sui said with a nod. "Let me see. 1, 2. A total of 13 people. It's too little even if they all stay." Heinz was a bit disappointed. The amount isn't important. The important part is making them stay. Sui smiled and wasn't as disappointed at Heinz. "Even if only a single magician stays in the end to work at our Frestec Chamber of Commerce, that is a major breakthrough because this is a large significance. There will be a second or third if there is a first, and then there will be even more." Heinz carefully looked over the magicians talking in loud voices and knit his brows, but his disappointment didn't disappear at all. These fellows all seem like primary grade and second grade magicians. What use can they be? Their magic isn't that much stronger than the students. Sui couldn't help rolling his eyes. You think those high-grade magicians will agree to come to a small company like ours without any fame at all? Let me tell you, to trick them here, I already spent quite a bit of effort. All right, our company isn't even the #1 company in Bana City. We don't need to set our requirements that high. Although these people have normal magic strength, at least they aren't like students where they need to spend most of their time on studying. Moreover, they have more experience drawing magic arrays, so they are more efficient than students." Hearing Sui's explanation, Heinz finally revealed a faint smile. That's right. The students are too unstable. I can't be assured just relying on them. If we can hire more magicians to replace the students in the future, it would be worth it to give them higher wages." "That's right. What wage did you give them to begin with?" Sui crossed his fingers together. "The lowest is 10 gold coins per month, and how much will be decided by their production." Heinz was shocked. "It can't be, right? It's only 10 gold coins a month. These noble magicians were willing to follow you like this. Shi shrugged his shoulders. There's no other way. Magicians are people too. They also need to eat. Perhaps it was because they were shocked by the magic air conditioner. But after He had led them on a tour of the two workshops, there were a total of 9 people of the 13 magicians who were willing to stay with the Frestek Chamber of Commerce. As for the 4 people who rejected him, the ones who made most disappointed were Erwin and Bob. I'm sorry, I really do want to struggle with you. But Erwin was a bit embarrassed. My dream since I was young was to become a powerful magician. I am still young, so I don't want to give up yet. Asked in a confused voice. You can also study magic here. Even Rooney is stay, and his magician grade is higher than yours. Erwin scratched his head before saying with a laugh. Compared to here, I prefer going through danger to increase my power. As for Rooney, his family's condition isn't good, so he always hoped for a stable income. He is different from me and Bob. Based on giving me face, I hope you can take care of him. Seeing that Erwin had made up his mind, could only give a helpless sigh and a slight nod. All right, I will take care of him. After sending off the 4 magicians who wanted to leave that included Erwin and Bob, didn't have time to be hurt. He brought the remaining 9 magicians to find Seabass to have them sign an employment contract with the Frestek Chamber of Commerce. From this day forth, these 9 magicians would be officially employees of the Frestek Chamber of Commerce. The work they did was to finish drawing all the magic arrays on the magic machines. Even though there were only 9 people, because they were full-time workers, being able to work longer than the Baron Richto Magic Academy students, and adding in the fact that they had studied magic longer, their experience in drawing magic arrays was much higher than the students. As long as they familiarized themselves with their work, was certain that the work they completed each day would surpass the students. After signing the contract, had Seabass lead them back to Bana City. In order to welcome these magicians, specially contacted Heinz ahead of time to rent 2 buildings in Bana City as their temporary residence. Of course, as there were more and more workers for the Frestek Chamber of Commerce, these 2 buildings wouldn't be enough. Had long planned to build worker dorms near the factories, giving a place for the employees of the company to live in. After taking care of these magicians, went to the magic machine workshop. He called together Camby and the other dwarves in charge to hold a small meeting. 3,000 unit. Hearing the number gave, Camby and the other dwarves all revealed look of pleasant surprise. Of course they were happy because of the large orders, which meant that the dwarves would have quite a bit of work to do and they would receive a large wage from this work. They were shocked because this number was just too high. With the current production of the magic machine workshop, they probably couldn't finish this amount by the spring harvest at all. Chairman, you should be very clear on our abilities right now. So why did you accept this order? Camby looked at doubtfully and asked, or are you going to gather more dwarven brothers to increase productivity? Time is short now, and it takes some time to grasp how to make the agricultural magic machines. Even if you can recruit enough dwarven brothers, I'm afraid this bit of time isn't enough. Revealed a bitter smile and helplessly replied, Of course I know this, but there was no other way. This was the lowest amount the king would take, and if we can't complete it, perhaps this order would be gone. Camby was even more confused. That isn't right. The king should know that our Frestek Chamber of Commerce is the only one who can make agricultural magic machines. So even if we can't complete the order, could it be that he would find others to do it? Of course he wouldn't. But the king said that if we couldn't complete this order, he would force us to hand over the technology and use the kingdom's power to build them. Do you think I had a choice? Camby and the other dwarves looked at each other, and after a while, Camby let out a long breath. Your human king really is unreasonable. Shrugged his shoulders. All right, let's forget about this. I've already taken the order, so we should be thinking about how to complete it. Camby awkwardly scratched his head. Chairman, I can have the brothers work overtime and supervise everyone to increase productivity, but there is a limit to this. It would still be very difficult to complete such a large order. Then again, other than this order, we also have to complete the orders for the nobles of the cities around Bana City, who also want agricultural magic machines. Moreover, you said before you left that because we are working with the large companies in the city, we also have to complete some production magic machines. If it's this much, I feel like we can't do it. The other dwarves all looked at each other before giving sighs and shaking their heads, clearly thinking this would be very difficult. Relying on pushing people to do labor isn't a good choice, so I have some other plans. Sui revealed a faint smile and took out a blueprint from his chest which he opened in front of the dwarves. Come, everyone take a look. This is the new magic machine that I drew in my spare time on the road. How long do you think it will take you all to finish this? The dwarves gathered around and looked at the blueprint for a while. Camby made a sound. Chairman, this magic machine is a bit like the small magic punch press. Sui nodded. That's right. This magic machine is called the rolling forge magic punch press. It's used to create parts like connecting rods. With these things, you don't need to rely on hand forging to make connecting rods when it comes to agricultural magic machines. Camby seriously looked at the blueprint for a while before he sighed. Chairman, although I don't completely understand this blueprint, I can tell that it is very powerful. If it is really like what you described, and we can rely on this production magic machine to make connecting rods, our efficiency would be greatly increased. Sui laughed. It isn't just this rolling forge magic punch press. There are also others. There is the mechanical magic punch press, the extrusion magic punch press, and other machines. My goal in the end is to use magic machines to replace as much human work as possible. Although the craftsmanship of you dwarves is very good, to increase productivity and produce in batches, we need to start using more magic machines. Camby couldn't help asking, Chairman, since you had such a good thing, why didn't you take it out earlier? Sui pointed at the blueprint. If I didn't let you come in contact with the simpler magic machines and directly took out this blueprint, would you have understood it? Camby could only scratch his head as he said with an awkward smile, no. Right, this meal had to be eaten bite by bite, and this road had to be walked step by step. I want to design all the magic machines at once and make it so everyone can easily produce what they want, but that is not realistic. It's a good thing that you dwarves are so skilled and have an especially strong comprehension for this matter that I could take out these magic machine blueprints for you all. If it was a normal person, I wouldn't dare take it out at all. Hearing Sui say this, the dwarves all revealed looks of pride. Camby forcefully patted his chest and loudly said, Be assured, Chairman, as long as you can give us complete blueprints, I can guarantee that without a single mistake, we will make this rolling forge magic punch press. Sui reminded him, Right, we'll make this rolling forge magic punch press. Camby confidently said, Chairman, you are planning to let our magic machine workshop be the same as the household magic machine workshop, having these production magic machines make these components, and then have us assemble the components, right? A dwarf suddenly asked this. Sui looked at that dwarf and recognized him to be Bordeaux, one of the dwarves from the Angola tribe. Because he was skilled and learned quickly, he became one of the backbones of the magic machine workshop. That's right, that would be the ideal condition. But as for how closely we can reach that, it'll depend on my research and your craftsmanship skills. Sui replied. Bordeaux turned to look at the busy dwarves in the workshop and said with a depressed look, But Chairman, like this, wouldn't us dwarves become useless? If these magic machines solved all the problems, what would you still need us for? Hearing Bordeaux's question, including even Camby, the others dwarves looked at Sui. Their eyes were burning, clearly showing that they cared about the answer to this question very much. Sui smiled and softly shook his head. No, Bordeaux, you're looking down on your value too much. Machines are just machines in the end. Although they can help us complete some work, there are many kinds of work machines can't do. Just like Bordeaux said, for the small magic plowing machine that you are responsible for making, when each machine is made, you need to listen to it to ensure that there is no problem with the machine. Can this task be done by a machine? Bordeaux revealed a smile and looked confident. To me, an experienced worker is far more valuable than an inflexible machine. Bordeaux, you don't have to worry that once there are more magic machines, it will mean the Dwarven brothers will have nothing to do. Rather, as the magic machines become more and more developed, I will need the help of you Dwarven engineers with rich experience, strong skills, and a deep understanding of magic machines even more. Let me tell you, each Dwarven brother in the workshop is a precious resource for our Frestech Chamber of Commerce. They are much more important than those ice-cold machines. Hearing Sui's passionate words, Camby, Bordeaux, and the other dwarves all revealed smiles of incomparable joy. The dwarves were a fairly simple and honest race. Since they arrived at the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, they had already noted in their hearts how Sui treated them. Now that Sui had given them such a high evaluation, confirming that they were precious, it filled the bottom of their hearts with joy and pride. Engineers. Another dwarf called Alum repeated this before revealing a happy smile. Chairman Sue, although I don't know what this word means, it sounds very powerful, and I like it. All right, when I introduce myself to others from now on, I'll tell them that I'm a dwarven engineer. Sue laughed. The accurate way of saying it should be a dwarven mechanical engineer. Oh, no, it's dwarven magic mechanical engineer. The dwarves looked at each other before breaking out in wide smiles at the same time. Right, we are all dwarven magic mechanical engineers. Because they were too involved in the design of the new magic machines, Sue and Camby's group of dwarves stayed in the meeting and didn't even leave at the normal time to get off work. When they finally decided their tentative plans and the meeting ending, when Sui finally left the workshop, he found that it was already night outside. It was already December and the winter freeze had already arrived, so now that it was night, the temperature outside was naturally very cold. Suddenly coming out of the workshop that was heated up by the magic air conditioner, when Sui was hit by the cold wind outside, he couldn't help shivering. The dwarves that walked out with Sui didn't show any strangeness. Although they were wearing less than Sui, they were filled with energy and didn't look cold at all. Camby even excitedly stood on his tiptoes to pat Sui's shoulder as he said in a loud voice with a smile, "Chairman, your human bodies are too weak. I think you should exercise to strengthen yourself and don't be like those other magicians, being able blown away with a single gust." Sui looked at Camby's body that was twice as thick as his with a bitter smile and shook his head. "Forget it. How can I compare to naturally talented people like you dwarves? It's better for me to go back and put on some more clothes." Camby dug in his chest and took out a bottle to give to Sui. "Here, this is some half a bottle of good wine I didn't finish yet. You'll feel warmer after a few swigs." Sui took it and sniffed it. It really had a strong wine fragrance. He couldn't help knitting his brows as he said, "Camby, didn't I say that you can't drink while working? Why do you bring a bottle of wine along with you?" Camby rubbed his head and laughed. "Relax. All those brothers are watching me, so I can't break the rules. I just carry this bottle along with me and take a drink after getting off work. You can relax. There definitely won't be any mistakes." Sui helplessly shook his head. He knew that wanting these dwarves addicted to drinking to stop drinking was impossible, so Camby restraining himself like this was already very rare. Opening the bottle, he raised his head back to take a swig, and he felt a warm current flowing down his throat into his stomach. After a while, the essence of the wine came from his stomach and heat came out bit by bit. Sui let out a breath of wine and felt much more comfortable. He waved his hand to the dwarves before walking out the factory. When he walked into the darkness away from the factory lights, Sui remembered that because of his special orders, the 2-horse carriages outside the factory had been sent off to bring the magicians back. Now there wasn't a single carriage left. Moreover, it was already night, so there wouldn't be any carriages in this remote place. So, after Sui looked around, he was depressed to find that he could only walk back to Bana City. It was a good thing this place wasn't considered that far from Bana City. After Sui gave a bitter laugh, he took another sip of the wine and woke up his mind before he quickly walked towards Bana City. Without going far, Sui suddenly stopped, and his somewhat hazy eyes suddenly became sharp. "Who? Come out." Sui gave a cold roar into the darkness. In the shadows of the trees to the left, there was suddenly a strange distortion before a person slowly walked out. Sui looked in that direction with the moonlight and could see that person's slender form, as well as the 2 sharp ears on their head. "Young Miss Agnes? Why is it you?" Sui asked in a daze. The one who suddenly appeared was actually the female elf Agnes. Under the moonlight, Agnes' body was releasing a faint light that made her seem like she was a dream, not seeming like a real person at all. Sui knew that this was the special characteristic of the elves. The elves were known as the race of the moon goddess alone. They would gain special characteristics under the moonlight. For example, the faint glow that was currently surrounding Agnes' body. It could counter most of the physical and magical damage against her, as well as making her body more lithe and agile. All the races of the Signs continent were certain that challenging an elf of the same grade in the forest and under the moonlight was no different from suicide. And someone who challenged an elf in the forest and under the moonlight. That fellow must definitely be insane. Thinking of this, Su Yi's eyes looking at Angie's filled with more vigilance. Although he had just passed the 5th grade exam and was already a 5th grade magician, but since Agnes could use the shadow stealth spell of the elves since they first met, that meant her power was only higher and not lower than Su Yi's. If she suddenly wanted to attack Su Yi would suffer quite a bit. It was a good thing Agnes wasn't showing any hostility at all. After she walked to the shadows, she even gave a standard elven greeting to Su Yi. "Hello, Chairman Su. Under the brilliance of a loon, I sincerely express my happiness at your return." Su Yi was stunned. Agnes was actually using a loon's name to show her feelings. That meant she was truly happy. Why was it that Agnes would be happy that he was back? "Because I have waited over a week for you," Agnes replied. Su Yi was even more confused. "It's only been a week. To you elves, this is the same time as a blink of the eye for us humans." "Yes, but the water source issue to our clansmen, even 1 second is too long." Agnes' almost perfect face looked to be in low spirits, which was a mood that was very rare for elves. Before leaving the tribe, the river that flows through the river was almost blocked, so the lives of our clansmen have been very hard. Su Yi looked at the expression on Agnes' face and couldn't help asking, "Then you didn't think of another way to solve it? Since you live in the falling rain forest, your water source wouldn't only rely on the river, right?" Agnes softly shook her head. "This wasn't a problem at first, but now that the river is drying up, the forest has also been influenced, and now many trees of the falling rain forest have started withering. The Grand Elder said that if this continues, the entire falling rain forest will disappear. Like this, we will be forced to leave." Su Yi wanted to say, "Leave then. It isn't that big of a deal." But when he saw the hurt look on Agnes' face and remembered the legend of elves loving their home, he couldn't say these words. "All right, young Miss Agnes, based on the situation you described, if the falling rain forest hasn't been hit by the legendary curse spells, then there is only one reason why it suddenly became like this. That is that the environment upriver has met some kind of destruction." "The environment has met some kind of destruction? What does that mean?" Agnes looked at Su Yi with a confused gaze. Su Yi patted his head. He remembered that environment being destroyed was a popular phrase on Earth, but it wasn't said on the Signs continent. This thing is very complicated. I can't explain for now. Has your tribe sent anyone upstream to check? I dare to guarantee that the soil erosion upriver is very serious." "Oh, you don't understand soil erosion either. To put it simply, it means that the area upriver shouldn't have any vegetation and is completely bare. The soil there probably turned into silt and fell into the river, flowing downstream. Finally, the silt at the bottom of the river will stack and will cause changes to the river in the end, even blocking it. Don't you think this is correct?" Hearing Su Yi suddenly giving his guess, Agnes' eyes looking at Su Yi gradually lit up. "Chairman Su, you clearly haven't been there yet, so why are you so clear on this?" Agnes called out in a pleasantly surprised voice. "I was just making a simple analysis based on what you said." Su Yi said with a shrug. Agnes asked with an expectant look, "Then you definitely have some way to solve it, right?" "That I wouldn't dare guarantee." Su Yi gave a bitter laugh. A river being diverted from soil erosion, even on the advanced industrialized Earth. This was a troublesome problem. Not to mention the Signs continent with such a low technological level. "But didn't you give me a blueprint last time?" After the elders saw it, they all said that this method should solve our problem. "So you definitely have a method, right? But you rejected my request to inspect your tribe, so how can I help you?" Su Yi said as he spread his hands. Agnes passed for a second before suddenly bending down on one knee and lowering her head, giving a very serious bow to Su Yi. She said in a very sincere voice, "Chairman Su, I ask you to forgive me for my offense from before. After I brought your request back last time, the elders agreed to accept your conditions and allowed you to come to our tribe for an inspection. Now I am seriously requesting you to take a trip to the tribe with me and help us solve our problem. Can you save our clan and our clansmen?" After saying these last words, Agnes looked up at Su Yi with an expectant expression and eyes filled with hope. The moonlight perfectly fell onto Agnes' face, and those beautiful and fair cheeks were bathed in soft light. There was a mysterious beauty and attraction that was coming from her that made Su Yi almost want to directly agree to her. This, Although I'm very willing to help you, but you see, I just returned from Anvilmar City, and now there are a bunch of things I need to take care of now, so I can't leave right now. How long will it take you to finish these matters? Agnes kept asking. Sui stroked his chin. That is hard to say. There are some things that are hard to take care of, so I'm not certain how long it'll take. Agnes' eyes dimmed before she thought it over and pleaded again. Chairman Su, I am seriously hoping you can help us. If you need some form of reward, the elders have already decided that as long as you can help us solve our problems, no matter what reward you want, we'll definitely agree as long as we can give it. Then can you give yourself to me as a reward? Sui couldn't help teasing her. Who would have thought that Agnes would only hesitate a bit before sincerely nodding? All right. Sui helplessly rolled his eyes and gave a sigh. He reached out to help Agnes stand up, and he gave up his thoughts of teasing her. He seriously looked at Agnes and said, Young Miss Agnes, you have to believe that I do have a way to solve your problem. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given Chief Monto those blueprints and had them give them to you. Agnes gave a slight nod. Yes. It is because of this that I came looking for you. That's good. Then I'll sincerely tell you that although I very much want to help you solve your problem right now, I do have some very important things I have to take care of. Moreover, it definitely won't take just a day or two to solve the problems you have. So I must make some preparations before going to your tribe for an inspection and actually coming up with a real solution. Do you understand what I mean? Agnes kept nodding. Yes, I understand. But Chairman Su, around how long will it be before you can come with me to our tribe? I really can't give you an accurate answer for this, but I think that within a year, I should have time to take a trip. Does this answer satisfy you? Within a year? Agnes innocently blinked those baby black eyes and thought it over before saying with a faint smile, All right. If this was a human speaking, they normally would have added, I hope you can keep your promise here. However, Agnes just said a simple, all right, like she completely believed that Sui would keep his promise with her. Sui gave a sigh in his heart as he said to Agnes, Since it's like this, then young Miss Agnes, we'll leave it like this for now. When I've finished my urgent matters here, I'll notify Chief Monto and have him contact you or your clansmen. I hope you can wait patiently for my message. He waved his hand to Agnes after he finished and turned to leave. After taking 2 steps, Sui was surprised to find that Agnes was actually following behind him and didn't look like she was going to leave at all. Sui turned to look at her. Young Miss Agnes, what are you following me for? Didn't we already make a promise? You can go back to your tribe now and can come look for me when you receive a message from Chief Monto. Agnes shook her head. The elders ordered me to come back with you, and since you can't leave, then I can only stay by your side and go with you when you decide to set off. Sui pointed at himself and said in a voice of disbelief, Your meaning is that you're planning to follow me all the time during this period? Agnes gave a serious nod. Yes. Sui couldn't help wanting to hit his head. This elven girl, she was actually a simple-minded idiot? Hearing the sound of knocking, Akali's round face popped out from behind the door. Seeing Sui standing behind the door, Akali revealed an unnatural expression. She paused for a bit before saying with a smile, Sir Chairman, you're back. Sui nodded before looking around the room. How is it? Is Vivian good? The first question back is about Vivian. Akali muttered before moving aside. Go in. Vivian is upstairs. She should still be awake. I'll go call her. Seeing Akali turn to run upstairs, Sui couldn't help looking behind him, but he didn't see a trace of Agnes. It seemed like this female elf should have used her shadow stealth spell to hide herself again. Thinking about how she kept following him on the way back, Sui couldn't help rubbing his head in pain. Elves were stubborn by nature, and this Agnes was especially stubborn. No matter what Sui said, she wouldn't leave Sui's side. It was like once she left, Sui would disappear without a trace. Sui couldn't speak sense to her, couldn't threaten her, and couldn't even shake her, so he could only helplessly accept this fact in the end. It was a good thing Agnes didn't like showing herself in front of others. She could always use the shadow stealth spell to hide herself, so she didn't affect Sui too much. Shaking his head as he came in, Sui found that the living room was actually tidy. It was not like the mess he had seen before whenever he came to visit. Seeing Akali run downstairs again, Sui couldn't help asking in a curious voice, Hey, Akali, you've changed your personality? You actually learned to clean the room. Akali looked at Sui with an aggrieved look and gave a soft snort. Isn't it because Sir Chairman always says that I don't clean my room? It seems like my words were effective. That is a good thing. Sui laughed before feeling that something wasn't right. He thought about it before looking up and finding that there was actually a light yellow, transparent cylinder hanging on the roof of the living room. This transparent cylinder seemed to have something inside that was letting out an intense light, but after being filtered by the cylinder, it became a warm yellow light. Sui felt this wasn't right because he suddenly remembered that it was dark outside. However, the room was very bright, just like daytime. If it was illuminated with candles, it definitely couldn't achieve this kind of effect. Looking at the light yellow cylinder, Sui couldn't help calling out in pleasant surprise, "Hey, you actually already succeeded with this research." Akali's face filled with a smile as she said, "Yes, Sir Chairman, this is the magic lamp that we researched. What do you think?" Sui raised his hand, but he found that this magic lamp was hung high up and he couldn't reach it at all. When he wanted to find something to stand on to have a better look at the magic lamp, there was a soft laugh from the staircase before Evita's voice rang out. "Chairman, if you want to take a look at the magic lamp, how about looking at the one in my hand?" Sui turned around, and his eyes instantly lit up. On the staircase, Evita was walking down. Perhaps it was because it was late, but she was wearing a set of loose-fitting sleep clothes right now. Although it tightly covered her up, it gave a lazy feeling to her that gave her a different kind of feeling and taste. What attracted Suyi's eyes even more was the glowing thing that was held in Evita's hands. This thing had a round wooden base, and there was a transparent light purple glass cover on top of that. The thing inside the glass wasn't releasing a strong light, and because it was covered by the glass, it was only letting out a dim light purple glow. Evita that was holding it was covered by it, and it added a mysterious aura to Evita. Sui looked for a while, and his heart filled with pleasant surprise. "Evita, you actually solved the problem of the magic array's intensity?" Evita revealed a faint smile and didn't respond to Suyi's question. Rather, she moved aside and revealed Vivian hiding behind her. Seeing Vivian's shy expression revealed by the light purple glow, Sui couldn't help being stunned. "Vivian, what are you hiding behind Evita for? What? Could it be that in just 10 days, you don't recognize me anymore?" Vivian quickly shook her head. She looked at Evita and seeing Evita give her a nod with a look of encouragement, she hesitated a bit before moving down the staircase and slowly moving to Suyi's side. Before she reached Suyi's side, her expression became more nervous. When she reached Suyi's side, she suddenly gave a sigh of relief and her expression relaxed all of a sudden. Sui looked at her with a somewhat bewildered look before he couldn't help reaching out to touch her head. "You don't have a fever. I say, Vivian, what is with you?" Vivian's face was already a bit red since she had just come out of the bath, but it became even redder as she forcefully shook her head. A little girl's thoughts really aren't easy to guess. Sui could only mutter in his heart before turning to wave his hand at Akali and Evita. "Come, Evita, let me see the magic lamp in your hand. Akali, take out the research you've done in the past few days. I want to see how much progress you've made." Evita brought the crystal lamp over, and Sui had her take it apart without any hesitation. As expected, there was a familiar-looking magic array at the base of the magic lamp. But looking at it more closely, he found that whether it was the magic array on the foundation of the magic lamp he had bought or the one that Evita had drawn before, it had changed quite a bit. It was clear that Evita's group had made quite a few improvements to this magic array. Sui looked at it for a while and found that the difference with this magic array was that on this magic array, there was some kind of weed that was densely packed on it. Sui carefully looked it over for a bit before recognizing that although this weed had changed colors, it was still the fluorescent grass. Sui thought about it and softly pressed on the fluorescent grass. He found that after her press down on it, there were several cracks that formed on the fine fluorescent grass. Evita saw Suyi's actions, and it was too late to call out to stop him. She saw Sui break several pieces of fluorescent grass and instantly revealed a bitter smile. "Chairman, have you found the problem?" Sui looked up at her and gave a slight nod. "This is a very normal problem. It isn't hard to find. Have you not found a solution yet?" Evita helplessly shook her head. Although the fluorescent grass can perfectly release light, it is still grass in the end and is very weak. No matter what methods we've thought of, it is very hard to guarantee it isn't destroyed. So look at this. Whether it is the magic lamp hanging on the ceiling or the magic lamp in my hand, they are all wrapped up in glass to make sure the fluorescent grass isn't damaged. Sui nodded. This idea isn't bad. The problem is too limited and we don't have a way to pull the air out of the glass or insert some inert gas to stop the material from oxidizing. But this method can't be used for long. Evita looked at Sui in a daze. She didn't understand what Sui meant by pulling out the air or inserting noble gas at all, but she knew that Sui wouldn't thoughtlessly say these things. So she didn't give her opinion and silently waited for Sui to continue while noting these down. Akali had brought over their research results from the past few days, and Sui honestly looked them over after taking them. These papers were thick and Sui seriously looked over them, so he spent a while reading them all. After he finished, Sui closed his eyes to think about something before saying to the two of them, I found that the two of you have neglected a very important problem. Evita and Akali were stunned at the same time. What problem? Sui stood up to walk over to the table and touched the magic lamp Evita had put away earlier, taking out the fluorescent grass inside the magic lamp. He had Akali bring a small bowl and then put the broken pieces of fluorescent grass inside, using a soup ladle to crush them. Seeing Sui's actions, Akali asked in shock, Sir Chairman, it can't be that you think that fluorescent grass powder can also absorb the lightning of the magic array to release light, right? Why not? Sui asked back. He pointed at the material to the side. Haven't you noticed that in the description of the fluorescent grass, even after the fluorescent grass withers, it can absorb lightning and release light? That's right. So we used fluorescent grass for this experiment. If we wanted live fluorescent grass, we wouldn't even have been able to develop these two magic lamps. But Sir Chairman, how is this related to your ideas? Withered fluorescent grass is still fluorescent grass, but isn't crushing it into powder a completely different story? Akali still asked in a confused voice. Evita also had a look of doubt, as she thought that Sui was sometimes whimsical. Sui revealed a faint smile. Since wither fluorescent grass also has the ability to store lightning and release light, it means that it is unrelated to the life force of the fluorescent grass, and it's the specialty of the material that determines this quality. Since it's like this, there shouldn't be much difference between complete fluorescent grass and powdered fluorescent grass. Since it's possible in theory, why wouldn't we give it a try? The so-called experimenting is just trying to find the one success in 10,000 failures. Evita and Akali couldn't help nodding thoughtfully when they heard this. Sui had completely grounded the fluorescent grass. He took the flashing thunder array that Evita had prepared from the table and carefully scattered the fluorescent grass powder according to the path Evita and Akali had found. When everything was prepared, Sui looked at the nervous Akali and Evita and revealed a smile. He reached out a finger and sent out a trace of magic. With a flash of light, the flashing thunder array activated. After a while, a weak glow came from the fluorescent grass powder on the magic array before it gradually became stronger. It lit up all the dark places on the table and also lit up the three faces with pleasantly surprised smiles around the table. When Sui came home, it was already late at night. Perhaps it was because she was back in a familiar environment, but as soon as they came in, Vivian, who had been sleeping on Sui's back, suddenly woke up. After being in a daze for a bit, she fully woke up and quickly jumped off Sui's back as she lowered her head to apologize. Sorry, Master. You had to carry me back. Sui patted her head and asked, How was it? Did you have a good time living with Evita and Akali? Vivian immediately revealed a smile and excitedly nodded. It was very good. Big Sister Akali and Big Sister Evita were very good to me. Big Sister still also came to see me and bought new clothes for me. Master, look, I'm wearing the clothes Big Sister still bought for me right now. Sui looked at the thick cotton padded jacket Vivian was wearing. No wonder. I was thinking that I didn't buy this for you. So it was something still bought for you. Vivian, it seems like it was a very good idea to let them look after you. How about you just live with them from now on? They're this good to you anyway. Ah. Vivian was stunned before tears suddenly appeared in her eyes. Master, you don't want me anymore? Sui never thought that just a casual joke from him would make Vivian cry. He quickly wiped away her tears in a panic before anxiously saying, I'm just joking. Don't take it seriously. Really? Master, it isn't because you don't want me anymore. Although the sadness on her face softened, Vivian's expression still looked unsettled. Seeing how she looked like an abandoned little animal, Sui let out a sigh. He thought that he really didn't pay enough attention. Vivian had been a slave since she was young, so she never had a sense of stability and safety before. Now that she finally had some peaceful days, naturally, it would be very important to her. Perhaps it was only a casual joke to Sui, but it was a very terrifying fact for her. So naturally, it would cause such an intense reaction from her. Relax, I won't not want you. I was just kidding. Sui patted her head and comforted her in a very certain voice. Then he gave the magic lamp that Evita gave him to Vivian. Go and turn on the lamp. You've been with Evita and Akali for so long. You should know how to use it, right? Hearing Sui's orders, Vivian finally stopped crying and brought the magic lamp into the room. Seeing the room light up, Sui turned back to look at the dark night and raised his voice a bit to shout, "Young Miss Agnes, come out." Space distorted to his left and Agnes appeared. "Chairman Su, do you need me for something? Could it be that you changed your mind and are prepared to head back to the tribe with me now?" Agnes' voice was filled with a trace of pleasant surprise. "I'm very sorry. I have to disappoint you." Sui shook his head. "I just want to ask you, how are you planning to spend the night?" Spend the night? Agnes seemed like she never thought Sui would ask this, so her voice was a bit surprised. "I'll just stay here." "Stay here?" Sui's face filled with disbelief. "You wouldn't be planning to spend all night outside, right? It's this cold. You aren't afraid of freezing to death." Agnes opened the cloak on her head and tilted her head with a curious look. "Chairman Su, you're caring about me?" "That's right. I'm caring about you," Sui snappily said. "Although I feel that you following me around like this very annoying. But I can't just watch a little girl like you sleeping on the streets, right? Come in. Although my place isn't big, there's no problem if one more person lives here." Agnes hesitated a bit before following Sui into the room. When she walked to Sui's side, Agnes suddenly thought of something and said to Sui, "Chairman Su, I am 74 years old this year. I'm much bigger than you. You shouldn't call me a little girl." Sui instantly found this funny. He looked over at Agnes and said in a voice showing that he was a bit angry and found this a bit funny. "According to the standard of your elves, 74 is equal to being a teen for us humans, right? I am a 27-year-old human. So is there a problem in calling you little girl?" Agnes actually carefully considered this before giving a nod. "This is also reasonable. All right, you can call me little girl." Sui was defeated by this elf Agnes' stubbornness and honesty. He could only shake his head and not pursue this topic any longer. When he walked into the room, Vivian had already lit up the magic lamp and it released a light green glow, covering the room in a light shade of green. Looking at the magic lamp on the table, Agnes looked a bit surprised. She went around the magic lamp before saying in surprise, "Chairman Su, you humans really are a creative race to actually make something like this. This is simply like the moonlight flowers in our tribe we use to light up the night. Don't you elves have strong night vision? Why would you need the moonlight flowers light?" Sui asked. Agnes shook her head. "Not every elf has strong night vision. The older elves have weaker bodies, so their night vision is also weaker. They need the moonlight flower and a lun's light very much." "Chairman Su, what is this thing that is like the moonlight flower called?" "This thing is a magic lamp." "What? You're interested in it?" Sui was a bit surprised. Agnes nodded. I like this thing very much. Of course, it would be better if it was more beautiful." "You don't think it's beautiful enough?" Sui looked at the magic lamp on the table with a confused look. Since Evita specially gave him this magic lamp, of course it was the best-looking one to Evita. The magic lamp was beautifully made and it was of excellent craftsmanship. Sui felt like it was a work of art. But this Agnes didn't think it was beautiful enough, so her request must be quite high. But thinking about it, Sui remembered that the elves had always been best known for elegance and beauty. The things of the elves would always be considered extremely fine and beautiful items. The goods that have spread from the Elven Empire thousands of years ago were considered supreme artistic treasures. Once they were known to the world, they could be sold for shocking prices of up to hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Thinking of this, Sui couldn't help curiously asking Agnes, "What part of the magic lamp isn't beautiful for you? If you could design it, what would it look like?" Agnes was a bit surprised by Sui's question, but after turning to look at him, she turned back to the magic lamp on the table and thought it over. She drew in the air with her slender finger a few times before stopping and helplessly saying, "I don't have a way to tell you." "Isn't that simple?" Sue turned to Vivian, who had been stunned by the sudden appearance of this strange girl with sharp ears, and said, "Vivian, go and bring your pen and drawing pad over for Agnes." Vivian responded before going to her room to get a pen and the drawing pad for Agnes. Agnes took the pen and the drawing pad, but she didn't immediately start drawing. Rather, she looked over Vivian and turned to ask Sue. "Chairman Sue, this human girl, is she your daughter?" Sue almost fell over. "I'm only 27. How could I have such an old daughter?" "Then she's your wife?" Sue helplessly patted his head. "I really don't know what you elves are thinking. Vivian is still this small. How could she be my wife?" "Oh, then I understand. She is your little sister, right?" It was like Agnes cared very much about the answer to this question as she kept pursuing the topic. "All right, just treat her as my little sister. Stop worrying about this. Quickly draw what you're thinking. I really want to see what a beautiful magic lamp looks like to you." Sue urged. Agnes responded and took the pen and the drawing pad. After thinking for a bit, she began drawing on it. It said on the sign's continent that every elf was an artist. Sue had only heard it and not believed it. But now that he saw Agnes drawing in front of him, he suddenly felt that these words were probably not false. It was just a few strokes, but the distinct appearance of the magic lamp had appeared on the paper. After a while, a lifelike drawing of the magic lamp appeared on the paper. Finally, Agnes added a few modifications, and a completely unique and stunningly beautiful magic lamp was finished. Sue looked at the drawing and couldn't help praising it. Not talking about how fast and precise Agnes was in drawing. Just this drawing alone was already filled with beauty. Although it wasn't that different from the magic lamp on the table, but with the unique views that Agnes had and the small changes she had made, the final product was not only filled with beauty, it also seemed incomparably finely made. If people saw it, they wouldn't be able to stop their gasps. This was simply a work of art. Only taking a single look, Sue deeply believed that if a magic lamp had this kind of beautiful appearance, it would definitely draw out people's desire to buy it. Just based on this design, the price of the magic lamp could be increased by several times. Sue's eyes instantly filled with passion as he looked at Agnes. This female elf, she was simply a natural-born, outstanding designer. At this moment, Vivian on the side suddenly spoke in a timid voice. "Master, this kind of magic lamp. It doesn't seem right." What Vivian said, Agnes doubtfully looked at her, but she didn't say anything. Sue asked in a curious voice with a trace of expectation, "Why isn't it good? Vivian, can you tell which part isn't good?" Sue was very expectant of Vivian because last time he accidentally found Vivian's talent for product design, he had decided to send Vivian to Baron Ricto Magic Academy to learn drawing, wanting to unearth the talent inside her. Now that he saw her actually agree to the beautiful magic lamp that Agnes drew, Sue wasn't a bit surprised at all. Rather, he was excited. This? Vivian looked at Angie's and saw a pair of long ears. This big sister who looked like the legendary elf didn't seem too happy, so she hesitantly pointed at the drawn magic lamp a few times before pointing at the beautifully drawn base and saying, "If the base is like this, there's no way to draw the magic array onto it." Sue looked at where Vivian was pointing, and after thinking about it, he realized that Vivian wasn't wrong at all. Evita was the one who came up with this magic lamp, but because she didn't learn anything about design at all, she just designed it based on requirements. So there were many things that she didn't consider, or rather she didn't have the related knowledge for it all. This magic lamp's current appearance was formed from Evita's many tests, so there weren't any considerations for appearance changes at all. So as soon as it was changed by Agnes, there were immediately problems that appeared. The most important problem was that the design base couldn't support a magic array, but Agnes had changed it anyway. The base was much smaller because of this, so there wasn't a way to put a magic array on it. In other words, this kind of design was a complete failure. Sue looked at Vivian and couldn't help nodding in praise. She actually noticed the most important problem with this design, showing that she really did have a talent for this. "Very good, Vivian, you're very correct," Sue said in a voice of praise. "Then according to your thoughts, how should this magic lamp be changed?" "I feel it's best if it's changed like this." Perhaps it was because she gained courage from Sue's encouragement, But Vivian directly took the pen and drawing pad from Agnes' hand and drew a new magic lamp design on another page. One had to admit, the elves did have more talent when it came to art. Although Vivian was considered a genius at drawing and had studied drawing at Baron Ricto Magic Academy for a while her drawings were very clear and lifelike, the feeling it gave to people was inferior in comparison. But compared to Agnes' drawing that only cared about the design, Vivian didn't just draw the design. She also included drawings that considered the internal design, making it look more realistic. And this came from the usual guidance Sue-E gave Vivian. When Vivian finished, Sue-E was filled with praise. "Good. Vivian, your drawing is great." Vivian's drawing considered the overall design of the magic lamp. Not only did it leave enough space for the magic array, it also left some space for further changes. Other than this, based on the design of the glass cover, Vivian had also considered the problem of light divergence. She had cleverly designed the glass cover to have a curved, non-transparent mirror. Although it wasn't clear what effect this would have on the design, it showed that she had already considered the light divergence problem. This was something that Sue-E hadn't taught her and was something Evita and Akali never considered, so it could be seen that she had thought of this herself. Getting praise from Sue-E, Vivian's face couldn't help revealing a proud look. When she looked at Agnes, she raised her head a bit. Agnes didn't notice Vivian's little actions. Rather, after looking at the design Vivian made for a while, she shook her head. "No, this isn't beautiful enough." Sue-E had a thought and gave the drawing to her. "Then Agnes, based on this, make something that you think looks good. Can I?" Agnes looked at Vivian. Vivian hesitated a bit. Although her heart was a bit unwilling, she still obediently nodded. So Agnes quickly finished a new drawing. This time, she even made a few revisions to the inner design Vivian had made. The drawing really looked much more refined and beautiful after it was modified. Even if Vivian wasn't willing to submit, she still had to admit this point. But Vivian found several more problems and pointed them out without any politeness before making another drawing. Agnes gave her ideas on the design again and created another drawing. Vivian also found more problems and made another drawing. The next morning, Sue-E woke up on time. When he walked out, he saw the drawings scattered all over the living room and Agnes and Vivian sleeping sprawled over the table. Seeing the tired look they had on their exhausted faces, they probably slept quite late. Sue-E couldn't help shaking his head. When he saw Agnes and Vivian competing with each other last night, he smartly chose to retreat and sleep first. And seeing them now, they might have gone all night. Sue-Ye's looked at Agnes' delicate and beautiful face and couldn't help smiling. Vivian was the same. Agnes called herself 74 years old, but she had the same temper. She wasn't embarrassed to say she wasn't a little girl. Sue-E carefully looked over the drawings on the table and couldn't help praising it in his heart. Based on these drawings, their ideas gradually came together. In the end, not only was the magic lamps beautifully designed, the structure was also perfect, where even Sue-E couldn't see a problem. A magic lamp of this design, it could definitely be considered a success, or it could be called an outstanding design. Sue-E casually took out a page and thought that if the drawn magic lamp could be made, it would definitely attract the interest of many people. Not mentioning anything else, just based on this outstanding design, it was worth buying. Taking another look at the sleeping Agnes and Vivian, Sue-E revealed a faint smile. It really was one will search high and low only to find it when one least expects to. When Sue-E entered the household magic machine workshop, he found that the magicians he hired yesterday were already working. This was the first time magicians were drawing magic arrays in the morning, so when Sue-E saw this, he wasn't used to it. The students hired from the Baron Ricto Magic Academy only came when they didn't have classes in the afternoon or when they were on vacation. Their work times were incomparable to full-time magicians. After Sue-E watched on the side for a while, he found that the magicians had deeper understanding of magic arrays compared to the students. For the students to complete the small frost array and small flame array for the variable temperature magic air conditioner, it would take them around half an hour. Although these magicians had low grades, each person only took around 20 minutes to finish this work. This was also their first day at work, so they weren't as skilled yet. Once they became more skilled, perhaps they could cut that down to 10 minutes. Higher efficiency and more work time. When comparing this, the results of these magicians far surpassed that of the students. To this change, the happiest person was of course Heinz. The limiting factor for the household magic machine workshop was the efficiency of the magic arrays. However, since the workers were all students from Baron Richto Magic Academy, he couldn't request the students to ignore their studies to increase their efficiency. Even if Sue-E recruited more of them, there wouldn't be enough students working here, causing the household magic machine workshop to never increase their productivity. This was something that always caused Heinz to break out in a sigh over. And the bigger problem was that Sue-E kept having the magic machine workshop create new production magic machines and improve the current ones. This gradually increased the efficiency of the normal workers in the household magic machine workshop, even reaching 2-3 times the normal efficiency in the beginning. Compared to this, the efficiency of drawing magic arrays was limited to the magic power of the students, which couldn't be increased. So like this, it gradually became a situation that Heinz felt helpless over. It was that after the workers finished the components for the magic rice cookers and magic air conditioners, they still had to wait for the students to draw the magic arrays on before finishing them. This greatly affected their production efficiency. Now that these magicians had been hired, although it was just 9 people, based on their work efficiency, they were not lower than 30 students. This instantly solved Heinz's urgent problem and made the entire workshop work more smoothly, while increasing its efficiency. It was no wonder that when Sui saw him, he had a smile blooming on his face. Ha, Sui, I think you don't need to recruit that many magicians. After these people become more familiar with their work, we might not even need those students anymore. Sui looked at Heinz, who let the success go to his head, and felt that this fellow would never change how petty he was. Not to mention that these 9 magicians could leave whenever. Even if it was for the company's future development, they would need to recruit large amounts of magicians. Other than completing the simple magic arrays, the more important job was researching magic arrays that would be used to run the magic machines. Not mentioning anything else, just based on the changes Great Magician Camilla and Still's group of 3 did to the 2 magic arrays inside the magic air conditioner, it decreased the size of the variable temperature magic air conditioner by half. This allowed them to cut down 1/3 of the magic air conditioner's cost. If there wasn't this change, Sue estimated that the profit from each magic air conditioner was around 13 to 15 gold coins. Now with this change, the profit had exploded to close to 20 gold coins. As the magic air conditioner became popular with the nobles of Banda City and the surrounding cities, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce had received an order of over 1,000 units. Putting it together, just based on the magic air conditioner alone, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce could receive a large profit of close to 20,000 gold coins this winter. And this 1/3 change in profit came from a small change. This was the power of scientific research. After he left the household magic machine workshop, Sui came to the magic machine workshop. After discussing a few things with Camby and the other dwarves, he took several blueprints before heading back to his office. The office had already been expanded, and other than the office that Sue used occasionally, there was another room that was specially put aside as well as research lab. When Sue came in, he found Wella was immersed in some material, looking through them with complete focus. These materials were related to the magic machines the Frestec Chamber of Commerce currently produces. After Wella was employed by Sue didn't immediately have her work on researching, but rather gave her some material for her to study first. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Wella looked up and saw Sue. She gave him a simple nod and didn't greet him. Sue was already used to her indifference, and this had become more clear after he had her sign the confidentiality contract. Wella, what do you think? Do you have an approximate idea of the design of our Frestec Chamber of Commerce's products? Sue didn't care about her attitude and saw down in front of her as he asked this. Wella thought for a bit before giving a slight nod. I have some ideas. Sue. Chairman, after seeing these materials, I found that it isn't strange at Rem and I lost at the Leo Chamber of Commerce at all. Oh, why did you suddenly say this? Because after I studied the material you gave me, I found that in these magic machines, the magic actually isn't the main factor. What decides its use is actually the design and structure of the magic machine itself. If it was just in terms of magic array, the ones that me and Rem created wouldn't lose to your magic arrays in terms of power. But if these magic arrays were used in magic machines, because there is a big disparity in terms of design, there would be a large contrast. Sui looked at Wella in surprise as he couldn't help revealing a look of appreciation. Although this logic was simple, other than great magician Camilla and Still's group who researched with him, the other magicians didn't seem to understand this point. In everyone's thoughts, they felt that the power of the magic machines is because of the power of magic. They completely ignored the powerful mechanical engineering knowledge Sui had brought from Earth. Wella was the first person who recognized this in front of Sui. Even with Still and the others, they recognized this, but they didn't openly accept it like Wella. Congratulations, Wella. Recognizing this point, it means you have taken a step closer to becoming a magic machine designer. Sui said with a faint smile. Since you have this understanding, I feel like I can now give you some real work to do. Sui took out a blueprint and handed it to Wella. This is the blueprint for the rolling forge magic punch press that I'm planning to develop, and I need you to study something, which is this magic array that provides the power. Because there needs to be explosive power in this driving force, I feel that it is most suitable to use a burst-type flame magic array. Wella, you are more skilled with fire magic arrays, so I decided to give this part to you to study. I have already written down the specific requirements for this magic array on the blueprint, so you can just properly study the patterns and details on the design. Wella took the blueprint and was shocked by the dense amount of details written on the design. After she looked it over, she looked up to ask Sui, Chairman, when you designed the magic fan, you didn't use such a complicated blueprint, right? Of course. Sui replied in a natural manner. The magic fan technology is so low-leveled. How could it compare to this rolling forge magic punch press? You should know that the magic fan only used a simple revolving wind array, and this rolling forge magic punch press. My initial plans has it using 11 magic arrays of different grades and 3 different elements. Do you think it would be the same? Wella looked at the blueprint in a daze before suddenly giving a bitter smile. Chairman, now I'm willing to admit my defeat. Sui revealed a smile. He pointed at a few places on the blueprint before saying with a serious expression, I don't care if you admit it or not, but you have to do well with this magic array. You are now an employee of our company. Wella, I hope you will not mess it up. Well glared at Sui and gave a soft snort. Her expression was filled with confidence again. Who do you think I am? In order to complete the 3,000 agricultural magic machines before the spring harvest, Sui was incredibly busy. After taking care of the research Wella was responsible for, Sui immediately left the factory and headed back to Bana City. When first went to see Sanchali, who had been thinking about the magic array problem in a room by himself. After giving him a few words of instruction, he immediately went to Evita and Akali's little house. After they saw the new magic lamp design that Agnes and Vivian made together, Evita and Akali couldn't help gasping in shock. Sir Chairman, who drew this? This is simple. Too beautiful. Feeling excited, Akali even forgot about how she was deliberately acting cold towards Sui. She grabbed Sui's arm in pleasant surprise as she cried out in shock. Although Evita was more reserved compared to Akali, she also couldn't help revealing a look of excitement. That's right, Chairman. This magic lamp is too beautiful. If there really was this kind of magic lamp, I don't care how much it costs, I would definitely buy one. Evita said in a certain voice. Are you both very interested in this magic lamp? You both want to buy it? Sui asked. Of course. The two both nodded as they replied in a very certain voice. This is simply a work of art. An embarrassed look suddenly appeared on Evita's face. Sir Chairman, since you had just a good magic lamp design, why didn't you tell me earlier? You caused me to give you such an ugly magic lamp. No, that magic lamp isn't ugly at all. Moreover, the magic lamp drawn here was modified from that magic lamp. Sui quickly comforted her. This design has just entered my hands. I didn't know about it at all before. Since you two are very satisfied with the design of this magic lamp, then there should be no worries in terms of selling it. Very good. This has been decided. The next product our Frestec Chamber of Commerce will be selling is this magic lamp. Great. I support you, Sir Chairman. Akali gave an excited clap. When this magic lamp is made, I will definitely buy one. Sui rolled his eyes at her. You are one of the designers of this magic lamp and you're still thinking of buying it? Relax. When it is made, I'll give you one. Akali cheered in happiness, even swinging as she hugged Sui's arm, not acting depressed like before after suffering a blow from Sui. Seeing Akali's exaggerated appearance and Evita's happy appearance, Sui couldn't help revealing a smile. The powerful magic machines that he worked hard to make. In the eyes of these little girls, they couldn't compare to a single magic lamp. After saying goodbye to Akali and Evita, Sui headed to Great Magician Camilla's magic tower. Although the Frestec Chamber of Commerce already had Still, Evita, Akali, Wella, and Sanchali researching magic arrays for them, which was completely enough to finish researching the magic arrays needed for magic machines. In order to complete the mass-produce the agricultural magic machines, Sui had to invent a series of magic punch presses for them. Compared to the previous simple magic fans, magic rice cookers, magic air conditioners, and small magic punch press, the rolling forge magic punch press used to make agricultural magic machines was much more complicated. Naturally, there were several times more magic arrays that needed to be researched. To complete this large amount of magic array research in a short period of time, it was naturally impossible to just depend on Still and the others. So after discussing it with Cambi and the others, Sui decided to ask for Great Magician Camilla's help. Not mentioning the large amount of magic array research, the core driving part of the magic punch presses had high requirements, so naturally the magic array also had to be of the same level. Although Sui theorized that 5th grade or 6th grade magic arrays should be enough, to be sure, Sui planned to give this core research to Great Magician Camilla to finish. If Sui gave all these research projects to Great Magician Camilla before, he would have definitely been reprimanded by Great Magician Camilla. But after receiving the gold coin subsidization from the Frestec Chamber of Commerce and receiving some extra rewards from helping with the research, Great Magician Camilla had seen the benefits of helping Sui complete this research and also gradually lost his resistance to the work Sui gave him. Not to mention that helping Sui complete this research also helped Great Magician Camilla gain new understanding of magic and magic arrays, which was quite a large help to increasing his magic power. So each time he saw Sui, Great Magician Camilla was not filled with regret like before. It was more like he was expecting something, as he always had a smile, looking very friendly. But seeing Sui this time, Great Magician Camilla had a different expression. When he saw Sui come in, he gave a cold snort. Sui was a bit surprised. He had already left Banda City for over 10 days, and this was his first time seeing Great Magician Camilla. So he shouldn't have done anything to make him mad, right? Great Magician Camilla looked at the stunned Sui and gave another snort. He said in a deep voice, "I thought that after you became a 5th grade magician, you would ascend into the heavens. You wouldn't be willing to see me, but you still know to come." Sui was even more surprised. What did Great Magician Camilla mean by that? He had just come back yesterday afternoon and came to see him the next morning, but he was actually dissatisfied? Great Magician Camilla suddenly changed the topic. "Kid, do you know that after Still knew that you would come back yesterday, she was happy for several days. It was rare for her to even make several dishes, and she waited to invite you to my house for a meal. Kid, in the end, you ran to the little girls of Evita and Akali's place. What? Are those 2 little girls more beautiful than Still?" Sui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. So Great Magician Camilla wasn't saying something about himself. Rather, he was saying something for Still. But Still was even more strange. The reason why he went to Evita and Akali's place was to bring home Vivian, who had been there for several days. It wasn't like Still didn't know what was going on, so why was she so angry? "This, Your Excellency Great Magician, you don't mean that, right? Still's charm is not only something everyone in the city knows. Even in the surrounding cities, she is considered the goddess of Banda City. If you say that she isn't beautiful, isn't this speaking nonsense with your eyes wide open?" Sui thought about it before replying like this with a dry smile. Then he quickly changed the topic and asked, "That's right. How did you know I became a 5th grade magician?" Great Magician Camilla gave another cold snort and pointed at the thick book on the table as he said, "Kid, you've become famous." The becoming famous Great Magician Camilla mentioned was becoming famous in the Magician Circle. This magazine-like thing was a periodic released inside the Magicians Guild, so only great magicians and archmagi will regularly get it. So Great Magician Camilla saying Sui's become famous means that he was known by many great magicians. There were only 27 archmagic and over 500 great magicians on the entire Science continent. So strictly speaking, Sui was only famous among these 500 or so people. To be honest, this couldn't be considered famous at all. Idiot. Great magician Camilla angrily looked at Sui. Archmagi and great magicians are the top characters among magicians. So having the archmagi and great magicians knowing about you, that is equal to all the magicians knowing about you. Is this not considered being famous? Sui looked at great magician Camilla in shock. Really? Why would I lie to you? Great magician Camilla pointed underneath him. As long as I wanted, all the people in this magic tower would learn about this news. If they then spread this news to others, all the magicians in Banta City and the surrounding cities would know about this. Let me tell you, this internal periodic has a high position in the hearts of the magicians of the continent. So if you can appear in this periodic, it is hard not to become famous. Sui stroked his chin, looking a bit confused. Although it is rare to see someone become a fifth-grade magician with their first exam, with how high-scale this periodic is, I think I shouldn't be qualified to appear in this periodic, right? Great magician Camilla shook his head. Of course it's not because you became a fifth-grade magician. Although this doesn't happen often, there are many people who participate in the guild's exam, and there will always be someone who is as shocking as you. So this matter isn't considered rare. This periodic isn't a newspaper that reports gossip like the Bandit Times. It only reports on things related to magic. For you to appear on it, it is actually related to your answers on the fifth-grade exam written test. Written test answers? Sui remembered when he took part in the test, and was a bit astonished. Why do I feel that there isn't anything special about that? You don't think it's special? Great magician Camilla looked at Sui as he asked this with a serious look. Seeing how serious great magician Camilla was, Sui seriously thought about it before shaking his head. No, I don't. Great magician Camilla's expression became a bit strange. Sui, it seems like I've still underestimated your talent. Come, take a look at the appraisal of you in the periodic. Sui took the thick periodic from great magician Camilla's hands and turned to the 7th page as instructed. He found that what was written on it was actually the questions on magic arrays he had encountered in the 5th-grade exam. Sui noticed that the one who wrote this article was called Gordon Eisenkel. This name was a bit familiar to Sui. Thinking about it, he finally remembered that when he had just started working at Great Magician Camilla's Magic Tower, Sarash had mentioned this name. He said that he was the richest great magician in the Lampuri Kingdom. And in this article, this richest great magician was filled with praise for the answers that Sui had given. The magic arrays in the written exam were only 5th-grade arrays. The questions were asking about some details of the magic arrays, as well as some small requests to let the examinee improve a few parts of the magic array. Sui already knew a great deal about magic arrays, and adding in the fact that he focused most of his energy in changing magic arrays to suit the needs of magic machines. These kinds of questions were a piece of cake for him. After the test was finished, the old examiners from the Magicians Guild were unanimous that Sui's answers far surpassed the level of normal 5th-grade magicians. They specially agreed to let him pass the test and become a 5th-grade magician. And in this article, great magician Eisenkel analyzed the answers Sui gave bit by bit, clearly explaining all the ideas behind Sui's answers. This is completely a genius level of creativity. Using the curves of the array to change the magic array's magical elemental area density absorption, causing a change in the area of effect of the magic array. This is simply allowing the magic array to come alive. If we can promote this kind of creativity, we can even change magic arrays as we wish, allowing the magic arrays to reach the effects we want. I can definitely say that this Sui's research on magic arrays has reached the level of Grandmaster. Even I can't compare to him. Seeing great magician Eisenkel's straightforward praise in the article, Sui couldn't help blushing a bit. These magic arrays were only natural to him, but he never thought that in great magician Eisenkel's eyes, it would be this shocking. This was something he really didn't expect. After he finished reading the article, Sui slightly knit his brows. He asked great magician Camilla, "Your Excellency, great magician, are you close to this great magician Eisenkel?" Great magician Camilla shook his head. "No, we just know each other's names." "Then why is he praising me like this? I don't think that I'm worth this kind of praise." Seeing him praise me as a genius in his article, I feel a bit embarrassed. There's no need to feel embarrassed. After I saw the answers you wrote for the written exam, I felt that his praise for you isn't exaggerated at all. Your creativity and ingenuity really is worthy of this praise. Great magician Camilla seriously said, I still have the same view as before. If you were to focus on studying magic, perhaps your future achievements might even surpass me, and you could even become the first archmagus of the Lampuri kingdom. Sui gave a dry laugh. Your Excellency, great magician, you don't need to say this again. Great magician Camilla gave a snort before saying, Of course, other than you having the qualification to be praised like this, I have to remind you that this fellow Eisenkel, he has never done anything unnecessary, so you should be a bit careful. Sui gave a slow nod. There was a phrase that said that there was no free meal in this world. Even if the answer that he gave in the written test was quite shocking, it was still only a written test for the 5th grade exam. In a normal situation, it wouldn't fall into the eyes of an important character like Great Magician Eisenkel at all. But Great Magician Eisenkel had to choose the answer that Sui had given and specially wrote an article in this important Magicians Guild's internal periodic, giving such large praise. If it was said he didn't have any other goals, Sui wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. But Sui felt this was very strange. He was just a small 5th grade magician. What was worth having this great magician deem as important? Unless he cared about the fact that he was Frestech Chamber of Commerce's chairman? Sui thought about it and couldn't think of an answer, so he could only put aside this question for now. He focused his mind back on the main topic of why he came to find great magician Camilla. Hearing that Sui wanted to focus on studying a series of production magic machines and that he was only giving him a month's worth of time, great magician Camilla couldn't help knitting his brows. Kid, are you planning on not giving me any time to research magic? Sui gave a helpless sigh. There's no other choice. To complete the order for His Majesty, I have to invent these production magic machines. Even if the dwarves go all out, they can at most finish the initial 3,000 small agricultural magic machines. But to finish the tens of thousands of agricultural magic machines the king wants, they might not even be able to finish in several years. Since it has to be studied eventually, it is better to do it earlier. But these magic punch presses look this complicated. You really think it can be done in a month? Great magician Camilla doubtfully asked. Perhaps the time is a bit tight, but I don't think it's that big of a problem. Sui paused before saying with a serious expression, Your Excellency, great magician, it isn't just the king that wants to achieve the plan in his heart. I want to do the same. To spread the agricultural magic machines before the harvest season, it will raise the kingdom's total harvest. The king is considered the living problem in the kingdom, and although I'm not that noble, I'm not willing to see people starve. Last time when I discussed the disaster in the kingdom with Heinz, where many people starved to death, a grown man like Heinz couldn't help breaking out in tears. I decided then that my priority would be to make magic machines that could increase the harvest. Great magician Camilla thought about it before giving a slight nod. Your thoughts aren't wrong. When I was invited to Count Sean's banquet a few days ago, Count C was filled with praise for you and the Frestech Chamber of Commerce. He said that with the help of the Frestech Chamber of Commerce's agricultural magic machines, quite a bit of farmland had been opened near Banta City. If nothing unexpected happens, Banta City's harvest will greatly increase and make sure that everyone can fill their stomachs. Sui, do you know that because of this, Count Sean has been secretly giving you and the Frestech Chamber of Commerce quite a bit of support? If not, your Frestech Chamber of Commerce wouldn't have developed so smoothly in Banta City. Sui nodded with a faint smile. The city lord taking care of me and the company, I know in my heart. He then gave a laugh. But your Excellency, great magician, since the Lord City Lord is supporting me, shouldn't you also support me? Great magician Camilla snappily looked at Sui. Don't use Count Sean to pressure me. It's no use. But since you are trying to increase the production of agricultural magic machines, I'll agree to your request. Not only me, I will have the entire magic tower help you research the magic arrays for these production magic machines. Sui was filled with joy. With great magician Camilla's promise, Sui had over 80% confidence in making these magic press punches. 2 days later, the Frestech Chamber of Commerce's factory outside the city welcomed a special guest. Young Miss 70, please take a look. These 2 workshops are the current factories for our Frestech Chamber of Commerce. As for the construction to the side, that is our new magic machine workshop. According to Manager Riley's deadline, we should be able to use it within the month. Sue-E was standing outside the workshop, introducing everything to 70 beside him. Wayne Riley on the side heard Sue-E mention his name and immediately revealed a smile as he said while nodding, "That's right. If nothing unexpected happens, this factory can be used at the end of the month." 70 looked at the magic machine workshop that was less than 1,000 square meters before looking at the new workshop that was clearly more than 10 times bigger. She knit her brows and said, "Such a large place. Can it be done within the month? Even if it is done, can it be used that quickly?" "Chairman Sue, aren't you being too hasty?" Sue-E shrugged his shoulders. "If it wasn't for Manager Riley insisting on maintaining quality and not ruining the reputation of their Omrit Chamber of Commerce, I would have requested him to finish this factory by the middle of the month." Manager Riley heard Sue-E unintentionally praising him and the Omrit Chamber of Commerce, causing him to fill with joy. With how Sue-E was treating her and even how respectful he seemed. Although this young Miss 70 seemed young, she definitely was someone with status. If he could make a good impression on her, it was a good thing whether it was to Manager Riley or the Omrit Chamber of Commerce. "Chairman Sue, although His Majesty's request is a bit tight, I hope that it will not cause too much pressure for you that will lead to accidents. If you let these workers be hurt, His Majesty and I will both be unsettled." 70 looked at Sue-E, speaking in a serious voice. Sue-E was a bit surprised. He looked at 70 and saw that her expression was serious, not like she was saying this just for appearance. He gave a nod and said with a smile, "Be assured, young Miss 70. I take the safety of the workers under me very seriously, and I am assured in the skills of the Omrit Chamber of Commerce and Manager Riley, so there shouldn't be any problems." Manager Riley immediately came forward to say, "Young Miss 70, you might not know this, but in terms of treating one's workers, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce is one of the best. Not to mention the companies of Arbanis City. Perhaps there wouldn't be a single company in the entire Lampuri Kingdom that could compare to them." "Oh." 70 looked at Manager Riley and asked in an interested voice, "What special treatment for Frestec Chamber of Commerce workers? Why do you think that it is so good?" Manager Riley looked at Sue-E and saw that he had no objections, so he said with a smile, "Not mentioning anything else, just the set work time of 8 hours a day for the Frestec Chamber of Commerce workers is something no companies can compare to." A set work time of 8 hours a day. 70 looked at Sue-E in surprise. "Chairman Sue, is this true?" Sue-E gave a slight nod with a smile. 70 of course knew that Sue-E wouldn't use something this easy to research to deceive her with, so she was even more surprised. "Why do you have this rule? Although employees do need time to rest, don't you think set work times of 8 hours is too short? If you give the employees that much time to rest, don't you think that it's a waste of their wages?" Sue-E's expression became a bit strange, as he thought that since the Frestec Chamber of Commerce had too many orders right now, the workers were working overtime each day. If this was Earth, he would be scolded as a no-good capitalist. He never thought that he would be asked if he felt the wages were a waste if people rested too much. This, young Miss 70, workers are people too. Other than work, there are many things they have to do in their own time. Actually, Manager Riley's words aren't correct, because the company has been too busy lately. The workers have been working overtime each day and don't have that much time to rest. Before 70 could speak, Manager Riley couldn't help saying, "That's not right, Chairman Sue. Not mentioning your workers doing overtime. When the workers under me heard that your workers receive overtime pay, there were some people who wanted to come over to your company." "Overtime pay?" 70 was surprised again. "What is this?" It's that outside the set 8 hours of work each day, if people still need to work, they will receive rewards for their services. That is called overtime pay," Sue explained. 70 looked at Sue-E with a strange gaze. "Chairman Sue, you really are a strange chairman. Your Frestec Chamber of Commerce is also very strange. This is the first time I'm hearing about a company giving their workers overtime pay." "That's right. Chairman Sue, can I ask you something? The employees for your company, how much is the wage for your workers each month?" "There isn't anything wrong. It's not a secret," Sue-E said with a smile. "If it's for the set 8 hours and there isn't overtime, the workers in the 2 workshops earn around 8 gold coins. Because there have been more overtime in the past 2 months, most of the workers earn around 10 to 16 gold coins." "That much?" 70's eyes widened slightly. After thinking about it, She turned to ask Manager Riley. Mr. Riley, can I ask how much the workers under you earn each month? Manager Riley gave a bitter laugh and looked at Sue E with hidden complaint. He hesitated a bit before saying, this. There are different works, so there are different wages. For the current month, it's around 4 gold coins. Seeing 70's strange appearance, Manager Riley couldn't help explaining. The price our Omrit Chamber of Commerce is giving is already quite high. The other workers who build houses like us at most earn 6 gold coins. Young Miss 70, you can't compare our company with the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Chairman Sue E. What? Sue E asked with a smile. With Sue E and 70 looking at him, Manager Riley gave dry laughs for a while before he finally couldn't hide it any longer. He lowered his voice and said, this, Chairman Sue, young Miss 70, you mustn't think that this is something I've said. Actually, there are many bosses of many companies in Bana City who secretly talk about Chairman Sue. They all say that Chairman Sue is a complete prodigal. Prodigal? Sue E couldn't help smiling. Giving the workers a slightly higher wage is being a prodigal? I think that aren't they being a bit too stingy? Manager Riley quickly waved his hand. Chairman Sue, you can't speak nonsense. Actually, if I have to say something, you are indeed a bit of a prodigal. They are just some normal workers. Why do you need to start them off with such high wages? Not to mention with your Frestec Chamber of Commerce giving such high wages, what can the other companies of Bana City do? Do you know that the workers under me have protested many times? If it wasn't for Chairman Cruz agreeing to increase their wages, they would have already stopped working. Sue E looked at the slightly irritated Manager Riley. He thought that these words probably weren't Manager Riley's words, but rather words from Chairman Cruz and a small warning to him from the other companies of Bana City. Sue E disdained all of this. Compared to him, these fellows were capitalists who squeezed out every drop from their employees. Of course, on the Science continent, their ways were common and Sue Yi's was a bit strange. It was expected that it raised some opinions with some people. But Sue E didn't plan to change according to their ideas. Based on industrial development from Earth, pressing down the wages of the workers was not the right thing to do. This would go against the rules of socio-economic development and would actually slow down the development of the economy. If the normal populace didn't have the economic ability to buy products, it meant that the market wouldn't be active and it would affect the circulation of goods. This would affect the profit of the company and would create a vicious cycle. But with the Frestec Chamber of Commerce raising the wages of their workers, it allowed the workers to have enough financial power to satisfy their basic needs, while also allowing them to buy other products. This facilitates the circulation of products and increases economic development. Take the example of the 200 human workers in the household magic machine workshop. Because they received a wage of over 10 gold coins from the Frestec Chamber of Commerce for 2 months, not only has it greatly increased their family's living conditions, it also allowed them to have enough money to buy toys for their children. These toys were not made by the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, but the company that made these toys benefited from this, which brought more profit for their company. This also allowed them to create more jobs, which also increased the income of another group of people. Through the business cycle, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce would benefit eventually. Take the magic fan as an example. Actually, one magic fan only cost 2 gold coins, and if the people of Banta City had the same level of wages as the workers in the household magic machine workshop, then each person would have the financial power to purchase one. Like this, in just a small city like Banta City, there would have been several tens of thousands of Frestec brand magic fans that sold. It wouldn't have been the same as summer where only several thousand sold. This logic was something that Sue E felt someone like Chairman Cruz wouldn't understand, so he didn't waste time explaining it to him. The best method was to just do it. If he placed the solid benefits in front of their faces, those fellows might understand. As for now, Sue E didn't plan on changing his methods. After a few thoughts passed in his mind, Sue E paused before saying to Manager Riley with a smile, "If they won't work anymore, our company is about to expand again, so we plan on recruiting some more workers. If the workers under you don't want to work anymore, I welcome them very much to join our company." Manager Riley's face instantly changed. "Chairman Sue, what do you mean by this?" Sue E laughed and patted Manager Riley's shoulder before saying, "Nothing at all. It's just a joke. Relax, Manager Riley. Please tell Chairman Cruz that since our Frestec Chamber of Commerce is already working with the business union, then we won't make it hard for everyone. Since the wages of workers has already increased, it's impossible for it to fall for no reason. As for other aspects, we can cooperate on some more things. As long as everyone receives gold coins, it isn't that hard to accept the workers earning a bit more. Don't you think so? Manager Riley looked at Sue E with an uncertain expression. This Sue E, was this secretly making fun of them? After Manager Riley found an excuse to leave, 70 revealed a smile with some extra meaning to Sue E as she said, Chairman Sue, it seems like your partners in Bana City aren't too happy with you? Sue E laughed and acted like he was surprised as she said, Young Miss 70, what are you saying? The large companies of our Banda City are good partners from the business union. How could there be dissatisfaction? You must have mistaken something. 70 smiled and didn't waste time pursuing this topic. She looked at the magic machine workshop she had just toured under Su Yi's guidance and thought about it before saying, Chairman Su, you just said that you are planning to use around a month to develop some new production magic machines to raise the production of agricultural magic machines. Are you confident in researching and developing these production magic machines? Of course. Su Yi said responded in a very certain voice. Our Frestec Chamber of Commerce has large amounts of experience in developing production magic machines. Now that we have a powerful backing like Great Magician Camilla, I am certain it will succeed this time. 70 softly shook her head. Chairman Su, you didn't tell the truth. From the situation in Banta City and the information I've gathered in the past few days, the key of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce is still you, this chairman. Whether it was the magic fan in the beginning or the agricultural magic machines that are important to the agricultural department, these magic machines all came from you, and you played the most important part. So I don't want to ask if your Frestec Chamber of Commerce can do this or not. I just want to ask you, do you have the confidence? Su Yi looked at 70 and noticed that her expression was very serious, without a trace of lies. It made people unable to not believe her words. Young Miss 70. If I, as the chairman, didn't have confidence, our Frestec Chamber of Commerce would have disbanded already, don't you think? Su Yi asked back. 70 looked over the smile on Su Yi's face for a while before giving a slight nod. I hope that Chairman Su will always be filled with confidence. All right. I believe that you will develop the new production magic machines in a month and that the agricultural magic machines will be integrated into mass production. But Chairman Su, I have a question about the mass production you mentioned. According to what you said, if you can change the production line, the agricultural magic machine production rate can be increased by over 10 times. But like this, will they be able to maintain the same quality? I feel that for anything, to maintain quality, one needs to be stringent. The idea of being stringent is good, but young Miss 70, your thoughts are being used in the wrong place. Going from hand-building agricultural magic machines to using machines to mass produce is changing to a completely different method. Although the quantity has been increased, that does not mean the quality will be decreased like you said. If we use strict standards to guide it, the produced agricultural magic machines might even be of higher quality than hand-produced ones. Su Yi pointed at the household magic machine workshop to the side and said, in that workshops just now, you saw the first batch of magic fans and the newest batch of magic fans. Which do you think has the higher quality? Of course, it's the newest batch of magic fans. 70 replied without any hesitation. Like you have seen, although the first batch of magic fans were made purely by the best craftsmen in Bana City, its quality can't compare to the newest batch of magic fans assembled from the components made from the production magic machines. Although people are more flexible than machines, when it comes to mass production, human power comes far from being able to compare to machines. If His Majesty just wants 3,000 agricultural magic machines, I could just have the dwarven craftsmen finish them with their hands alone. But His Majesty has requested 30,000 units, and even more. So unless we complete this with machine power, there is no other choice. 70 thought about this before giving a slight nod. Perhaps you're right. But without seeing the products it produces first, I still have this doubt. I hope Chairman Su will not disappoint me. Relax, I promise you won't be disappointed. Su Yi revealed a smile before pausing and saying, Young Miss 70, I think you should know now that the ones making those agricultural magic machines for our company are those dwarves. Can you help me solve a problem? Chairman Su does not need to be this polite. My main task in coming here is to help the Frestec Chamber of Commerce complete His Majesty's orders. As long as your request will help complete these orders, you can mention them all. 70 said with a smile. That's good. He didn't stay polite as he continued. Although those dwarves had been working for the company for several months, because they are dwarves in the end, they never received any certification from the kingdom. It makes it quite inconvenient for them to live here. Young Miss 70, can you help solve this problem? The kingdom has laws pertaining to this. As long as races other than humans fulfill these conditions, they can become citizens of the kingdom. I believe Chairman Su should know about this, right? 70 asked back. I do know about this, but young Miss 70, you should be clear that these laws are too strict. If the dwarves want to become official citizens, not only do they have to fulfill a requirement for years lived in the kingdom, they have strict requirements in terms of taxes. It is impossible to achieve this in less than 8 years. And to have these dwarves wait for 8 years, perhaps our Frestec Chamber of Commerce will have disappeared by then. Chairman Su, are you joking? 70 looked at Su. The Frestec Chamber of Commerce has such good prospects for development. How could it not last at least 8 years? As for the request you've raised, I'm afraid I can't respond to you. The laws of the kingdom are clearly written, and it can't just be changed for the 200 dwarves of your Frestec Chamber of Commerce. I'm not requesting that you change the laws, and I'm not hoping the kingdom can accept them as citizens. I was just hoping that you could give them a special certification to make it easier for them to live here. For example, a worker card. Su then said. Worker card. 70 looked at Su in surprised. What does that mean? A worker card is, other than other races who are citizens of the kingdom, this can also be given to humans from other countries who want to work here. The people with worker cards can be employed by the companies of the Lampuri Kingdom. While their worker cards are in effect, they can stay, work, and live a normal life in the Lampuri Kingdom. To put it simply, people with worker cards can be considered temporary citizens of the Lampuri Kingdom, but they are restricted by the companies. Once problems occur with these people, the kingdom officials can look to the companies that hire them to take responsibility. After their worker card expires, these people will lose their temporary citizen status. If they want to remain here, they can apply for it again and wait for the kingdom officials to approve it. Su patiently explained. 70 looked at Su in surprise. This idea isn't bad, but how can you guarantee that these people will follow the kingdom's laws? I've just said it. These people rely on the companies and their employment status to enjoy this qualification. Other than watching these people, the officials just have to watch the companies as well. I think that the companies of our Lampuri Kingdom would care about their own feathers, right? 70 thought about it and couldn't help slowly nodding. This idea isn't bad, but Chairman Su, you've forgotten a problem. Whether it is issuing the worker card or doing qualification tests, it requires a related department from the kingdom. The human resource needed won't be small. With the kingdom's current finances, I feel that it will be hard for His Majesty and the Royal Parliament to accept this suggestion. No money? Isn't that simple? Su laughed. You need to pay money to apply for a worker card, and while these cards are in effect, the companies that hire these people will also have to pay a fee, with the amount depending on the situation. Young Miss 70, if it is like this, do you think His Majesty and the Royal Parliament will not accept this suggestion? 70 looked at Su with a strange gaze before slowly saying, Chairman Su, I suddenly feel that you shouldn't be a merchant. How about working for the government? Su waved his hand. I am a rotten merchant from head to toe. Let's forget about working for the government. Young Miss 70, do you think my suggestion has any hope? If there are payments like you described, I think the difficulty in passing it is much lower. 70 said with a nod. But Chairman Su, according to what you said, I don't think there are that many humans or other races that qualify for this in the kingdom right now. How much are you planning to spend to obtain these rights for the 200 dwarves in your company? Other than your Frestec Chamber of Commerce, there should be other similar situations in the kingdom. If this law were to pass, what if the other companies aren't willing to pay? Isn't that simple? They won't enjoy the benefits if they don't apply for the worker card, and everything will be the same as before. As for our Frestec Chamber of Commerce, like Manager Riley said just now, because this chairman is a prodigal, he would be bored enough to apply for this kind of worker card for his workers. Sui gave a shrug as he casually said this. 70 broke out in laughter. After a while, her face returned to being serious as she asked, How about the answer for the first question? How much money is your Frestec Chamber of Commerce planning on giving? It'll be up to the kingdom officials to decide how much it is. But I can give you our company's bottom line. Su-E raised his hand. 5 gold coins per worker, what do you think? 5 gold coins. Seveni's beautiful eyes opened wide, and she took a deep breath. She looked at Su-E with an emotional gaze. Chairman Su, you really are good to your workers. Seveni felt that spending 5 gold coins to help a worker apply for a worker card was too much, but Su-E felt it was too little. On Earth, not to mention foreign worker permits. Even if it was Chinese citizens applying for worker permits in Hong Kong or Macau, it would cost them several thousand RMBs. Converting it, it was equal to several dozen gold coins. Of course, Sui wouldn't tell Seveni this. The Frestec Chamber of Commerce had over 200 dwarves now, and there would be even more dwarves in the future. It was even possible for the Frestec Chamber of Commerce to hire elves and beastmen in the future. With all these other races, he could save more and more on the worker cards. Other than receiving a confirmation from Seveni on the worker cards, Sui also received some good news from her. With the agreement of the king had paid the mines that were meant as payment for the agricultural magic machines. Sui had thought that it would take some time after the contract was fulfilled and was afraid that these mines were just lip service. But Seveni told Sui that the kingdom's mineral department had already cleared one of the mines outside Bandit City, and Sui could take it at any time. According to Sui's agreement with the king, as long as the Frestec Chamber of Commerce finished the first batch of orders, the contract would come into effect. The iron mine would then belong to the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. As for other iron mine and 3 magic crystal mines, it would depend on the future orders the Frestec Chamber of Commerce finished. Although there were many variables in the future, at least this iron mine could already be considered a source of income for the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, during the discussions, because iron ores weren't that valuable on the Signs continent, the king and the agricultural department's representative had put a low price on them. Sui was very clear that once the magic machine industry developed on the Signs continent, the demand for iron ore would greatly increase. At that time, the value of iron ore would soar. As for the magic crystal mine, there were magic crystals all over the Signs continent, and they weren't worth any money at all. The value of the 3 magic crystal mines added together didn't even match a single iron mine. But Sui was very certain that as the magic machine industry developed, and as magic machines were used in a wider scope on the Signs continent, the demand for magic crystals would greatly increase. The magic crystal value would also explode. Right now, it seemed like the king using just 2 iron mines and 3 magic crystal mines to gain 3 million gold coins worth of agricultural magic machines from the Frestec Chamber of Commerce was earning a large deal. But Sui was more clear than anyone that the Frestec Chamber of Commerce had earned a large amount from this. Thinking of how he could rely on these mines to lessen his worries in the future, Sui was naturally in a very good mood. He even had a wide smile on his face when he met the Omrit Chamber of Commerce's chairman Moon Cruz, like he had completely forgotten what he had spoken to manager Riley about. Chairman Sue, it's rare for you to come see me. I really am incredibly happy. But why did you make an appointment at the construction site? Chairman Cruz pointed at the cleared ground where they were planning to build a wall and asked this. The weather is so cold. We should find a place to have a few drinks and talk. That is more appropriate. What surprised Chairman Cruz the most was Sui didn't meet him at the nearly finished new workshop for the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Rather, he met him at a small construction site outside Bandit City. He also requested that other than manager Riley, no one else should come with him. There are many opportunities to drink and talk, but Chairman Cruz, if you miss the opportunity in front of you, that wouldn't be right. Sui gave Chairman Cruz a mysterious smile, and then he took a heavy cloth sack from his horse carriages, throwing it in front of Chairman Cruz and manager Riley. What is this? The two looked at the cloth sack in a daze. Sui smiled without responding. He asked manager Riley, Manager Riley, when your workers were building the wall, how did they make the bricks they used? Manager Riley had a strange expression, not understanding why Sui asked this question. After hesitantly looking at Chairman Cruz, he gave a nod in agreement before responding. It's mixing lime and sand with mud. It's nothing special. Sui pointed at the cloth sack. Then try replacing the lime with this. Manager Riley opened the sack in a confused manner, and after taking a look, he said in a surprised voice, Chairman Sue, this is, this thing is called cement. It's a bit like lime. Give it a try. It should be easier to use than lime. Sue said. Manager Riley reached out to take a handful of cement and rubbed it together as the fine powder fell out of his hands. After working in construction for all these years, going from an ordinary worker to becoming a manager, Manager Riley knew just by touching it that this thing had some special characteristics. Not mentioning anything else, there were more fine particles in this powder compared to the lime they normally used. After rubbing it a few times, Manager Riley didn't waste any other words and picked up the shovel he had already prepared. He took a shovel of cement and mixed it with the sand on the side, carefully mixing water. Seeing the cement, sand and water gradually come together, not only Manager Riley, even Chairman Cruz had a strange look in his eyes. As the chairman of the Armored Chamber of Commerce, Chairman Cruz naturally could see the specialty of the cement. After evenly stirring it, Manager Riley took a brick and skillfully smeared the plaster on it before firmly placing it on the wall. They didn't even need to wait for the cement to dry. Just with the feeling of his hand, Manager Riley could tell that this plaster made from cement was much better than the plaster made from lime. After seeing Manager Riley use up all the plaster and build 2 levels of brick, Chairman Cruz looked at Sue and tightly knit his brows. Chairman Sue, what is the meaning of this? Sue revealed a faint smile. There is no meaning. I just found this cement formula in an ancient book and wanted you 2 experts to appraise it. They naturally didn't believe Suyi's words. What kinds of ancient book would have this thing? Even if it did, how could these people who rely on the construction industry to make a living not know about it? But this wasn't time to expose Suyi. Chairman Cruz thought about it before saying in a deep voice, Chairman Sue, everyone is intelligent. There is no need to beat around the bush. I am very interested in this cement, and if you're willing to take out the recipe, we can discuss any condition you want. Sue gave a few fake laughs. Chairman Cruz, aren't you too lacking in sincerity? Hand over the formula? Do you think that's possible? Chairman Cruz fell silent. Of course he knew that Sue definitely wouldn't agree to his request, but this cement was just too good, and he couldn't stop it from moving his heart. After thinking for a bit, Chairman Cruz then said, All right, Chairman Sue, give me your condition. Since you specially had me come here, you already had the idea to work with me, right? Of course, otherwise I wouldn't have wasted all this effort. Sue pointed at the unused cement on the ground and said, To be frank, Chairman Cruz, this cement was just developed recently by our Frestec Chamber of Commerce and has just entered mass production. I asked you here to tell you that this thing has appeared and to ask, is you Armored Chamber of Commerce interested in it? Chairman Cruz gave a cold snort. Chairman Sue, don't ask the obvious. How are you planning on selling this cement? Our Armored Chamber of Commerce wants everything that you have. Of course, all of us are friends in the business union, so I hope that you won't go overboard with your price. Sue laughed. Chairman Cruz, what kind of person do you take me for? This kind of cement has a fixed price of 6 gold coins per ton. Do you think it's fair? Only 6 gold coins. Chairman Cruz and Manager Riley couldn't help calling out, This is too. It was a good thing these two were astute and swallowed the words too cheap back down. But from the shocked expression these people had, it was clear they were deeply shaken by this price. It had to be known that lime powder's current market price was 6 gold coins per ton. This cement was clearly better than the lime, so they were already prepared for Sue to give a sky-high price. They never thought that Sue would actually give the same price as lime. This price, of course, it was too cheap. Chairman Sue, are you telling the truth? After a while, Chairman Cruz asked this with a look of disbelief. Of course it's true. Why would I need to lie to you? Sue said with a faint smile. How about it? Do you think this price is fair? Fair. Fair. Of course it's fair. Chairman Cruz kept nodding, like he was afraid Sue would regret it. After pausing, he then asked, But Chairman Sue, since we are friends in the business union, I have a small request that I hope you can agree to. Since you have just started mass producing this cement, your output shouldn't be that high, right? Since it's like this, then all the cement that your company has, no matter how much it is, our Armored Chamber of Commerce wants it all. Moreover, I can increase your price a bit to 6.5 gold coins per pound. What do you think? Sui made an awkward expression and considered it a bit before slowly nodding. All right, President Rank has already said that since all of us are comrades in the business union, we should help each other. Based on this, all the cement our Frestec Chamber of Commerce makes in the next 2 years will all go to your Omrit Chamber of Commerce. Other than this, I will give you some more uses for the cement, like reinforced cement. Hearing Sue say it was only for 2 years, Chairman Cruz and Manager Riley were a bit disappointed. But after hearing Sue mention reinforced cement, the eyes of the two lit up again. Since it was something that Sue especially mentioned, there was definitely something special about it. As long as the Omrit Chamber of Commerce could grasp the uses of cement before everyone else, then the Omrit Chamber of Commerce would make leaps and bounds in the construction business. Perhaps they might even be able to step out of Banda City because of this, becoming one of the best construction firms in the Lampuri Kingdom. After saying goodbye to Chairman Cruz's group of two, Sui set off towards Banta City alone in his horse carriages. When he came to a secluded place, there was a space distortion beside Sui. With a delicate fragrance, there was an extra person on the seat beside him. Chairman Su, what you said to the two of them just now about wanting their company to build embankments on a river, were you referring to the river of our tribe? Agnes asked Su with an expectant look. Do you think I need to build embankments on any other rivers? Su asked back with a smile. That means you really are planning to help us? Agnes' expression suddenly became excited. Su helplessly shook his head. Young Miss Agnes, I never said that I wouldn't help you. It's just you never believed in me to begin with. Agnes slightly lowered her head and somewhat awkwardly said, Sorry, the tribe seniors have been teaching us since we were young to not trust humans. The prejudice you elves have against us humans really is big, Su said with a sigh. Although I admit that there are some cunning humans that exist among us, there are still many humans that are honest, just like me. Your elves have been tricked by humans several times, so you are beating all of us humans with the same stick. That's too biased. Agnes shook her head. It isn't just a few times. Based on what the elders said, in the history of us elves, we have been deceived by humans countless times, so we elves can't believe anything humans say. After pausing, Agnes asked with a look of doubt, Chairman Su, actually I'm very curious. Why is that even though you humans are the same race, each human is different? Su rolled his eyes and snappily said, Could it be that everyone of the elven race is the same? For example, are they all simple-minded creatures who are as innocent as you? I really don't know what your elders were thinking, actually sending you to ask other races for help. They aren't afraid that you would be sold by people. Agnes blinked innocently, looking perplexed. Chairman Su, what is a single-minded creature? Do you really think I'm that innocent? Su shook his head, feeling too lazy to discuss this matter with this young miss from the elven race. He then said, All right, you heard it just now. I've asked the Omrit Chamber of Commerce to help me build embankments on the river. However, whether it is the fact of them getting used to using the cement, learning how to use the cement, or even developing the cement mixers, it all needs time, so we can't change the water source of your tribe right now. That's right. Agnes, have you never thought of using underground water? Although the river has changed, the situation of the water underground wouldn't change that easily. The vegetation of falling rainforest is quite rich, so there should be quite a bit of underground water. Underground water? Agnes thought about it before answering. The elders have tried it too. They wanted to create a well to use the underground water, but after we reached 10 meters deep, we found that there was a deep bedrock and couldn't dig any deeper. You probably hit the underground rock layer. According to my experience, as long as you can penetrate this rock layer, you will be able to hit the water source. Could it be that you gave up just like this? Sui asked. Agnes revealed a depressed expression. The elders said that the rock bed under the ground is very thick and we can't break through with our power. If we want to break through, we can't do it even with the humans' high-grade Earth-attributed magic. We could only do it if an Earth-attributed Grand Magus came to use a forbidden spell. But Archmagi are the highest people among you humans, not mentioning inviting them over. We can't even see them. That isn't certain. Su revealed a faint smile. As long as you can give him enough benefits, that Archmagus will also be moved. Agnes helplessly said, But our tribe can't take out anything that can move an Archmagus. Perhaps you just haven't noticed your own value yet. For example, Agnes, I think you already have quite a bit of value just based on you. Sui said to Agnes while looking at her with eyes filled with profound meaning. Agnes pointed at herself in a daze. Me? I am just a normal elf. What special value do I have? Sui laughed. You don't know it now, but you'll understand in the future. As for solving the problem of your tribe's water, based on what you just said, I suddenly thought of a way to solve it temporarily for you. Agnes' eyes instantly lit up. Really? What method? Just be patient for a while. I'll give you an answer. Sui said. Agnes didn't keep asking. She just looked at Sui with sparkling eyes that no longer contained the same doubt of before. Without knowing why, she had already begun to trust this human she hadn't known for long. The horse carriage came to a remote and quiet small yard in the city. Sui jumped out of the horse carriage and walked in after pushing open the door. He immediately saw Still standing in the small garden in the back with a light purple dress on, holding magic lamp that Master Lanus, Camby, and the other dwarves with exceptional skills made. Her head was slightly down and her expression was tranquil, as her lips slightly curled. Just by taking one look, Sui's heart couldn't help skipping a beat. Still was already beautiful, but in this scenario, being a model like this, her cheerful aura suddenly became refined and delicate. This large difference was a big impact on Sui. Once Still became quiet, and adding in this form-fitting light purple dress, it was like her aura had changed. Just based on how she was modeled now, there was no doubting her Banta Goddess title. Not far away from her, Master Anlios had a large canvas in front of him and was concentrated on painting the moving scene in front of him. Sui knew that Master Anlios was currently immersed in the world of drawing, so he watched from afar. He saw that the painting was almost done, so he silently stood on the side and didn't dare disrupt them. It took an entire half an hour to finish the painting. Although Sui could never tire of how beautiful Still was, his feet was a bit sore from standing the entire time. When he saw that Master Anlios had finished the last stroke and put away his tools, he quickly walked over. When he came over and saw the canvas, Sui couldn't help praising it. The drawing almost perfectly replicated Still's beautiful image. Although it wasn't as moving as the real person, it was still quite expressive. Anyone who saw this painting would instantly be drawn in by Still. But after looking at it for a while, Sui found a problem. Still on this painting was moving and quite eye-attracting. But all the attention was taken by Still, and not many people would notice the magic lamp in Still's hands. It had to be known that Sui had Master Anlios draw this because he wanted to create an advertisement for the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's magic lamp. If they used this painting as an advertisement, it would be advertising Still, but it wouldn't be advertising the magic lamp. Chairman Sui, as long as young Miss Still is attractive enough, then people will naturally notice the magic lamp in her hand. I don't feel that this is a problem. You're worrying too much. To the worry that Sui had, Master Anlios didn't care at all. When Still came over and looked at the painting, she thought about it before saying to Master Anlios, Master, I feel that Sui is right. You should focus a bit more on the magic lamp. If you can't, then you can make my face a bit more fuzzy. Master Anlios kept shaking his head. How could that be? Young Miss Still is such a beautiful person. If we were to make your face fuzzy, that's simply like removing the sun from the sky, and the painting would lose its meaning. No, I definitely can't agree to this. I also agree on this. Still, if your face were to be made blurry, then what reason is there in my requesting for you to be the model? I could just find a random person. Sui thought about it before saying, Master Anlios, my meaning isn't to blur out Still, but rather to focus a bit more on the magic lamp, since this is an advertisement for the magic lamp. The priority should be focusing on it. Right? I am just an accessory. Still said with a smile. Seeing that those two were saying the same thing, Master Anlios helplessly knit his brows to think for a bit before drawing a few strokes on the canvas. Although it was just a few strokes, the magic lamp in Still's hand immediately became more prominent. It was enough to show his skills as a master. Sui looked at it for a while and still felt a bit dissatisfied, but he didn't know about drawing, so he couldn't tell what wasn't good. Seeing Sui was still doubtful, Master Anlios' expression turned cold. Chairman Sui, the painting can be changed at most like this. If you aren't satisfied, I can paint another one, but you will need to pay extra. Sui looked at him and felt a bit dissatisfied, but Master Anlios was Banta City's most famous painter. Su-yi couldn't find anyone else more suitable than him, and they had worked together several times, with quite good results. So Su-yi didn't want to ruin this relationship because of a small difference in opinion. There's no need for another painting. This one is quite good. We'll use it. Su-yi thought about it before speaking. Master Anlio's expression became warm again. Good. Then Chairman Su. The work this time is finished. Su-yi revealed a smile and shook hands with Master Anlio's before sending him off. After Master Anlio's left, Still looked at the expression on Su-yi's face and said, Su-yi, I've heard that Karma City has a famous painter. How about trying him? Su-yi shook his head. You're talking about Master Cassidon? I've asked around, and this Master Cassidon can't compare to Master Anlios. If we went to find him, we would be breaking off our relation with Master Anlios, and that isn't a good choice. Still knit her brows and thought about it before saying with a sigh, It's a pity that Banta City is only a small city and there aren't any better choices. If this was Anvilmar City, we could find a better painter than Master Anlios. There's no other way. This is reality. Su-yi took the painting Master Anlios had just done, and after looking at it for a bit, he gave a nod of satisfaction. It's pretty good. Although it's a failure as an advertisement, but it is quite outstanding as a portrait for you, still. Look, it captured your expression perfectly. I think that if anyone who doesn't know you saw this painting, they would mistaken you as a gentle and graceful beauty. Mistaken. Still knit her brows and glared at him. What do you mean? Sui laughed and didn't explain at all. The angry Still couldn't help throwing a fist at him. Who would have thought that when Still's fist came halfway, there would be a space distortion between the two? A person suddenly appeared and quickly reached out her hand to grab Still's arm. You're not allowed to hurt him. Agnes' voice came from under the cloak. Recognizing that this was a young female's voice, Still couldn't help becoming stunned. She looked over Agnes before asking Su-yi, Who is she? Su-yi was also scared by Agnes suddenly appearing, but after hearing the question Still gave and looking at Agnes wrapped up in the cloak, he suddenly had an idea. Banta City under the curtain of the night wasn't as lively as it was during the day. Other than some businesses that were still open in the night, the entire city gradually fell into a deep sleep. If one were to look at it from above, it would be complete darkness underneath, other than a few places letting off light. This was completely different from a city on Earth, which was brightly illuminated even in the darkness. Among the places that were lit up, Su-yi's house was included. It was different from normal candlelight, as Su-yi had a magic lamp on the table in his living room. Not only did the light green glass cause the room filled with the light to be dyed a light green, it also made Still, who was holding her head with one arm looking down with a thoughtful appearance, look even more beautiful. Looking at Still's skill that was flawless and white under the light, Su-yi couldn't help praising. Still, I definitely feel that you could go be the spokesperson for the Chanel Chamber of Commerce. With your beautiful skin as advertisement, I can guarantee that the Chanel Chamber of Commerce will sell even more perfume and makeup. Although Still didn't move and her expression didn't change, she gave a soft snort as her lips softly parted to say, There is no use in flattering me. If you don't tell me why this elf is following you, I won't forgive you. Sui looked at Agnes in front of Still with the drawing pad in her hand, focusing on drawing before saying with a bitter smile, Didn't I tell you at dinner that she is here to ask for my help with her tribe's problems? The reason why she's following me is because she is waiting for me to finish my things so she can bring me to her tribe. Isn't that right, Agnes? Agnes was focused on drawing, so suddenly hearing Sui call her name, she looked up at Sui in a daze before nodding in a bewildered manner. Right. Seeing Agnes' appearance, Still gave another snort. Sui, if you want to come up with a cover story for her, you should at least put in a bit more effort. You think I would believe this? Sui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. We haven't done anything wrong. What would we be covering up? Sui wanted to keep explaining, but after seeing the dispirited expression on Still's face, his heart skipped a beat and he couldn't say anything. The room fell into an awkward silence. Sui looked at Still for a while before suddenly saying, Still, I've heard great magician Camilla say that the night I came back from Anvilmar City, you personally cooked and wanted me to come to your house for dinner? Still's expression froze before she said with an indifferent look, You didn't come that day, so I threw out all the dishes. What are you suddenly mentioning this for? It's nothing. I just suddenly thought of it, and wanted to say thanks. Sui said, "In this world, other than Vivian, you are the only other person who made a meal for me, so I'm quite happy." Vivian, sitting beside Sue, narrowed her eyes, and her eyes filled with an indescribable happiness. Still couldn't keep the same position and looked up in surprise to say, "The first time? It's never happened before." No, Sui shook his head. Although he thought that it did happen on Earth, it was indeed the first time in this world. It was like Still's first time meeting Sue as she looked over him a few times. She suddenly revealed a smile and said, "All right, since you still know to say thanks, I'll forgive you this time. I'll also give you a special privilege that if you want to eat the meals I make, you just have to tell me and I'll make it for you. Of course, this can only be used once, so you have to treasure it." Sue couldn't help smiling. "Then I really have to thank you." Seeing the happy smile on Still's face, he couldn't help saying in an emotional voice, "Still, I take back what I said this afternoon. Although your quiet and elegant face is also good, comparing it together, I still like the happy smile on your face more. Without knowing why, when I see you smile, I feel much more at ease." A blush filled Still's face and she rolled her eyes at Sue as she softly scolded, "Fool." When Sue and Still were in an indescribable mood, Agnes suddenly clapped. "Done? This fast?" Still put down her arm in surprise and stood up to walk to Agnes' side. She bent over to see the drawing in Agnes' hand and couldn't help calling out in surprise, "Too beautiful." Sue couldn't help smiling. "Hey, Still, it's you on the drawing, so you don't need to be this narcissistic, all right?" Still glared at Sue and took the drawing pad from Agnes' hand. As she turned it to show Sue, "Do you think it's not beautiful?" "Of course I feel." Sui's eyes fell onto the drawing pad, and he was drawn into the drawing pad like he was being pulled by a magnet, unwilling to look away at all. On the painting, Still used her left hand to support herself on the table as her left palm held her cheek. Her right hand was placed on the table, and two fingers were outstretched stroking the table. Her expression was very relaxed, like she was thinking about something and thinking about nothing at all. By the table, the magic lamp was releasing a faint green light that covered Still with a layer of faint green light, giving her a more mysterious feeling. People couldn't help thinking about, just why was this girl revealing this kind of expression that couldn't be read at all? Compared to the painting Master Anlios made in the afternoon, the lines were more clear and the expression on Still's face was even more eye-catching. Whether it was the composition or the idea, it was all much better than Master Anlios' painting. What made Sui satisfied was that because they picked the night as a background, the foundation of the painting was set by the green light of the magic lamp, and no one could ignore the crucial part played by the magic lamp. Moreover, because the design of the magic lamp was created by Agnes and Vivian working together, Agnes was more clear than anyone else on the design of the magic lamp. So her drawing was made more carefully, and she could draw the beautiful and delicate shape of the magic lamp better than anyone. It made it so if anyone's eyes fell onto Still or the magic lamp, their attention would immediately be pulled in. After Sue saw this drawing, he couldn't help feeling a desire to buy the magic lamp, showing the power of this drawing. After looking over this drawing several times, Sue couldn't help giving Agnes a large thumbs up. "It's beautiful. Agnes, you really are a talented drawer." Agnes shook her head and said, "If it wasn't for young Miss Still and the magic lamp for being beautiful, the drawing wouldn't have been this good." Hearing Agnes praising her as beautiful, Still suddenly felt that her actions from before were a bit laughable. Still was an open-minded girl, and after thinking about this, she felt that Agnes wasn't that displeasing. She even became interested in her long, pointy ears. "Agnes, you're too modest. I think that this painting can be considered a work of art." Still praised Agnes. Agnes didn't understand what was called modesty. She just said her true thoughts. But after being praised by Sue and Still, she felt very happy. Of course, Sue was even happier than the two of them. Now that facts had proven that Agnes' skills were better than Master Anlios, Sui didn't need to hold back with Master Anlios anymore. If Master Anlios still didn't care about others' opinions like this afternoon, Sui could break off their relationship without any hesitation and make him scram. But that was on the premise that he could keep Agnes here. If it was said before that Sui had a special fondness for Agnes since she was an elf, now Sui found that Agnes had a value herself that could move his heart. Agnes had this astonishing talent for art, So other than being able to substitute for Master Anlios, she could also work together with Vivian to make the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's products have beautiful and attractive designs. One mustn't look down on the design of a product. On the highly technological Earth, there were many industries that had saturated technology, so the difference between them was usually in terms of design. An outstanding design could make a product stand out, even allowing that product to have a higher price. Sometimes, just based on design, the price of the same product could have a large difference. Although the magic machine industry had just started developing on the Science continent, in order to prepare for the future, Sui wouldn't let go of an outstanding designer that came to him. But the status of Agnes as an elf was a large hindrance. Compared to dwarves, the barrier between humans and elves were bigger. The dwarves would occasionally live in human cities, but there wasn't a single elf that did the same. How to convince Agnes to work for the Frestec Chamber of Commerce was a large problem. Agnes, after the problem with your tribe has been taken care of, would you be willing to live in Banta City? Sui tried asking. Agnes looked at Sui in surprise. Why would I live in Banta City? Of course I want to live with my tribe. It really is like this, Sui muttered. He wasn't willing to give up as he asked, then what kind of situation would make you willing to live in Banta City? To be honest, I want you to work for our Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Are you willing? Still looked at Sui in surprise. Sui, even if Agnes draws better than Master Anlios, she is still an elf in the end. Agnes softly shook her head. Many thanks for Chairman Su's invitation, but I still hope to live with my clansmen. Sui thought for a bit before suddenly saying, if after I help you solve the problem with your tribe, what if I ask for you as a reward? Still, and Vivian looked up at Sui in shock at the same time. However, Agnes met their gazes and gave a very calm nod. If it's Chairman Su's request, I'm willing. This female elf Agnes had suddenly appeared. Although it had shocked Still and Vivian, no one else knew other than the two of them, so it didn't create much of a stir. Banta City's people still lived their normal lives, and the Frestec Chamber of Commerce steadily moved forward according to Sui's instructions. The development of the production magic machines went smoothly. With Great Magician Camilla helping full force, the core magic arrays for the magic punch presses had been quickly finished. Great Magician Camilla was responsible for the most important magic array positioning and initial changes, and the remaining changes were all left for the assistants in his magic tower. Because Great Magician Camilla's magic tower had worked with the Frestec Chamber of Commerce several times, so even though the workload was quite heavy this time, they were still very organized, and Sui was very satisfied with their progress. In line with Cambi and the dwarves' progress in designing the production magic machines, if nothing expected happens, Sui estimated that they would finish the series of magic punch presses within a month. Then it would only take them a short period of time to put it into use. Although it was a bit longer than the time he gave 70, with Sui's estimate of the production capacity of the magic punch presses, as long as the magic punch presses became operational, Sui estimated that the first batch of 3,000 agricultural magic machines would be complete a month before the deadline. The agricultural department would have plenty of time to arrange these agricultural magic machines. Of course, in Sui's opinion, the development time for the magic punch presses was too short. Although they had Sui-tempered mechanical engineering knowledge from Earth as a foundation, so they didn't need to research the basics when it came to these magic punch presses, the production magic machines studied in such a short period of time would definitely have some flaws. Sui was aware of this, but he had no other choices. In order to complete the order from the king and the agricultural department in time, Sui had to do this. Although Sui felt that most of this research fund was wasted on this kind of rushed research project, as long as he could seize this change, it wasn't something that couldn't be accepted. Not to mention that they would be developing a series of production magic machines. Whether it was for Great Magician Camilla and the magicians under him, or Cambi and the dwarves in the magic machine workshop, they would all gain plenty of experience from this. This would create a solid foundation for the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's future development. As long as Sui kept putting in manpower and resources, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce would gradually improve on their magic machines. What was more important to Sui was that the magicians and dwarves that were a part of this would be influenced. This would gradually form a theory system for magic machines. Sui had transmigrated from Earth, So, of course, he knew the importance of theoretical foundations to establishing an industry. The magic machine industry on the Signs continent could be considered a product of his promotion, so the foundations weren't solid at all. If one day Sui came across a problem involving magic machines that he couldn't solve, it would mean that there would be no one in this world that could solve it. So when it came to research, Sui kept instilling people with his own mechanical engineering knowledge. He pointed out the key points of combining this knowledge with magic, giving them a complete explanation. He did this because he hoped that other than him, there would be more qualified magic mechanical engineers on the Signs continent. Other than being busy with researching, although this period of time was very busy, the happiest person was actually Heinz. After the variable temperature magic air conditioner had sold over 5,000 units in Banta City and the surrounding cities, they began promoting the new magic lamps, and a new wave of buying came in. Compared to the high 25 gold coin price of the variable temperature magic air conditioner, which was mainly targeted at rich families, the more beautiful magic lamp that was even considered a piece of art by many people was being sold for only 1 gold coin, mainly targeting normal families. As for the price of 1 gold coin, when most people saw the appearance of the magic lamps on the 4 billboards outside the city, they felt it was very appropriate. There were even some people who thought that this price was too low because some rich people cared about style. This magic lamp could already be considered a work of art. It couldn't have the same price as a normal product. Not to mention the magic crystal lamps that appeared before on the Signs continent were not only inferior in appearance, the effects were also much worse. Those magic crystal lamps had prices of several hundred gold coins. Then even if these magic lamps didn't have exaggerated prices, they should be at least worth several dozen gold coins, right? Of course, with people thinking the price is low, naturally there would be those who thought it was high. Some families that weren't as rich felt that 1 gold coin was considered quite a bit. Although this magic lamp did look very good, making people want to buy it, to actually take out a gold coin to buy a single lamp was something that they hesitated to do. But after the Bana Times ran a new article based on the magic lamps that the Frestec Chamber of Commerce had released, it changed the thoughts of these people. For a normal household, if they used candles or oil lamps to light up their house at night, based on the calculation of 1 candle or oil lamp per room, they would spend 10 copper coins a night. They would be spending between 2 to 3 silver coins each month. But if they used the magic lamp, they would only use a single low-grade magic crystal each month, which cost less than 60 copper coins. This number wasn't clear in just a month or two, but if they calculated by years, one could save over 20 silver coins each year using the magic lamp instead of candles or oil lamps. In just 4 years, they would have saved up enough for a magic lamp. The Frestec Chamber of Commerce's magic lamps had a warranty for 3 years. If non-intentional damage was done to the magic lamp within these 3 years, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce promised to fix it. That meant that if one bought the magic lamp, they wouldn't need to worry about it for 3 years. Like this, it was clear that the magic lamp was more cost-effective compared to candles or oil lamps. Not to mention that whether it was the candles or oil lamps, they all gave off a smell and smoke, which wasn't good for the body. And the magic lamps used the magic array to create the light, so it didn't give off any smoke at all, not harming one's body. Moreover, the magic lamp's light was far stronger than candles or oil lamps. A candle or oil lamp could only light up no more than 3 square meters, but if one used the magic lamp, it could light up every corner of the room. After the report was published in the Banta Times, the people who hesitated on buying the magic lamp immediately made up their minds and decided to buy it. So after just a single week of being out, the magic lamp wildly sold over 20,000 units. This was just the amount sold in a small city like Bana City. If one added in the orders from Bana City, this number reached a terrifying 40,000. It had to be known that there were only around 50,000 people inside and near Bana City, so that was equal to almost everyone in Bana City buying one. Of course, the main reason was that larger homes didn't only buy one magic lamp, but rather they bought several of them to use in different rooms. Other than Banda City, the merchants from other cities who had already been working with the Frestec Chamber of Commerce for a long time didn't want to show weakness, so they also submitted large orders. If all the orders of the other cities were added together, that was a total of over 50,000 already. Putting it together, just in a single week, and with just the small magic lamp, The Frestec Chamber of Commerce had already earned a large income of close to 100,000 gold coins. Each magic lamp sold for 1 gold coin, and their cost was just a trivial 30 silver coins. Putting it together, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's pure profits on the magic lamps was close to 70,000 gold coins. Moreover, this was just in a single week. As time passed, and with the magic lamp's current popularity, this amount could still be greatly increased. According to Su Yi's estimates, no, Su Yi couldn't estimate their sales amount at all because even he didn't think that the magic lamps would be this popular. It was no wonder that although Heinz was being run ragged each day, he had a smile that wouldn't close on his lips. Before this, although Heinz felt that magic lamp that Su Yi developed looked good and would sell well, he never thought that the magic lamp would have this kind of terrifying sales numbers. As a veteran general store owner of Bana City, he couldn't understand at all why people would be so crazy about a lamp that could only be used for lighting. It's very simple. It's because there is a mob mentality in people. The more people buying it, there will be more people who want to buy it. Otherwise, they would be different from everyone else. Seveni held the magic lamp in her hand to look over for a while before she couldn't help praising. It has to be said, this magic lamp is just too beautiful. It's no wonder so many masters of Banta City praised this as a work of art. Even at the banquet yesterday, there were several Banta City masters of the art who cursed you in the Frestec Chamber of Commerce in front of Count Sean. Su Yi couldn't help smiling. Cursing me about what? Seveni tilted her head to think before saying with a faint smile. The masters felt that your Frestec Chamber of Commerce is treating this almost perfect piece of art as a product to mass produce, flooding the entire world with this precious treasure. It is blaspheming this piece of art. Su Yi gave a shrug. Art doesn't equal something separated from the masses. These masters are just too biased. No, they aren't biased. Rather, they think that art is something aloof that is above the populace and could only be enjoyed by their small loft group. Your Frestec Chamber of Commerce's methods are destroying their sense of superiority. It's no wonder they are becoming angry out of shame. After saying this, Seveni's lips curled back into a taunting smile. If it wasn't for the fact that the magic lamps were just too beautiful and artistic, making them unable to deny it, the masters would act like they looked down on it even if their hearts accepted it. Sui never would have thought that Seveni would have such a rude appraisal of these masters because no matter what, Seveni was not just a normal member of the agricultural department and her status shouldn't be normal. She should be one of the upper class that the masters were talking about. That's right, Sui, the person that designed the magic lamp shouldn't be from your Frestec Chamber of Commerce, right? Where did you find this kind of master with such high artistic skills? Seveni suddenly asked. Other than this, the billboards on the 4 sides of the city should also be drawn by this master, right? I can tell that the drawn magic lamp is the same style as the design, so it should be made by the same person. Sui nodded. It is indeed the same person, and they aren't from our Frestec Chamber of Commerce. But if you want to ask who they are, I can only say sorry. You can't say it? That really is a pity. Although I don't like those so-called masters, I do approve of their appraisals. The artistic value of the drawing is even higher than the magic lamp. Based on the appraisal of these masters, just based on this drawing, this person is enough to be known as a grandmaster. Seveni suddenly revealed a smile. Of course, in my opinion, the reason why it is so outstanding and the effects are so good, other than the magic lamp, the intoxicating girl in the painting is actually very important. I've heard that this girl is called Still, and she's great magician Camilla's granddaughter. Sui looked at Seveni in surprise. You actually even found this out? This isn't anything hard to find. I found out accidentally last time, and Still is so popular in Bana City. But it is a very normal thing when one thinks about it. She is that beautiful and is always on your Frestec Chamber of Commerce's advertisements. It's hard for her not to be famous. Seveni looked over and asked, but compared to this, what I'm more interested in is that I've heard the relationship between you and Still isn't normal. Sui remembered the strange look Still had after hearing Agnes answer the other night, and said after giving 2 dry laughs, Young Miss Seveni, did you have some important matter to discuss since you specially came to find me today? Seveni pursed her lips into a smile and didn't keep pursuing this matter. After pausing, she said to Sui with a serious expression, Chairman Sui, I came to find you today because I have some bad news for you. Sui's expression didn't change as he asked, "What bad news?" 70 hesitated a bit before answering. "It's related to the two iron mines." Sui couldn't help knitting his brows. "Is there a problem with the two iron mines?" The two iron mines were an important part of Sui's deal with the king. So if there was a problem with them, it could even mean that the transaction this time is a failure. "It isn't a problem with the iron mines itself. Rather, we've encountered a problem," 70 said in an awkward manner. Sui's expression calmed down a bit as he asked, "Then may I ask what problem? Could it be that His Majesty has changed his mind?" "No, since His Majesty has already signed the contract with you. Of course he wouldn't easily change his mind." 70 shook her head before she said with a soft sigh, "It's just that 2 days ago, someone in the kingdom suddenly came up with some argument on the contract you signed with the agricultural department." "Oh, who? What problem?" Sui was a bit surprised. This transaction was signed between Sui and the agricultural department representing the king. To raise an argument at this was equal to going against the king. During Sui's observations from living in the Lampuri kingdom for several years, the king's might in the kingdom was unchallenged, so who dared to go up directly against him? This is related to a deal from a long time ago. The details say that when the Lampuri kingdom was formed, the first king made a deal with the families that helped him form the nation, rewarding them for supporting him. The deal with the Joel family is related to the iron mines of the kingdom. 70 replied. Sui suddenly understood. That means that it's the Joel family who aren't satisfied with His Majesty giving these two iron mines to our company? But this isn't right. Those two iron mines don't belong to any family, and they belong to the royal family. Since it's like this, His Majesty has the right to make any decisions for these iron mines. So can other people bring up arguments? 70 said with a bitter smile, "You're not wrong, but the problem is in the deal the first king made with the Joel family. Other than giving them some iron mines, they also guaranteed that as long as the royal family wanted to transfer other mines, the Joel family would have priority." Priority. Sui's expression was filled with surprise. That means that as long as the royal family transfers the iron mines under their names, they must first be given to the Joel family? Others can't meddle in this. It's not that exaggerated. This priority means that for the same price, the representative of the Joel family had priority over the iron mines. 70 said. Sui finally understood. Thinking about it, he felt that it was wrong. But these iron mines aren't things that the royal family is giving to our company. Rather, it is the price paid for the agricultural magic machines. The problem is that since the Joel family thinks that if these iron mines are being offered as compensation, it's equal to the royal family selling these two mines, so the Joel family has the right to offer a price. 3 days ago, Duke Joel proposed in front of His Majesty that he wanted to have a fair auction with your Frestec Chamber of Commerce to decide who will take these two iron mines. 70 explained. His Majesty just agreed to this? Sui asked. After all, this is a deal between the first king and the Joel family. If we don't keep it, the royal family would be criticized. Chairman Sui, His Majesty is a bit helpless in this matter. After saying this, 70's voice slowed down a bit, as there was a trace of pleading that appeared. Sui looked at 70 before saying with a cold snort, "Young Miss 70, I want to lodge a protest on behalf of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Our company has already signed a contract with the Agricultural Department representing His Majesty, but now you want to break the contract for your own reasons. I say that this violates the spirit of the contract, and I have my right to show my dissatisfaction." 70 gave a slight nod. Chairman Sui, I understand very much that you're dissatisfied, but I ask you to trust that His Majesty and our Agricultural Department wants to cooperate with you. This time it's because our side didn't think far enough, causing you and the Frestec Chamber of Commerce to suffer losses, so we will definitely provide compensation. Compensation. Sui gave another snort. Even a signed contract can be broken. How do you want me to believe there will be compensation? 70 calmly looked at Sui for a while before shaking her head. Chairman Sui, I've known you for a while, so I know you're not a person swayed by personal emotions. So let's not talk about this, all right? As for the two iron mines, His Majesty has no way to reject Duke Joel's request. So we hope that your Frestec Chamber of Commerce can have a fair bidding war with the Joel family's representative. As for the losses your Frestec Chamber of Commerce suffers from this event, His Majesty has said that he will provide your Frestek Chamber of Commerce a magic crystal mine as compensation. Other than this, the kingdom will give your Frestek Chamber of Commerce some special favors. For example, the patent idea you had before, His Majesty has indicated he will carefully review it and will submit it to the Royal Parliament to verify as soon as possible. The patent law is not something only our Frestek Chamber of Commerce will benefit from. Sui shook his head before continuing. But since His Majesty has agreed to provide compensation, I am willing to accept this. But only having a single magic crystal mine as compensation, I really don't think will be enough. Young Miss 70, you should be very clear that those two iron mines had a high value of 1,800,000 gold coins on the contract. Now that since Duke Joles has proposed that he would have a bidding with our company, he clearly already understands this price. If the Joles family proposes a higher price, what should our company do? 70 immediately replied. If the Frestek Chamber of Commerce wants the two iron mines, it's very simple. You just need to give a higher price. It doesn't matter if you don't want it either. Just let the royal family give the two iron mines to the Joel family and directly use the gold coins to pay for the order. Sue said with a cold laugh. Young Miss 70. In the original contract, our Frestek Chamber of Commerce would have received two iron mines for 1,800,000 gold coins. Now we either need to raise the price or lose the two iron mines. Do you think this is appropriate? Chairman Sue, the value of these two iron mines is just 1,800,000 gold coins. Your company will receive the same amount of gold coins from the royal family. Is there a problem? 70 asked. What if I really want those two iron mines? Sue looked at 70, not taking a single step back. Young Miss 70, I don't believe that you can't see that Joel family's goal is not the two iron mines, but rather it is to keep all the iron mines in the kingdom in their hands, driving out all their competitors. Like this, they could monopolize all the iron or business in the kingdom and set the price at all, with no one being able to compete with them. After saying this, Sui shook his head and his face looked confused. Actually, young Miss 70, I've always been very curious. For an important national resource like iron ores, why is the royal family not controlling it, and it is controlled by a family other than the royal family? Could it be just because of the trivial agreement from the beginning of the kingdom? 70's eyes looking at Sue, he had a strange look as she was silent for a bit. After a while, she slowly said word for word, Chairman Sue, please remember, you are just a normal merchant. There are some things that it is best for you not to think about. Sue gave a self-ridiculing smile as he said, That's right. You are right. I am just a small merchant. I have no plans on questioning the king. All right, I won't care about that now. I just want to ask, how do I acquire the two iron mines that should have already been mine? First, I want to remind you that before the Frestek Chamber of Commerce completes the orders, the two mines don't belong to you. 70 said with a serious face. Second, there is a way for your Frestek Chamber of Commerce to obtain the two iron mines that they should have obtained, but we need your cooperation. That is the reason why I came to see you. Sui finally revealed a smile and gave a slight nod. It seems like young Miss 70 has already made plans. Why didn't you say so earlier? All right, how should I cooperate with you? According to Duke Joel's request, in a week, there will be an open auction for these two mines in Banna City. Chairman Sue, if you want to obtain these two iron mines, I'll have to ask you to. A week later, the Banta City's City Lord Manor was brightly lit and filled with voices. It was clear there was currently a banquet being held. The City Lord Manor held banquets for many reasons, especially during this time. Only the banquet tonight was clearly different from the others. This was because there was an open auction being held at the same time as the banquet. An auction being held in the City Lord's Manor really was unprecedented. However, the people who knew the inside story were very clear that if this auction wasn't held in the City Lord's Manor, there was no other place qualified. This was because the auction wasn't selling some precious treasure, rather it was for two iron mines in Banna City. Although treasures were rare and could sell for sky-high prices, compared to these two iron mines, they clearly weren't worth looking at. The people who could participate in auctions were normally rich people, but the people participating in this auction couldn't be simply described as rich. Just a single iron mine was worth over 1,000,000 gold coins, and the two mines being auctioned together, the amount reached a point that made most people feel dizzy. So when many people saw Sue at tonight's banquet, They couldn't help revealing surprised expressions. Although the Frestech Chamber of Commerce had developed quickly since they were established, making everyone pay attention to them. Just in less than half a year, they had already established a place for themselves in Bana City. But the Frestech Chamber of Commerce had existed for a short period of time and lacked any depth. So even if each product of the Frestech Chamber of Commerce sold for a large amount, they wouldn't have accumulated that much wealth in just half a year. This Su-E, what qualification did he have to participate in this highest-level auction of over 1 million gold coins? No one would run in front of Su-E to question if he had the qualifications to be here. There were quite a few people that came forward with questioning tones. Su-E hadn't been at the banquet long when the Omrit Chamber of Commerce's chairman Moon Cruz came forward with a smile and a glass of wine. Chairman Su, usually when we invite you to banquets, you always say that you're too busy to come. Why is it that when the Lord's City Lord invites you, you immediately appear? Since the exclusive supply agreement in terms of cement with Su-E and after experimenting with the cement quite a few times, confirming the wonderful effect of this thing, which far surpassed anything the Omrit Chamber of Commerce used before, Chairman Cruz would always have a smile when he saw Su-E. It was no longer filled with disdain and suspicion like before when the Frestech Chamber of Commerce had just joined the business union. Su-E raised the cup of wine with a smile to clink it with his glass. Chairman Cruz, that's unfair to me. You have to know that I even rejected the Lord's City Lord's invitations before this. It wasn't just you guys. There's no other choice. There were too many things to handle with our company. I haven't even had time to sleep since I've been too busy with work. For me to participate in this banquet, I had to do everything I could. It's a good thing to be busy with work. The things of your Frestech Chamber of Commerce has always been popular, so of course you as the chairman will be busy. Chairman Cruz laughed before suddenly moving closer and asking in a low voice. Chairman Su, give me some facts. How many units of that magic lamp have you sold? Su-E revealed a faint smile and raised a hand. 5,000. No, it can't be that little. Then, 50,000 units. Seeing Su-E nod, Chairman Cruz gasped as his face filled with shock. Isn't this just half a month? You actually sold that many already? Chairman Su, you. Could it be that your Frestech Chamber of Commerce has used charm magic on everyone in Bana City, making it so that everyone will buy your stuff? Su-E couldn't help smiling. Although he didn't use charm magic, with the various products that the Frestech Chamber of Commerce has released, and with the Frestech Chamber of Commerce's various advertisements and reports in Banta Times, the people of Banta City had a high approval of the Frestech Chamber of Commerce and the Frestech brand. No matter what product the Frestech Chamber of Commerce comes out with, it would attract overall attention. For the magic lamp this time, because the two genius designers Agnes and Vivian worked together, just the design alone of the magic lamp was enough to attract everyone's attention. Adding in the influence of the Frestech Chamber of Commerce, it created this kind of terrifying sales numbers. Chairman Cruz, if I knew this kind of powerful magic, why would I open a company? I would just charm people and make them obediently give me the gold coins in their pockets. All right, Su-E said in a teasing voice. For it to sell that well, of course it's because our Frestech Chamber of Commerce's product is good enough. Like the cement, do you not like it? Hearing Su-E mention the cement, Chairman Cruz nervously looked around. He took a few looks at Su-E before saying in a low voice, Chairman Su, I ask you to keep this a secret for now. Su-E nodded with a faint smile. In business, being able to have an advantage would play an important use. Now that the Omrit Chamber of Commerce had obtained the exclusive rights to cement from the Frestech Chamber of Commerce, it meant that they had an advantage over other companies in terms of materials. This meant that the Omrit Chamber of Commerce would be able to grow quite a bit in the future. Chairman Cruz naturally wished that Su-E wouldn't reveal this secret, to avoid affecting his and the Omrit Chamber of Commerce's plan. Seeing that Su-E closed his mouth, Chairman Cruz gave 2 dry laughs before saying, Chairman Su, let's talk about the previous topic. Why did you have time today to participate in this banquet? I really am curious. Su-E looked at him. What? Do you think that I'm not qualified to come to this auction? How could that be? Chairman Cruz shook his head, but he still paused before saying in a tactful voice, Only hasn't your company been developing in magic machines the entire time? Why are you suddenly interested in iron mines? Your Omrit Chamber of Commerce specializes in construction, so why are you here? Su-E asked back. Hey, it takes quite a bit of iron in construction sites. Not to mention that thing you mentioned before. Chairman Cruz lowered his voice again. That reinforced concrete also consumes quite a bit of iron. If I can get an iron mine, it's better than buying it from other people. I think Chairman Su should be very clear that that fellow Fuller Morgan has quite the black heart. Su, he spread his hands. Then do you think that the magic machines our Frestec Chamber of Commerce produces needs quite a bit of iron ores? Chairman Cruz looked at Su E for a while before slightly knitting his brows. Then that means Chairman Su really has intentions for those two iron mines. Of course, otherwise why would I be here? Su E answered naturally before pointing at the hall filled with people. This is a rare public auction for an iron mine by the royal family. Not only are there companies from Urbana City, even large companies from other cities are here. I think that if His Majesty allowed it, companies from other countries would also be here. In the end, the use of iron ores is just too widespread, and who would let go of the chance to own two iron mines? Chairman Cruz looked around the hall filled with people chatting with each other before giving a nod. Indeed, this is a rare chance. Who would want to let it go? After saying this, he turned to Su E and hesitantly asked, "But Chairman Su, based on the news I've heard from the Lord City Lord, the starting price of these two iron mines is 500,000 gold coins for one mine." Simply put, he was doubting Su Yi's finances. Su Yi smiled. Even though Chairman Cruz hesitated for a while, he finally couldn't stop himself from asking this. He said in a relaxed voice, I've also heard this. This starting price can be considered quite low, but I think with how many people are eyeing it, the price in the end should far surpass this." Chairman Cruz observed Sui. After seeing that his face didn't even change after hearing the shocking number of 500,000 gold coins, his heart couldn't help filling with doubt. The Frestec Chamber of Commerce was only in Banta City, and they sold things under everyone's gaze. How much income they have, everyone had seen already. According to the estimate of the business union from last time, even if each of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's products made pure profit, their income in the last half a year should only be less than 200,000 gold coins. What made Su Yi think he could meddle in the auction for these two iron mines? Where did the Frestec Chamber of Commerce get all that money? Of course, it was impossible for him to get the answer from Su Yi, so he could only chat with Su Yi about a few things before leaving. When he turned around, Chairman Cruz looked over the banquet hall, and he was suddenly shocked. In this area of over 500 square meters where the highest arc was only around 4 meters tall, looking around, Chairman Cruz suddenly saw many products from the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. On the walls to the left and right, going from one side to the other, there were up to 20 variable temperature magic air conditioners lining the walls. Although in the advertisement from the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, it said that a single variable temperature magic air conditioner could support an area of 30 square meters. This was a banquet hall the Lord City Lord used to host guests. Of course, he wouldn't be petty. So he bought 20 units from the Frestec Chamber of Commerce at once. Because it was deep winter now, the night was cold enough to ice formed. So there were 20 magic air conditioners on at the same time in this banquet hall. It made the banquet hall as warm as spring. Under the magic air conditioners, there was also a row of stands, and on each stand was a row of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's newest magic lamps. They were releasing a bright light that lit up the room like it was daytime. When the banquets were held before, other than the countless candles that were on the wall, there had to be candles placed on every table to light up the entire hall. But now they just needed to hang a few magic lamps, as well as the magic lamp chandelier specially made by the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, and the hall was brightly lit, without a single feeling of darkness. Seeing the magic air conditioners and magic lamps, Chairman Cruz couldn't help thinking of a guess that even he didn't dare believe. Perhaps everyone had underestimated the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Su Yi didn't know that Chairman Cruz was thinking about all of this, and he didn't know that he had seriously misjudged the Frestec Chamber of Commerce because he saw all the different products. But he knew the guess of 200,000 gold coins in Chairman Cruz's mind. He definitely would have been surprised. This is because according to the financial record Seabass had made half a month ago, in this half a year, not including the income from the magic lamps, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce had earned just around 200,000 gold coins from their products. But the real profit of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce was not something outsiders could calculate. The reason was very simple. Every product of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce had explosive profits. Moreover, they were very terrifying profits. The one with the lowest profit margin was the first product, the magic fan. This is because when the magic fan was developed back then, Sui wasn't that experienced with researching magic machines, so he didn't properly decrease the cost of the magic fan. Moreover, Sui didn't have enough dwarven craftsmen back then and hadn't developed the production magic machines to mass produce them yet. So most of the outer covers for the magic fans were made from blacksmiths in Bana City, which increased the cost even more. But even like this, the profit margin of the first-generation magic fan was over 50%. As for the second-generation variable speed magic fan, because the production methods had matured and they could use the production magic machines to mass produce them, the cost had greatly decreased, while the price was the same as the first-generation magic fan. This created a profit margin of over 70%. As for the agricultural magic machines, the magic air conditioners, the magic rice cookers, and the current magic lamps, no matter which one it was, they didn't have a profit margin of under 70%. This meant that in less than half a year, the Frestech Chamber of Commerce's gross sales number was 200,000, and their gross profit was a shocking 140,000 gold coins. Of course, the Frestech Chamber of Commerce had invested quite a bit during this time. Most of this was spent on research. For research on new products, new technology, and new theories, Sui didn't hold back at all to invest. In this half a year, Sui had invested over 20,000 gold coins just on this aspect alone. Adding in the close to 30,000 gold coins they spent on worker wages, the current Frestech Chamber of Commerce's balance had 87,463 gold coins. For Sui and the Frestech Chamber of Commerce that were made from nothing, this was without a doubt a large amount. But if this amount was used to buy the 2 iron mines, it was far from being enough. After Sui finished calculating in his mind, when he lifted his head, he met the distant, curious gaze of the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce's chairman, Fuller Morgan. This time, the Lampuri Kingdom's royal family suddenly announced that they would hold a public auction for 2 iron mines near Bana City. It quickly attracted the attention of all the powerful companies in the kingdom. After confirming that this information was true, the companies gathered in Banta City to participate in this auction were some of the largest companies in the kingdom. Everyone was clear that this was a very good chance. This was because before this, all the iron mines in the Lampuri Kingdom were owned by the Joel family, and others couldn't stick their hand in at all. But now the king was holding a public auction for these 2 iron mines. There was no doubt that this meant the attitude the royal family had for the Joel family had changed, and they silently accepted other companies to join the iron or trade. As for why the royal family suddenly did this, everyone had different guesses. The most common guess was that the king finally couldn't take the Joel family controlling the iron or trade in the kingdom and was planning to move against the Joel family. The next common guess was one made by people who had some understanding of the kingdom's finances. Because the kingdom's finances have been low in the past few years, even if the king wanted to do something, he would be limited by finances and couldn't accomplish it. So being forced into this situation, the king finally decided to take out the royal family's mineral resources to exchange for finances to fund his own plans. It should be said that this guess was close to the truth and was in the same general field. It was indeed because the king was limited by the kingdom's finances, so he couldn't buy the tens of thousands of agricultural magic machines that the kingdom needed, so he wanted to pay with this mine. But because the contract that between Sui and the agricultural department under the king was a very closely guarded secret, there were very few people who knew about this. The reason why the Joel family knew about these 2 mines was because of their analysis from the king's actions in the 2 mines. Therefore, they asked for a fair bidding for these mines. As for the role the Frestech Chamber of Commerce played, 70 promised Sui that the Joel family shouldn't know anything. But Sui didn't dare believe it. But seeing Chairman Fuller Morgan's expression, Sui was certain. Even if the Joel family wasn't completely clear on the facts, they must know that him and the Frestech Chamber of Commerce were involved. As for how much the Joel family knew, Sui wasn't certain. Thinking about it, Sui directly headed towards Chairman Morgan. Seeing Sui come over, Chairman Morgan quickly revealed a smile on his face and raised his glass at Sui. "Hey, dear Sui, for you to appear here today, it really surprises me." Chairman Cruz was saying the same thing earlier. Sui said with a shrug, "It seems like most people here have the same idea." Chairman Fuller smiled. not denying or admitting it at all. He didn't want to pester him with this question, so he directly said, Chairman Morgan, your Fulcao Chamber of Commerce already controls almost half the iron mines in Bana City. Now that there are two extra, can you just let them go? Chairman Morgan rubbed his head of half-white hair and said while laughing, Chairman Su, is this a joke? Since our Fulcao Chamber of Commerce already controls half, why wouldn't we want to control the rest of the iron mines? Chairman Su, your Frestec Chamber of Commerce is the exclusive provider of magic machines, so if someone wanted to steal them from you, would you be willing to hand them over? I'm very willing. He said with a nod. There is only development with competition. Actually, I want to create several other companies that deal in magic machines other than our Frestec Chamber of Commerce. If it's just us, the industry will develop too slowly. Chairman Morgan's face sunk slightly as he said with knit brows, Chairman Su, are you serious about this? The reason why your Frestec Chamber of Commerce has this much money is not because of the magic machines, but rather because you're the only company that produces them. If there were several other companies that also produced the same magic machines, do you think that your company would still earn that much money? Isn't there a few over there? He raised his chin and looked at a group of people at the far end of the banquet hall. Chairman Morgan followed Su Yi's gaze before saying with disdain, those fellows from Sultan City, they actually want to steal business in our Bana City. They really only know how to seek death. That group of people were the representatives of Sultan City's companies. Among them was a person speaking eloquently, who was the Leo Chamber of Commerce's Chairman Bruno. In the crowd beside him, there was also the Farsak Chamber of Commerce's chairman that Su Yi knew very well. Perhaps they could feel Su Yi and Morgan's gaze, but Chairman Bruno stopped talking to the people around him and he looked over. After looking at Su Yi, there was a cold look that appeared in Chairman Bruno's eyes, but there was still a smile on his face as he even raised the glass of wine in his hand at Su Yi. The people around him saw this, and they also looked over. Chairman Farsak revealed a sincere smile as he also raised his glass at Su Yi. The other people were surprised. They didn't understand Chairman Bruno and Chairman Farsak, who could raise storms in Sultan City, would specially look at this normal-looking youth and specially salute him. If it was said that Su Yi was a large noble, then the power of the family behind him would be enough to make these two show courtesy. But no matter how they looked at Su Yi, he didn't have the special aura of a large noble. But since Chairman Bruno and Chairman Farsak both saluted him, naturally the others all revealed smiles as they also saluted Su Yi. Su Yi also raised the glass of wine in his hand as he smiled at them. He said to Chairman Morgan, since this is a public action held in Banta City by the king and the mining union, we don't have any special advantages over these Sultan City people. Chairman Morgan knit his brows and couldn't help saying, Chairman Su, your Frestec Chamber of Commerce is really participating in the auction? Of course, otherwise why would I be here? Su Yi said this very naturally. Chairman Morgan was silent for a bit before he said with a soft snort, Chairman Su, as a friend from the business union, I have to give you some advice. It's best to not do something that exceeds your capacity. Su Yi nodded. Many thanks for Chairman Morgan's advice, but I know what to do. Chairman Morgan gave a stronger cold snort before lifting his glass of wine and walking away. Watching him leave, Su Yi rubbed his nose as he gave a bitter laugh. Why is it that no one is willing to believe that I have the ability to buy these two mines? Thinking about it, he gave a shrug before saying with a self-ridiculing smile, all right, actually, even I don't believe it. The banquet slowly proceeded as everyone talked to each other. When everyone felt that it was about time, Count Shan appeared in the back of the hall and attracted everyone's attention. He extended his welcome to everyone for coming before saying a few pleasantries. Count Shan then introduced the topic and began the climax of the banquet. He started the auction for the iron mines. Receiving instructions from His Majesty, this auction will be held for the two iron mines that are 50 miles west of the city and 60 miles southwest of the city, respectively. According to the exploration of the kingdom's mining department, these two mines are rich with iron ores, as well as many other kinds of metals. Most people under the stage had some understanding of the mine already, but after hearing Count Shan's introduction, it still caused everyone to be surprised. According to the results of the exploration of the kingdom's mining department, these two mines were considered first-grade mines. If they could be mined normally each year, The lowest income one would make would be over 100,000 gold coins. If one could buy these two mines, even if they had to invest a lot of money during the mining, they could also earn a large amount. According to the instructions of His Majesty, what is being sold is not the property rights, but rather the mining rights, which is for 50 years. Anyone interested can make a bid. Count Shan added. Everyone secretly nodded, not feeling surprised. This was something expected. Even the iron mines controlled by the Joel family in name still belonged to the Lampuri kingdom and not the Joel family. But since the mining rights had always been in the hands of the Joel family, it was actually still controlled by the Joel family. Mining rights of 50 years to an iron mine. This wasn't considered too long, but it also wasn't considered short. If one was willing to invest, 50 years was enough to allow one to earn back their investment and earn a large amount. After basic information on the two iron mines were introduced, Count Shan handed over the task of hosting to a specially invited host, an auctioneer. The host didn't immediately announce the beginning of the auction. Rather, the first thing they did was to ask every person and company here to first pay a deposit. This was not something unexpected. For large auctions like this, it generally had this custom. It guaranteed that the people participating had the rights of participate and prevented people from causing trouble. The people who came to this banquet were already prepared. So under the supervision of the people sent by the city lord's manor, everyone paid the deposit that they had already prepared. According to the customs of the Signs continent, the deposit was at least 40% of the base price. The base price of these two iron mines added together was 1,200,000 gold coins. So just this deposit alone was a high 480,000 gold coins. Seeing the merchants going up one by one and handing over their deposits, Su Yi's heart couldn't help filling with doubt. Based on this current situation, there were quite a few powerful businessmen in the Lampuri kingdom. So many companies could take out a large amount like 480,000 gold coins. And the Lampuri kingdom's tax revenue was only a pitiful million gold coins. This really was a large contrast. Looking over Chairman Morgan, who stepped on stage, Su Yi narrowed his eyes and was filled with thought. Very soon, it was Su Yi's turn to step on stage. When the host called Su Yi's name, most of the people under the stage looked over. Of course, the merchants of Banta City recognized Su Yi, and because of the Frestek Chamber of Commerce, the merchants from cities near Banta City had also heard of Su Yi. Even if one didn't know about Su Yi, based on the rumors that one heard about Su Yi and the Frestek Chamber of Commerce during the banquet, one would quickly become curious about the Frestek Chamber of Commerce. But everyone was very clear that no matter how much money this new company made, it was impossible for them to earn 500,000 gold coins in just half a year. So when Su Yi appeared in front of everyone and walked up to the stage, there were countless eyes filled with curiosity and doubt that looked over. This Frestek Chamber of Commerce, could they really take out that much money? Su Yi had the perfect faint smile as he calmly walked in front of the host. He first revealed a smile to Count Shan sitting on the side before taking out an envelope that wasn't too thick from his chest. The host took the envelope and opened it to take a look. He looked at Su Yi in surprise before announcing in a loud voice, Frestek Chamber of Commerce has handed over 5 Chimera Chamber of Commerce's gold notes worth 100,000 each, for a total of 500,000 gold coins. There was the sound of whispers that came from under the stage. Many people had looks of disbelief as they looked at Su Yi with eyes filled with shock and curiosity. This Frestek Chamber of Commerce, it could actually take out 500,000 gold coins at once. What surprised everyone was that he actually took out large gold notes from the Chimera Chamber of Commerce. It had to be known that the Chimera Chamber of Commerce was the biggest company on the Signs continent. To get their approval and have them give you gold notes was not an easy thing. To have the Chimera Chamber of Commerce to create this kind of giant gold note, it was a very difficult thing to do. Although the merchants here didn't have weak backgrounds, the security deposits they gave her were mostly gold notes given by the Lampuri Chamber of Commerce run by the Lampuri Kingdom's royal family, or they used some bonds as deposits. There were only a few companies, which included the Chimera Chamber of Commerce, that would take out these gold notes that would be recognized even on the other continents. From what everyone could see, being able to have gold notes from the Chimera Chamber of Commerce was a proof of status. With the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's current strength, they normally wouldn't have this right. Other than this, The Frestec Chamber of Commerce suddenly took out 500,000 in deposits. This showed that Sui actually had the intention to compete for these two gold mines. With the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's strength, being able to compete for just one mine was already hard to believe, not to mention competing for two of them. But the facts were in front of them, and people had no choice but to believe them. Watching Sui casually step off the stage, Chairman Morgan slightly narrowed his eyes. From those 5 giant gold notes from the Chimera Chamber of Commerce, he smelled something strange. The Fulcao Chamber of Commerce had to win these iron mines, but there might be a few complications. Very soon, the companies participating in the auction had given their deposits. Everyone was shocked to find that based on the numbers the host just announced, there were 38 companies that were participating in the auction, so based on the deposits, the host had received over 10 million gold coins just now. It was no wonder the hall was completely filled with armed soldiers, not letting any random people come close. An entire 10 million gold coins. This was an amount that was enough to make many people go crazy. Very soon, while everyone was feeling excited and nervous, the host announced that the auction was starting. The auctioneer that Count Sean had invited from Anvilmar came to take control of the auction. The first mine, the starting price will be 500,000 gold coins with the lowest increment being 5,000 gold coins. Begin. The wooden gavel in the auctioneer's hand fell down, and some companies already impatiently called out numbers. In the blink of an eye, the auction price had gone from 500,000 to over 600,000. The passionate mood in the hall began to cool off, and the sounds of bidding came slower. 700,000 gold coins. A voice suddenly rang out that made the hall silent. Everyone looked at where the voice came from in shock. Wasn't the last price just 610,000 gold coins? This fellow actually raised it to 700,000. Was there a problem with him? After they saw the person who made the bid, everyone understood. The Fulcao Chamber of Commerce was determined to win these two iron mines. So Chairman Morgan directly raising this price was already enough to show everyone the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce's determination. Of course, although this was already a sky-high price, it was not enough to scare people. After the hall was silent for a bit, quickly there was someone who called out a bid for 710,000 gold coins. A price of over 700,000. It already made quite a few companies hesitant. Such a large amount couldn't be easily taken out. But after hesitating a bit, these people quickly thought it through. The mine being auctioned now was the smaller one, so of course the price was a bit lower. If they couldn't even take this mine, they didn't even need to think about the second bigger mine. So although the bids weren't as passionate as before, they didn't stop. The bidding kept rising and quickly reached 800,000 gold coins. To everyone here, 800,000 gold coins was considered a very suitable price for this mine. Once they passed this price, even if their income from this wasn't poor, but based on the investment they would have to put in and the output they got out, it wouldn't be considered very profitable. Of course, profit could still move people's hearts. So many company representatives had their hearts move and they were prepared to raise the price. But at this time, Chairman Morgan spoke again. 900,000 gold coins. The hall fell into silence again. Everyone looked at Chairman Morgan with surprised looks. Even if your Fulcao Chamber of Commerce wanted this iron mine, you didn't need to bid like this, right? Not speaking is fine, but increasing it by 100,000 at once. This was clearly telling others that you had to win. It should be said that Chairman Morgan's bidding strategy wasn't rare. In an auction that was very popular and competitive, this kind of approach could scare many people who were just trying their luck and could save quite a bit of trouble. But by showing one's determination like this, one could meet someone who deliberately raises the price. There were pros and cons. It was very hard to predict. After the hall was silent for a bit, when the auctioneer wanted to confirm the bid, someone raised the price again. 950,000. Chairman Morgan looked at the source of the voice and found that the one who made a bid was Chairman Bruno of the Leo Chamber of Commerce that he just looked at with Sui. Their gazes met and Chairman Morgan gave a cold snort before calling out, 1 million. The representatives that were hesitating to speak couldn't help shutting their mouths. Everyone looked at Chairman Morgan and Chairman Bruno with excitement. Based on the situation, this auction was probably going to be a test of might between the two of them. As expected, after hearing Chairman Morgan's bid, Chairman Bruno didn't have any hesitation as he called out, 1,050,000. Chairman Morgan just gave a snort and immediately followed, 1,100,000, 1,150,000, 1,200,000. The two kept going, and it passed 1,500,000 in the blink of an eye. Everyone in the hall seemed to be holding their breath, not daring to say a word. No one had thought that a mine worth 500,000 would reach 1,500,000. Even if everyone here was from a powerful company, to any of them they still had to carefully consider bringing out a large amount like 1,500,000 gold coins. Even Chairman Bruno hesitated after he heard Chairman Morgan call out this price, and he couldn't stop his expression from changing. After hesitating a bit, he gritted his teeth and called out, 1,510,000. Hearing this number, everyone in the hall couldn't help letting out a sigh. The two had been increasing by 50,000 each time before, but now Chairman Bruno only added 10,000. It could be seen that he didn't have confidence, and he was just trying his luck, betting that Chairman Morgan had already reached his limits. But Chairman Morgan gave him a cold snort and actually called out 1,600,000. Meeting Chairman Morgan's cold gaze, Chairman Bruno's forehead was covered with small drops of cold sweat. He wanted to add 10,000 to give it a try, but he was afraid that Chairman Morgan would suddenly give up. If that happened, it meant that the Leo Chamber of Commerce needed to spend a sky-high price of 1,610,000 gold coins to buy this mine. Although the Leo Chamber of Commerce was the largest company in Sultan City, it was unable to compare to the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce, which was one of the top companies of the Lampuri Kingdom. If they were to truly take out 1,610,000 gold coins at once, it would be cutting into the Leo Chamber of Commerce's flesh. And the iron mine needed a large amount of manpower and resources to open. It was a large investment. Because this was the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce's main industry, they were already rich with experience in opening up mines. To them, opening up another mine was a very normal thing, but it was completely different from the Leo Chamber of Commerce. Comparing it, the profit the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce earned from opening this mine surpassed all other companies, so Chairman Morgan didn't even blink when he increased this price. Seeing the struggle on Chairman Bruno's face, Chairman Morgan gave a cold laugh. He turned to say to the auctioneer on the stage, "Can you hurry up?" The auctioneer looked at Chairman Bruno, and seeing that he didn't react, he raised the wooden gavel in his hand and said in a clear voice, 1,600,000 going once. Wait! Chairman Bruno suddenly raised his hand to stop the auctioneer's actions. He looked at Chairman Morgan before saying through gritted teeth, 1,650,000. Everyone flew into an uproar. Chairman Bruno only added 10,000 before, but now he suddenly added 50,000. What was he thinking? Could it be the Leo Chamber of Commerce also longed for this iron mine, like the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce? Chairman Morgan looked at Chairman Bruno before calling out 1,660,000, which surprised everyone. After seeing Chairman Bruno hesitate a bit and prepare to increase the price, Chairman Morgan looked at him with a dark face and said in a deep voice, "Chairman Bruno, does your Leo Chamber of Commerce plan on fighting our Fulcao Chamber of Commerce to the end? I think I need to remind you that even if this iron mine enters your Leo Chamber of Commerce's hands, you won't even be able to mine half a piece of iron ore." Not only Chairman Bruno, everyone else's face changed. Chairman Morgan was clearly using this to threaten them, but everyone had to admit that his threat was quite real. The Fulcao Chamber of Commerce controlled all the mining business in the Lampuri Kingdom. It would only take a few words from them, and not a single miner would dare work for the Leo Chamber of Commerce. Like this, even if the Leo Chamber of Commerce obtained the iron mine, it would be very hard for them to mine anything. Even if they could mine things, it would be hard for them to sell the ores. Chairman Bruno's expression changed several times before he gave a sigh in the end and put his hand down. Seeing that he gave up, everyone couldn't help sighing. The first auction ended like this. Then that means no one will dare compete against the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce in the second auction. The ending to this auction had already been determined. Chairman Morgan revealed a proud smile before turning to the auctioneer on stage. The auctioneer was an expert in reading moods and seeing the situation under the stage. He didn't hesitate at all as he raised the wooden gavel. 1,660,000 going once. 1,660,000 going twice. 1,660,000 going thr. When the auctioneer was about to finish, there was a voice that suddenly rang out at this time. 1,800,000. The hall had been quiet since the ending had been decided, but once this voice sounded and rang through the hall, everyone's eyes had been attracted. After seeing who this voice belonged to, everyone's expressions filled with shock. It was actually Sui. It was actually the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. The shock instantly turned into deep doubt. How much did Sui call out? 1,800,000 gold coins. Based on what did he shout that sky-high price? Where did the Frestec Chamber of Commerce get all that money? Although Sui had just taken out the 500,000 gold notes from the Chimera Chamber of Commerce, no one really thought the Frestec Chamber of Commerce was here to participate in the auction. They all thought that Sui was just here for the fun. No one would have thought that when the Leo Chamber of Commerce gave up, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce would jump in. Chairman Morgan looked at Sui, and the unsettled feeling in his heart became stronger. According to normal analysis, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce couldn't take out that much money at all. But after seeing Sui take out the 5 Chimera Chamber of Commerce's gold notes, Chairman Morgan suddenly felt that the matter tonight would not be as easy as he expected. As expected, the Leo Chamber of Commerce jumped out first, causing Chairman Morgan to add an entire 300,000 gold coins to the price in his mind. Now there was another Sui that jumped out. 1,800,000. Chairman Morgan looked at Sui and said with a smile, "Chairman Sui, it isn't that I don't believe you, but does your Frestec Chamber of Commerce really have that much money? I think that 500,000 should have been borrowed from somewhere, right?" Sui pretended to be surprised. "How does Chairman Morgan know I borrowed them?" "Right. That's right. Our Frestec Chamber of Commerce can't take out that much money, so we could only borrow it. It's a good thing that someone with a good heart was willing to lend to me. Otherwise, I really wouldn't dare come to this auction." Chairman Morgan shook his head. "I can barely believe lending your Frestec Chamber of Commerce 500,000 gold coins, but to lend you 1,800,000. Not just me. If you ask many people here, would they believe it?" Although no one in the hall backed up Chairman Morgan, based on the expression on their faces, it was clear they were filled with doubt. Without waiting for Sui to respond, Chairman Morgan turned his head to Count Sean, who was supervising the auction not far away, and said with a polite bow, "Lord City Lord, I now doubt that the Frestec Chamber of Commerce can't take out that much money, so Chairman Sui's actions are just causing trouble. I ask you to follow the rules of the auction and throw him out." Hearing Chairman Morgan's words, the hall was filled with an uproar again. Although most people didn't feel that the Frestec Chamber of Commerce could take out a large amount like 1,800,000, Chairman Morgan right now was completely tearing off all face with Sui. After thinking about it, they felt that Chairman Morgan's actions were very right. If Sui was really thrown out, it wouldn't just be Sui losing face. Even the Frestec Chamber of Commerce would find it hard to stand firm in Bana City. With the strength of the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce, would they be worried about tearing off all face with a small Frestec Chamber of Commerce? Count Sean knit his brows and rose to look at Sui before looking at Chairman Morgan. He said in a deep voice, "Chairman Morgan, that is only your own suspicion. It does not constitute a reason for me to throw out Chairman Sui." Chairman Morgan nodded before pointing at Sui to say, "Then Lord City Lord, I hope that Chairman Sui can prove that he has the ability to take out 1,800,000 gold coins. Otherwise, he is just disrupting the auction, and I am very dissatisfied and against this." Sui couldn't help saying, "Chairman Morgan, why don't you prove it first?" Chairman Morgan said with a cold laugh, "Does our Fulcao Chamber of Commerce need to prove anything? We're not a small company like you." Sui looked at Chairman Morgan and felt strange. Although he had expected that Chairman Morgan would react to his sudden bid, he never thought that his reaction would be this strong. Could it be that Chairman Morgan had secretly received some information? Thinking about it, Sui had some ideas, but he still revealed a smile. He turned to Count Sean to say, "Lord City Lord, according to normal logic, I feel that Chairman Morgan's request and protest is all nonsense, and there is no need to care. But Chairman Morgan's point does make a point. Our Frestec Chamber of Commerce is only a small company. Of course, we don't have the same rights Fulcao Chamber of Commerce. So this time, in order not to trouble the Lord City Lord, I've decided to take out evidence that will prove that our Frestec Chamber of Commerce has the ability to pay this bid." Including Chairman Morgan, Everyone looked at Sue with curious gazes. This fellow could actually prove it? How was he going to prove it? Lord City Lord, can I bring in a companion? Sue then asked Count Shan. That companion can prove this. Count Shan asked back. Count Shan called the host over and had him personally bring Sue out of the hall. When Sue left, the banquet hall instantly filled with noise as everyone began discussing this. They were curious about who Sue was calling that was able to prove that the Frestec Chamber of Commerce was able to pay the giant 1,800,000 bid. I think this fellow's just looking for a way to escape, right? Chairman Morgan said with a cold snort. The Sarang Chamber of Commerce's Chairman Manhattan Rank and the Armani Chamber of Commerce's Chairman Samuel Vincent looked at each other, both being able to see the unsettled look in each other's eyes. Manhattan Rank thought about it before saying, Chairman Morgan, although I know that your Fulcao Chamber of Commerce must obtain these 2 iron mines, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce is still a part of our business union. We don't need to ruin our relationships like this, right? That's right, Chairman Morgan. Just let Sue bid and stop if you think that it's too high. Anyway, we all know that the Frestec Chamber of Commerce doesn't have that much money. When he can't take it out, the one embarrassed is him and his Frestec Chamber of Commerce. It is unrelated to you. Then according to the rules of the auction, your Fulcao Chamber of Commerce that gave the second highest bid can take the iron mine. Is there a need to cause trouble with him here? Chairman Vincent supported him. Right now there are company representatives from other cities. If they see that our Banta cities companies have this kind of relationship, we will be laughed at by them. This fellow sought this himself. He should have just honestly kept making magic machines. He actually wants to meddle in the business of our Fulcao Chamber of Commerce. This is already breaking the rules. You can't blame me. Chairman Morgan said. Actually, he agreed with Chairman Vincent's words. In normal circumstances, he wasn't willing to break all face with Sue, but he felt that something was strange tonight, which made him feel very restless, causing him to request Sue to provide proof like this. As for falling out with the Frestec Chamber of Commerce over this, he and the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce didn't care. President Rank and Chairman Vincent looked at each other before giving helpless, bitter smiles. This time, they really hoped that Sue wouldn't come back. But facts wasn't as they wished. Less than 5 minutes after Sue left, he returned to the hall with the host, while also bringing someone with him. The curious gazes of the people in the hall fell onto this person, and surprised gasps came from the hall. When Chairman Morgan saw this person, his expression became very ugly. When President Rank saw this person and after he looked at Chairman Morgan, his face became very bright. Only Chairman Vincent felt a bit confused. Seeing the changes with their expressions, he took another look at that person. He found that the person who came in with Sue was a well-proportioned middle-aged man with a very neat dress. That wasn't a single bit out of place. That person let out a serious and fine aura. Just a single glance was enough to tell that he was someone with ability and status. But based on his outer dress, this person shouldn't have made Chairman Morgan and President Rank have this kind of large reaction. Who is this person? President Rank looked at Sue with a relaxed smile on his face and said with a bitter smile, "You'll know in a while." In front of everyone's complicated gazes, Sue and that person was led by the host to the stage. Count Shan looked at that person before looking at Sue with a smile. "Sue, you really have quite some face." Sue said with a smile, "Lord City Lord's praise is too much. Can I ask him to help me answer Chairman Morgan's question now?" Count Shan gave a slight nod. "Of course." Sue said a few words in a low voice to that person, and that person nodded. He came to the stage and looked over everyone below before saying in a loud voice, "Everyone, first let me introduce myself. I am the Chimera Chamber of Commerce's Lampuri Kingdom Branch's manager, Fieri Rose." As soon as his voice fell, even more shocked gasps sounded from beneath the stage compared to before. This person was actually someone from the Chimera Chamber of Commerce. Everyone instantly understood. It was no wonder Sue could take out 5 large gold notes from the Chimera Chamber of Commerce. He actually had some relation with the Chimera Chamber of Commerce. Even larger doubts appeared in everyone's mind. The small Frestec Chamber of Commerce. How did they become related to the Chimera Chamber of Commerce? Even sending out a manager to Banta City to help Sue solve his problem? Fieri Rose ignored the doubts in everyone's eyes and continued without any expression. In response to the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's Chairman Sue's request, "I have come to specially announce something to everyone. After strict verification, we have accepted the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's loan application to us at a total amount of 5 million gold coins. The entire banquet hall fell into a deathly silence. There were people whispering under the stage, but when they heard the final number Manager Rose gave, they were so shocked they couldn't say anything else. The large banquet hall was so silent that even the sound of a pin being dropped could be heard. This deathly silence didn't last long as the hall exploded after a while. 5 million gold coins. Gods above. Is this true? It can't be, right? How could the Frestec Chamber of Commerce be allowed to borrow that much? That's right. There wouldn't even be this value if the entire Frestec Chamber of Commerce was sold, right? 500,000 gold coins is already enough. When did the Chimera Chamber of Commerce become this easy to talk to? We were rejected last time we put in a loan for just 800,000 gold coins. So how did the Frestec Chamber of Commerce get approved for 5 million? Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. The one filled with the most disbelief was, of course, Chairman Morgan. He kept staring at Manager Rose. If it wasn't for the people watching on the side, he would have charged up to the stage and pulled on Manager Rose's skin to see if it was someone disguised as him. But his reasoning told him that this Manager Rose was indeed the Manager Rose he had contacted many times in Anvilmar City. It definitely was not someone disguised as him. Also, what use would there be in Sue finding someone to disguise as him? If this matter didn't have the Chimera Chamber of Commerce's approval, would Sue dare do this? After a while, Chairman Morgan slowly came back to his senses. He took a deep look at Sue before turning to Manager Rose to ask, "Manager Rose, can I ask a question?" Manager Rose gave a slight nod. "Please ask." "I want to ask, just based on what did the Frestec Chamber of Commerce receive the approval to get a 5 million gold coin loan from your Chimera Chamber of Commerce?" Chairman Morgan asked. This question was the question that everyone wanted to know. When Chairman Morgan asked this, everyone looked over at Manager Rose. Who would have thought that Manager Rose would just look at Chairman Morgan and answer without any expression? "I'm sorry, I cannot say anything about this issue." A wave of sighs sounded. Disappointment came. But everyone was clear that this reply from Manager Rose was irrefutable. It was a Chimera Chamber of Commerce secret why this loan was approved. So it was expected that Manager Rose wouldn't answer this question. Chairman Morgan's face twitched a few times before he nodded and didn't ask anything else. Seeing that no one else had any questions, Count Sean stood up and announced the auction would continue. But the auction continuing meant Chairman Morgan had to face the sky-high price of 1,800,000 that Sui gave. Although before this auction, the Joel family had given Chairman Morgan instructions that he had to obtain these 2 iron mines. The Fulcao Chamber of Commerce had only valued this smaller mine at 800,000 to 1,200,000. When Chairman Morgan gave that 1,660,000 gold coin bid, it had already surpassed his budget. If he wanted to press down Su Yi's bid of 1,800,000. The auctioneer who was on the stage again saw that Chairman Morgan didn't say anything, so he couldn't help giving a soft cough. He reminded him, "The Frestec Chamber of Commerce has bid 1,800,000. Is there anyone that wants to go higher? If not, the iron mine will belong to the Frestec Chamber of Commerce." Everyone looked at Chairman Morgan. The cold sweat covering Chairman Morgan's head was several times more than Chairman Bruno earlier. He looked at Sue before looking back at the auctioneer. After hesitating for a bit, he slowly raised his hand as the auctioneer raised the wooden gavel and softly called, 1,850,000. 2 million. When Chairman Morgan said his final word, Sue already called out another number. Everyone in the hall took a cold breath of air at the same time. 2 million gold coins. All for an iron mine that wasn't considered too big. Moreover, Sue had gone to 2 million from 1,850,000 at once. This was even more aggressive than Chairman Morgan from before. Everyone looked at Sue like he was a maniac. Does this Sue know what he was doing? Did he think that this 2 million gold coins fell out of the sky? Even if your Frestec Chamber of Commerce received a loan of 5 million from the Chimera Chamber of Commerce for an unknown reason, can you not spend it so freely like some low-level nouveau riche? Thinking of upstarts, everyone suddenly remembered that compared to the large companies with rich backgrounds in history, isn't Sue and the Frestec Chamber of Commerce considered nouveau riche? But whether he was one or not, Sue had already given his price. So would Chairman Morgan meet it or not? Chairman Morgan took out his handkerchief and forcefully wiped his head. He found that his dry handkerchief had become soaked, and his hand holding it couldn't help shaking. Damn fellow. Chairman Morgan looked at Sue E in the distance with a relaxed smile on his face, and he cursed in his heart. If it wasn't for this fellow suddenly butting in, he could have used 1,660,000 to take this mine. Although this price was a bit high, it was still in his acceptable range. But now that Sue E had given a price of 2 million gold coins, it had already passed what Chairman Morgan could accept. Chairman Morgan hesitantly wiping off his sweat. When the auctioneer reached his third count and the wooden gavel fell, he didn't make a single sound. 2 million gold coins. Congratulations to the Frestec Chamber of Commerce for winning, obtaining the mining rights to this mine for 50 years. The auctioneer's voice reverberated through the banquet hall, but it didn't draw out any response. There wasn't even any polite clapping. Everyone looked at Sue E and Chairman Morgan with extremely strange expressions. Chairman Morgan gave up on bidding in the end, which made everyone disappointed, but it was expected. After all, the price of 2 million was just too high. It had already surpassed everyone's calculations. Even if the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce had many resources and was powerful, they couldn't spend this casually. This was the reason why Chairman Morgan gave up. As for the iron mine that Sue E used a sky-high price to obtain, no one was happy for him. With such a large investment, even if the Frestec Chamber of Commerce wildly mined it, it was impossible to earn this large amount back in a short period of time. Not to mention that this amount was something the Frestec Chamber of Commerce borrowed from the Chimera Chamber of Commerce. The Chimera Chamber of Commerce was not kind. There had to be a high interest to this loan. If the Frestec Chamber of Commerce wasn't managed properly, they wouldn't even be able to pay back the interest. In the end, they might even collapse from this interest. In the opinion of many people, Sue E and the Frestec Chamber of Commerce made a very stupid choice. So the first auction ended with this strange silence. The Frestec Chamber of Commerce used a shocking price of 2 million to earn the mining rights of this rather small mine. But the silence was crushed instantly by the sounds of bidding as soon as the second auction began. The second mine was much bigger than the first mine, so there was much more value contained in it. Just the starting price was 700,000 gold coins. Perhaps it was because of how wild the first auction was, or maybe it was because everyone was set on this larger mine to begin with. So when the auction started, everyone jumped out with prices. The 700,000 starting price turned into 1 million in an instant, and it quickly charged close to 1,500,000. But when the representative of a company wanted to bid 1,500,000, Chairman Morgan, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly spoke. It was fine when he didn't open his mouth, but he shocked everyone when he did. He directly raised the price by 500,000 gold coins. The hall fell silent, and everyone looked at Chairman Morgan. They found that the expression on his face was quite fierce at this time. Everyone understood that this time, Chairman Morgan wouldn't give up on this mine no matter what. Otherwise, the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce would return empty-handed this time. After a pause, a company representative from Anvilmar City called out a bid of 2,050,000. When he finished, Chairman Morgan directly called out 2,300,000. Although he didn't suddenly raise it by 500,000 again, suddenly raising it by 250,000 was still shocking enough. The more shocking thing was what Chairman Morgan said after he made his bid. This mine, our Fulcao Chamber of Commerce has to obtain it. Whoever wishes to steal, it will become an enemy of our Fulcao Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, you all understand that even if you obtain this mine, will you really have the ability to mine it? This was simply a naked threat. Count Sean knit his brows. He was dissatisfied, but his brows relaxed, and he didn't say anything. Seeing that no one made a sound, Chairman Morgan looked at Sue E and said with a cold snort, "Chairman Sue, how about it? Do you still want to bid? Your Frestec Chamber of Commerce has suddenly borrowed 5 million from the Chimera Chamber of Commerce, and there's still 3 million left. So will you struggle against our Fulcao Chamber of Commerce again?" Sue E looked at Chairman Morgan in surprise and said in an innocent manner, "Chairman Morgan, what are these words? Could it be that you've forgotten that you've said that we're all friends in the business union and everyone should help each other? How could I maliciously attack you? Then again, I can't just spend all 5 million of what I've borrowed, right? Actually, using 2 million to buy the mine is already enough to give me a headache. If it wasn't for the fact that the magic machines produced by my company using a large amount of iron, I wouldn't be that interested in the iron mine, don't you think? Chairman Morgan glared at Sue E, not believing a single word. But Sue E seemed like he was going to make a concession, so naturally he wouldn't say anything. He just kept staring at Sue E, seeing if he would do the same as before, bidding at the last second. But when the auctioneer finished counting and the small wooden gavel fell to the end the auction, Sue E had the same smile on his face with his mouth closed, not saying a word. After hearing the auctioneer say that the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce received the mining rights to these mines, Chairman Morgan let out a long sigh of relief. After he finished fighting this war, his body relaxed. Sue E actually came over at this time and said to Chairman Morgan with a smile, "Congratulations, congratulations. This mine has fallen into your Fulcao Chamber of Commerce's hand in the end. It's a pity that my Frestek Chamber of Commerce isn't strong enough. Otherwise, I really wanted to struggle a bit." Chairman Morgan gave a strong snort. He thought that if it wasn't for this fellow causing trouble, those two mines would have easily fallen into the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce's pockets. Losing a mine, the Joel's family would definitely be dissatisfied because of this. Chairman Morgan didn't know what kind of punishment he would receive because of this. Sue E suddenly came forward 2 steps and said to Chairman Morgan in a low voice, "That's right, Chairman Morgan. Now that our Frestek Chamber of Commerce has gained a mine, I was prepared to invent some mining magic machines. I wonder, is your Fulcao Chamber of Commerce interested?" Chairman Morgan looked at Sue E in a daze. After seeing that his expression was serious and it didn't seem like he was lying, he couldn't help thinking deeper into this. Although Chairman Morgan looked down on a small company like the Frestek Chamber of Commerce, he had to admit that the magic machines of the Frestek Chamber of Commerce were all surprisingly easy to use. The most obvious example of this was the agricultural magic machines. If Sue E really invented some mining magic machines, perhaps it really would help the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce. Thinking of this, Chairman Morgan's expression changed several times at a speed that made Sue E sigh with emotion. He finally revealed a warm smile and said to Sue E, "Of course we're interested. How about Chairman Sue discuss this with me in detail?" This public auction in Banta City that attracted countless people's attention and several large and small companies of the Lampuri Kingdom was actually just a play Sue E coordinated with the royal family to put on. The Frestek Chamber of Commerce certainly couldn't take out an exaggerated amount as 2 million, and it was like everyone had thought. They didn't have the qualifications to apply for a large 5 million gold coin loan from the Chimera Chamber of Commerce. This 5 million gold coin loan was actually taken by the king, using the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's name on the application. The 2 million gold coins used to buy the first mine would naturally return into the king's hands. The 3 million that wasn't spent in the end would directly be given back to the Chimera Chamber of Commerce. In this auction, when it came to settling accounts, Sue E and the Frestek Chamber of Commerce didn't spend a single cent. The interest the king had to pay for this short-term loan of 5 million was 20,000, which wasn't even worth mentioning. Compared to the income of 2,300,000 gold coins earned from selling the second mine, it really wasn't worth mentioning. Of course, according to Sue Yi's agreement with the king, the Frestek Chamber of Commerce should have received 2 iron mines. Although now one of the mines ended in the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's hands, the other mine was still auctioned off to the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce. But Seveni and Sue Yi's plans had already thought of that. If Sue Yi could have bought the second mine at a suitable price, it would have been good. But Chairman Morgan threw those rough words at the auction, so Sue Yi chose to give it up after careful consideration. Seveni had given Sue Yi 2 choices in this situation. One was according to the 1,300,000 gold coin value in the contract. The king would directly give 1,300,000 gold coins to the Frestek Chamber of Commerce, which would be considered payment for the order of agricultural magic machines. The second was to find a suitable iron mine in the kingdom to give Sue Yi. That way, it would be no different from the contract from before. But Sue Yi gave Seveni another option. That was to let the Frestek Chamber of Commerce rent some land from the royal family, using the payment as rent for the land. As for the size of the land, Sue Yi's first request was around 10 times the size of Banda City. But Seveni's response to this was, "Chairman Sue, are you crazy? Of course, he wasn't crazy. He was actually very sane. Because he was very sane, he proposed the plan of renting land from the royal family. He no longer wanted to obtain territory like before. This was because he had studied up on the history of the Lampuri kingdom. Since the kingdom had been founded, although the Lampuri kingdom royal family had conferred new noble titles, they had never given out an inch of land. It could be seen that the Lampuri kingdom's royal family felt the land was quite important. He didn't think he was qualified to have the royal family give him land. So after considering it, he chose the next best option to rent land from the royal family. It was renting, but it was completely different from renting land in the hands of the nobles. First, the royal family controlled the Lampuri kingdom, putting aside the land in the hands of the nobility. Over 70% of the land belonged to the kingdom. If one rented from the royal family, they could get more and request to rent a large piece of land. If he rented from the nobles, even if it was the stag family with the most land, Sui couldn't find an area that would satisfy him. Secondly, the royal family was much more stable compared to the nobles. If one rented land from the nobles, with a single idea from the nobles, there could be many changes against the Frestek Chamber of Commerce. As the royal family was in control of the kingdom, they cared more about their prestige and about the general situation. In a normal circumstance, they wouldn't easily change their policies. The main reason why Sui wanted territory that belonged to him was mainly because of the latter reason. Right now, the Frestek Chamber of Commerce was renting land from Viscount Leslie. Although Sui's relation with Viscount Leslie was good and Viscount Leslie was a major shareholder of the Frestek Chamber of Commerce, so there normally weren't any problems, Sui didn't have much expectation to this kind of relationship. This point could be seen by the 300 slaves Viscount Leslie had sent into the household magic machine workshop. It was clear that these 300 slaves didn't belong to Viscount Leslie, and Viscount Leslie himself was dissatisfied with the plans for the 300 slaves. He even secretly warned Sui not to treat these slaves as real workers and not to let them learn all the technology in the workshop. But even if Viscount Leslie wasn't willing, once those 300 slaves entered the workshop and learned for a month, a large part of the slaves had mastered the techniques required. Sui was very clear that these 300 slaves should be from the stag family behind Viscount Leslie. And from this point, he knew that Viscount Leslie is influenced by the family behind him. So no matter how good his relationship was with Sui and the Frestek Chamber of Commerce, that didn't decide everything. So Sui wanted to avoid situations he couldn't control, and of course, he wanted his own territory. So even if there were limitations in renting from the royal family, no matter what, it was better than his current situation. So even though 70 couldn't help calling Sui crazy, Sui still insisted on this request. Under Sui's persistence, 70 decided to report Sui's plan to the king in the end. As for whether Sui's request could be satisfied, 70 didn't dare promise anything. It took quite a bit of time for Sui to clean up after the auction. When he finished everything and succeeded in registering the iron mines in the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's name, it was already close to the end of December. The Signs continent also celebrated New Year's, and of course, there would be vacation for New Year's. Even if the Frestek Chamber of Commerce hadn't finished most of the order, no matter what, Sui couldn't have the workers keep working overtime during the New Year's period. After discussing it with Heinz, Camby, and the others, the Frestek Chamber of Commerce decided to start their vacation on the 25th, and it would go all the way until the 7th of January. On the 20th, there was a cheer that filled both the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's workshops. This was because the vacation Sui announced was longer than most of the other City companies. Once it was announced, it naturally obtained the support of all the workers. What made the workers even happier that was Sui announced that other than the Frestek Chamber of Commerce paying their wages while they were off for New Year's, each person would also receive 1 month's salary as a year-end bonus. Before this, no one had ever heard of a year-end bonus before. After they heard Sui personally announce this, all the workers almost went wild with happiness. This was because, according to Sui's announcement, not only would the workers receive last month's pay, with the first half of this month's pay added in, they would also receive a bonus of 1 month's base pay. Counting it all, even the most normal worker would receive a salary of over 30 gold coins before New Year's. As for the workers with higher wages and the workers who worked more overtime, their wage could surpass 40 gold coins, or even reach 50 gold coins. To these workers that would at most receive 4 gold coins per month before coming to work for the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. This was a giant amount. With this money, the workers that were rather poor didn't need to worry about their family's livelihood when it came to celebrating New Year's this year. Thinking of them bringing home a large amount of gold coins, letting their parents and wives have a rich celebration for New Year's, the workers all looked at Su Yi with gazes of gratitude. In that moment, Su Yi's image in their minds was incomparably large. However, not all the workers showed this same display of excitement. The biggest exception to this were the 300 slaves brought by Viscount Leslie. They were different than the 100 slaves under Su Yi's name. Viscount Leslie had specially said that these 300 slaves couldn't receive any special treatment. So even if Su Yi felt sorry for them, he still couldn't pay them wages. Even buying some material compensation for them was greatly discouraged. In the end, Su Yi could only helplessly buy them some small things they could use for New Year's as a sign of recognition for their work. But even though these were small things that cost less than gold coin, these slaves treated them like things that could burn their hands. If it wasn't for Su Yi ordering them to take it, no one would have dared to take it. Other than the 300 slaves, the 9 magicians in charge of drawing the magic arrays weren't as excited as the other workers. One was because these magicians hadn't been at the Frestec Chamber of Commerce for more than a month, so they didn't have any feelings for this place, so naturally they weren't excited as the other workers. Second, the magicians had more experience than these workers, so how could they become excited so easily? But of course it was false to say that they weren't happy at all. Even though they worked for the Frestec Chamber of Commerce for less than a month, because they had a higher efficiency than those students, their salary was over 20 gold coins each month when counting it all. If they had worked a complete month, their salary might have even come close to more than 30 gold coins. To these magicians who were at most second-grade magicians, this was a high wage that filled them with joy. The Frestec Chamber of Commerce didn't have a normal day of work today. I finished working at the end of the morning and tidied up the 2 workshops. They came together for a meal at noon, and after they finished eating, wages were given. After all this fuss, the day had ended like this. After they finished taking care of the workers' year-end arrangements with difficulty, Su Yi along with Heinz, Camby, and the others headed back to Banta City together. He had them go find a few places in a restaurant first before he headed to the research lab Evita and Akali lived in. The door of the research facility was opened by a rare chance, and Su Yi walked in. He saw Akali sitting cross-legged in the living room, putting the clothes beside her into a luggage bag. It seemed like she was packing her baggage. Akali, who felt someone come and looked up at Su Yi and immediately reached out her hand. "Sir Chairman, quickly give me money. I am waiting for money to head home." Su Yi smiled and took out the prepared purse in his chest to throw over to her. Akali took the purse and her hand went to open the purse as she poured the money on the ground. She carefully counted it and couldn't help saying in surprise, 76 gold coins? This much. I say, Sir Chairman, did you make a mistake? Evita, who heard the sounds, came downstairs, and beside her was Still, who had come to send the 2 of them off. Hearing the number Akali said, even the usually quiet Evita was surprised. "Sir Chairman, why is it this much?" Still wasn't that surprised as she looked at Evita and Akali with a smile. "Other than 26 gold coins from last month and this month, there is also the 50 gold coin year-end bonus for you," Su Yi explained. "Year-end bonus?" Evita and Akali looked at each other, and their expressions became strange. What does that mean? Just as the word means. At the end of the year, in order to reward you for your hard work this year, you were given some extra bonuses. Su Yi replied, "Since the work you 2 have done is outstanding, and to show how important researchers are, the company has decided to give you higher year-end bonuses compared to the normal workers. The final set amount is 50 gold coins. How about it? Are you satisfied?" Of course. Akali jumped up from the ground and hugged Su Yi's arm as she shook about. "Sir Chairman, I really love you to death. You're suddenly giving us this much money to go home with to celebrate New Year's. Mother and father will definitely be happy hearing about this. Then they must congratulate you." Su Yi pulled his arm out without any changes to his expression, and he took out 2 purses that he gave to Evita and Still. Evita took the purse and said her thanks in a soft voice, but she didn't open it. Still just put the purse into her little bag and didn't reveal any special expressions. Seeing Akali tidy up the gold coins that had fallen to the ground, Sui suddenly said, "That's right. There's something I want to tell you. Starting next year, the three of you will receive an increase in salary. You'll be going from 15 gold coins to 25 gold coins." Oh. The three looked at Sui in surprise. Akali couldn't help saying, "It's actually going up this much? Chairman Sui, did you suddenly become rich?" "Haven't I become rich in the past half a year?" Sui rolled his eyes at her. "What? I'm increasing your wages and you don't want it? If you don't want it, I can just increase Evita and Still's wages while you have the same wage, all right?" "No, no, I'm very willing." Akali quickly waved her hand and even begged, "Sir Chairman, I was just speaking casually. You can't take it as something serious." Sui gave a soft snort. He looked around before asking, "You still haven't finished packing? It's already quite late. If you don't hurry, you won't be able to make it to the horse carriage in time." Evita gave a sigh before looking at Akali. "If it wasn't for Akali, we would have already finished packing. It's really troublesome finding things." Akali muttered as she began moving faster. When girls were packing things, it wasn't convenient for Sui to stay. After wishing them well on their journey, he prepared to leave. Before he walked out, Still called out to him, "Sui, are you going home for the holidays?" "Going home." Sui was stunned. "What home?" "Your home." Still asked naturally. "I remember that you're not from Banta City, right? It's now the New Year's, so of course you should go back to your hometown. Speaking of this, I've never heard of you mentioning your hometown before. Just where is your hometown?" Hearing Still ask this, Evita and Akali stopped moving and curiously looked over. Hometown. Sui silently thought this over before he couldn't help revealing a bitter smile. His hometown wasn't even in this world. How could he go back? Seeing the curious gaze of the three of them, Sui shook his head and said with a sigh, "I can't go back to my hometown anymore, so I'll just stay here this year." "Can't go back." The three became even more curious. Akali asked, "Sir Chairman, what do you mean by that? Is it because your hometown has been destroyed? Or is it because you were chased out?" "Akali." Evita spoke in a rare sharp voice as she glared at Akali. Akali was surprised and bit her tongue as she said in a small voice, "Sir Chairman, I was just curious. I didn't mean anything. Don't misunderstand." Sui shook his head with a faint smile. "It's nothing. But you shouldn't ask where my hometown is. I'm not willing to mention this topic." Akali gave an obedient nod. Although Sui still had a smile on his face, Evita could clearly see the sadness hidden beneath it. Seeing the pain in Sui's eyes, Evita couldn't stop her heart from filling with pain. This Sir Chairman, who was always filled with confidence and didn't seem to fall from any blows, actually had a delicate side. In an instant, Evita had the urge to pull Sui into her embrace and comfort him. Evita only had the urge, but Still directly did it. In front of Evita and Akali's surprised looks, Still came forward and opened her arms to softly hug Sui. She said in a gentle voice, "You don't have to talk about it if you don't want. We won't ask in the future." Sui was scared by Still's sudden hug. Smelling the scent coming from Still, his body first froze before he relaxed. He said with a smile, "It's not that serious. You don't need to be that considerate." Still only hugged him for a second before letting go. Based on her stiff actions and the redness on her face, she was actually quite nervous. The room fell into a strange silence, and after a while, Still calmed the expression on her face before asking, "Since you're staying here for New Year's, that's even better. If you don't have any other places to go, how about coming to my house for New Year's? My mother and father will also be back for New Year's, and with grandfather and me, the house will be quite lively. If you also come, it'll be even more lively. Grandfather has always liked you, and he was already prepared to invite you over as a guest. Moreover, I believe mother and father will also like you after they see you. Do you want to come?" Seeing Still's expectant expression, Sui thought about it before shaking his head. "I'm afraid I have to let down your good intentions. Although I'll be staying during New Year's, I have some work to do. Because I promise Agnes, I'll be going to her place this year. This trip will take quite a bit of time, and the holidays might be over when I get back." Agnes Still revealed a disappointed look on her face. Before she could speak, Akali first said, "Sir Chairman, this Agnes. It should be a girl based on the name, right?" It's indeed a girl." "What about it?" Sui asked back with a nod. "What about it? You're still asking this." Akali's voice raised and her face filled with anger. Still's already inviting you to her house for New Year's and wanted to introduce you to her mother and father, but you're actually rejecting her for another girl. Sir Chairman, you really are too unfaithful. Sui was a bit surprised. Unfaithful? How am I unfaithful? All right, Sir Chairman, I really was wrong about you. I thought that you were a good man and I liked you quite a bit before, but I never thought you were this kind of person. I. Akali didn't get to finish her words as her mouth was covered by Evita and Still. Still's face turned red seeing Akali's angry expression. No matter how slow Sui was, he still realized what was wrong, as he said with a laugh, Akali, you're mistaken. I'm going to Agnes' place because of work. Still understands what this is about. Isn't that right, Still? Still nodded and gave an unsound, but her expression was still a bit disappointed. Akali stopped struggling and doubtfully looked at Still, not understanding why she had this kind of reaction. Sui shook his head and thought that these girls really were sensitive. They were just too hard to deal with. Thinking about it, Sui said to Still, if I finish my work and I come back early, I'll come and visit your family. At least I have to offer my New Year's greeting to your grandfather, right? Naturally, it would even be better if I can see your parents. I'm very curious, what kind of parents could give birth to such a beautiful girl? Still's elegant face became redder. Evita and Akali looked at Sui in surprise, clearly being very shocked by the fact that he said those words. Akali pushed aside the two hands covering her mouth, and she couldn't help saying, Sir Chairman, I thought that you were a complete blockhead who didn't know how to praise girls at all. Sui laughed. This isn't praise, it's the truth. Look, I'm also curious what kind of parents can give birth to a lively and curious girl like you, Akali. This isn't praise. Akali glared at Sui. Sui laughed and clapped his hands before saying, all right, stop rambling here with me. There isn't much time. You should quickly finish packing. That's right. Help me wish your parents a happy New Year's. Just say that I'm grateful for your daughter's outstanding contributions to our Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Evita and Akali agreed before turning to finish up Akali's packing. Still saw that Sui wanted to leave, and she suddenly shouted, Sui, I'm also coming. Ah. Sui turned back in a daze. Where do you want to go? Evita and Akali couldn't help stopping again as they looked at Still in shock. Sui looked at Still's serious face, and he couldn't help rubbing his aching head. These little girls, just what were they thinking? Compared to the steel factory, the cement factory wasn't as shocking. Rather, because of the dust in the air, it looked quite messy, making Still unable to stop herself from knitting her brows as soon as she saw it. Vivian didn't show any disgust at this environment. When she was a slave under Viscount Leslie, the environment she lived in wasn't much better than this. Sui thought that the one who would reject this environment the most would be Agnes, but he never thought that Agnes would just calmly look at this, not having any opinions at all. Agnes, don't you think that this environment is bad? Sui couldn't help asking. Agnes shook her head. I feel it is very bad, but we elves have a very strong adaptiveness to environment. This environment doesn't affect me at all. I thought that you elves would have a high request for good environment like the rumors. Sui muttered. Yes, we elves are a race that strive for perfection. Although we have a high adaptivity to environments, we still have very high requirements for our own living environment. Once you arrive at our tribe, you will find the place we live in is very beautiful. I believe this. Sui immediately nodded. Thinking about it, he pointed at the dirty cement factory and asked, then do you think there is a way to change the environment here? Just let the dwarves stop turning the stones into dust. Agnes responded very naturally. Sui couldn't help feeling depressed as he said with a bitter smile, I'm asking about if the factory continues working like this. Is there a way? Agnes slightly knit her brows and thought for a bit before giving a soft nod. There should be a way. There is a silent cloth grass that grows near our tribe that can suck up the dust in the air, keeping the environment clean. But there is too much dust here, so I don't know if it'll work. Giving it a try is good. Sui received a satisfying answer and immediately smiled. When we arrive at your tribe, I'll ask your elders to help us transplant some silent cloth grass. Seeing Agnes agree, Sui turned to say to Chief Saluka on the side, Chief Saluka, last time I suggested that you move the living areas a bit further away to avoid them being affected by the dust. Why is it that I've found that you haven't moved at all? Chief Saluka patted his thick chest while laughing and said, Chairman Sui, you're looking down on us dwarfs too much. It's just a bit of dust. We dwarves are strong and don't care at all. You have to know that a long time ago, we dwarves lived in caves underground. Us dwarves loved forging back then, and the cave was filled with smoke all day, with nothing happening. Su knit his brows. Chief Saluka, even if you dwarves have strong bodies, this much dust will still harm your bodies. It's a good idea for you to move away from this pollution, so why aren't you willing to leave? Seeing Su Yi's serious expression, Chief Saluka rubbed his head and awkwardly said, to move all the clansmen, it would take quite a bit of money. Su Yi's face sunk. Chief Saluka, I thought that you were a good chief that truly cared about your clansmen. I never thought that for a bit of money, you would let your clansmen face danger to their bodies. You've truly disappointed me. Chief Saluka fell silent, but Camby on the side couldn't keep watching as he quickly said, Chairman, you've misunderstood the chief. How have I misunderstood him? Su Yi was depressed because of this shocking pollution here, and hearing Chief Saluka's answer just now, it filled his heart with a bit of anger. Hearing that Camby wanted to argue for him, he asked without any hesitation, Camby, you and your dwarven brothers work and live at the factory, so you aren't affected by this place. Of course you don't know what kind of harm comes from living in this kind of environment. Do you know that if you keep staying here, the lifespans of you dwarves would be affected? Camby had been working for Su Yi for a while and had gradually formed a bit of fear to Su Yi. After being reprimanded, he didn't dare refute, but thinking about it, he still tried to explain for Chief Saluka. Chairman, you have to think a bit about the chief. Although our tribe's days had become a bit better, we're still lacking in money. The chief is thinking for the clansmen, not willing to use up all the money the clansmen would use on buying food. Su Yi was stunned. You still don't have enough money to buy food. Chief Saluka shook his head with a bitter smile. We have enough if it is buying food, but we want to save some money. When winter passes, we want to fix the houses for our clansmen, so… Chairman Su, you're right. If the bodies of the clansmen degrade, there's no point in saving this money. I'll immediately begin moving the clansmen. Su Yi thought about it before suddenly asking, Chief Saluka, according to your estimates, how much money would it cost to move everyone to a better environment? Actually, if it's just moving, it wouldn't cost a single copper. We dwarves personally build the houses we live in, so it just takes some time. But Chief Saluka had an awkward expression on his face. I wanted to use the chance of this extra income to give everyone better homes, so I wanted to buy materials from the humans. If possible, I wanted to invite humans to help build our house, since you humans are better than us at building houses and they look more beautiful. I calculated it, and to give each member of the tribe a good-looking house, it would cost over 2,000 gold coins. Su Yi nodded and said with a serious face, That's good. Chief Saluka, I'll represent the Frestec Chamber of Commerce to give your tribe 3,000 gold coins to help you build your new houses. Chief Saluka and Camby were both shocked, as they quickly waved their hands. How could that be? No, Chairman Su, our tribe can have such good days as all because of you and the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. We have already received enough help from you, so how could we still want your money? Now, I can't take this money. Su Yi decisively said, You have to even if you don't want to. But Chief Saluka, I've thought about it. Directly giving you money is not good because you are dwarves, so you will be cheated out of quite a few gold coins if you look for a human company to help you build homes. How about this? I have a good relation with the Amrit Chamber of Commerce right now, so I'll go to the Amrit Chamber of Commerce to help you build new homes. As for the style and location of the home, you can make that decision. What do you think of this plan? Chief Saluka and Camby's eyes lit up. This method is good, but Chairman Su, this is too much trouble for you. Moreover, this would take quite a bit of money, right? I'm afraid 2,000 gold coins won't be enough. Su Yi waved his hand. There's no need for you to worry about money. Thinking of having the Amrit Chamber of Commerce build these houses, I suddenly thought of some new ideas. Chief Saluka, do you know approximately how many dwarven brothers there are in the Lampuri Kingdom? Chief Saluka thought about it before responding in an uncertain voice. Around 20 to 30,000? I'm not certain either. Then how many dwarven brothers can you contact? Su Yi asked. There are less than 20 tribes that make contact with our tribe, which adds up to less than 5,000. Chief Saluka replied. Very good. My new idea is that since I'm building new houses, I might as well build some more. I plan on choosing an open area not far from here and building large amount of houses for thousands of dwarves. Other than the dwarves of your Norma tribe, I want to invite the dwarves of other tribes to live there. For example, I think the Angola tribe and Chief Monto should be willing to agree to my idea. Hearing Su Yi's idea, not only were Chief Saluka and the other dwarves shocked, even still looked at Su Yi in surprise. Hey, Su Yi, what are you planning? Gathering all these dwarves together, you're not afraid of attracting the vigilance of the kingdom's officials. Su Yi was stunned. That is indeed a problem. Chief Saluka quickly said, young Miss Still is right. If that many of us dwarves gather together, I'm afraid it will cause a misunderstanding with your human king. Chairman Su, we can accept you wanting to help us build new houses, but let's forget everything else. No, I feel this is a good idea. The king might not oppose this. Sui thought about it before continuing. How about this? Let's use the plan from the beginning. Chief Saluka, pick a place nearby, and I'll have the Omrit Chamber of Commerce build a new tribe for you. But Chief Saluka, when you're picking this new place, it's best if you can find a place that can have more houses. If my plan can receive the king's acknowledgement, it's best to have room to implement it. Seeing that Sui insisted on it, Chief Saluka could only nod in response. But being safe, Chief Saluka couldn't help reminding Sui again. Chairman Su, although it has been several thousand years since the race wars, you humans are still vigilant of other races. It's fine if you have a few dwarven brothers working for you, but gathering all these dwarves together like this, you will easily attract the suspicion of your human king. I'm worried that this will bring trouble to you and your Frestek Chamber of Commerce, so it's best if you are a bit more cautious. Still also had knit brows as she said in a worried voice, that's right, Su-Yi. Chief Saluka is right. Although I don't have any prejudice against dwarves and other tribes, it's hard to stop others from having prejudice. If some people have hostility towards you, they might grasp the handle of your close relationship with the dwarves. I understand your worries. Su-Yi revealed a faint smile, but I have to say that it is because they don't know the value that other races have. If one day they can understand this, I wouldn't need to do anything and they would seek to change this. When that time comes, I might become a prophet. Still rolled her eyes. I'm afraid that before you become a prophet, you'll become a martyr. Su-Yi and the other three rested in the Norma tribe for a night before setting off to the Angola tribe early next morning. After discussing some things with Chief Monto and setting some things in terms of building the new tribe, they headed off to the Falling Rain Forest while being led by Agnes. There was no path through the Falling Rain Forest, so the four could only abandon the horse carriage and walk through the mountain forest with Agnes on foot. It was a good thing that the Falling Rain Forest was less than 20 kilometers away, so even the weakest Vivian could keep going. When it was evening on the next day, the four finally came to the boundary of the Falling Rain Forest. The sky outside the Falling Rain Forest was still lit up, but once they entered the forest, the thick foliage and branches above their heads had blocked off the light, not letting in a single ray. But the Falling Rain Forest was not completely dark. Looking around, there were bits of green, purple, or blue light twinkling around them. It covered the forest in a strange color and made it more mysterious. This was a common sight for Agnes, but Su-Yi, Still, and Vivian, who was here for the first time, couldn't help gasping in surprise. Especially the two girls Vivian and Still. They were filled with curiosity and excitement over the mysterious scene in front of them. Still even grabbed Su-Yi's arm and excitedly shouted, Su-Yi, how nice would it be if we could live here every day? This place is too beautiful. Su-Yi expressionlessly pointed at the ground by her feet. Look out. Don't step on that snake. Still jumped in fear and looked down at where Su-Yi pointed, seeing a giant dark green snake slithering in front of her. That giant snake didn't seem to fear people at all and seemed to completely ignore them. It slithered in front of the four of them before disappearing into the darkness on the side. That is a green leaf snake. It doesn't bite people. Agnes pointed at where the snake disappeared as she explained this. She waved her hand at the three of them. Follow me, or it'll be very easy to become lost. The three quickly nodded and tightly followed Agnes, heading deeper into the Falling Rain Forest. Before they entered the Falling Rain Forest, Su-Yi didn't understand why, even though many people knew that the elves lived in the forest, almost no one had seen the elves before. After entering the Falling Rain Forest, Su-Yi understood before long. The falling rain forest wasn't considered a very wide forest, but once one went in, the surroundings made it very easy for people to become lost. Moreover, there were thick plants that grew in the forest that made it hard for people to pass. If it wasn't for Agnes leading the way, if the three of them came in alone, they would quickly lose their way and wouldn't know where they were at all. To want to find the elves that lived in this kind of complicated environment, it was almost impossible to do. Not to mention that Agnes was already agile, moving very quickly. Once she entered the falling rain forest, it was like her body had lost all weight, and she easily jumped through the forest, like it didn't take any effort at all. At first the three could barely keep up, but after less than an hour, Sue-yi already couldn't keep going anymore. The reason why he was weaker than a little girl like Vivian was because there was a large wooden box on Sue-yi's back. It contained important tools he needed for this trip to the elven tribe. The box weighed several dozen pounds, so even if Sue-yi was a young man, he couldn't keep carrying it on his back for a long period of time. Agnes saw this scene and directly took the box from Sue-yi's back, easily carrying it on her back. Her other hand was supporting the panting Vivian as she continued without any effort at all. Still looked at Sue-yi in disdain, and Sue-yi gave a helpless bitter laugh. Then the two did the same thing as they both laughed while continuing forward. They kept going like this for around 2 hours, resting 2 times in the middle. Agnes suddenly signaled for the three to stop and put down the box on her back, while letting go of Vivian before saying to Sue-yi, "Wait a bit." She jumped up after saying this and landed on a large tree. After jumping twice, she disappeared into the forest. Still was surprised by this and couldn't help saying in a worried voice, "Sue-yi, she wouldn't be ditching us here, right?" Sue-yi fell onto his butt and patted the ground beside him. "Relax. Agnes still hopes that we can solve the problem with her tribe. Come, rest up first." Still looked in the direction Agnes disappeared in. She thought about it and thought that being anxious was no use, so she sat down by Sue-yi. After the three of them rested for around 10 minutes and caught their breath, there was sound from the trees above them and more than 10 figures jumped down. Sue-yi looked at them and found that the first one down was Agnes. Of the ones who jumped down with Agnes, there were men and women, all with long ears. It seemed like they were elves like Agnes. "Agnes, your clansmen are here to pick us up?" Sue-yi stood up and waved his hand to Agnes. Who would have thought that the male elf behind Agnes would suddenly take a step forward, coming in front of her? He raised his arms, and the bow in his hands were pointed at Sue-yi. "Human, put down your hand." Seeing the vigilant look on the male elf's face, Sue-yi said to Agnes with a frown, "What? Agnes, you didn't tell them that we were coming." "I did, but—" Agnes' expression looked a bit awkward. After pausing, she said to Sue-yi with a pleading look, "Chairman Sue, please just do what they say, all right? Please be assured they will not hurt you." Sue-yi gave a soft snort and put down his hand. Compared to Sue-yi's treatment, the elves were better to Still and Vivian. Not only did they not point bows at them like the male elf, even the female elves near them curiously looked them over, not showing any hostility. It seemed like not only did humans rarely see elves, even elves rarely saw humans. They were also filled with curiosity for humans. Seeing Sue-yi put down his hand, the male elf's hostility faded, but he didn't relax his vigilance at all. He made a hand gesture to the other elves, and the other elves took out a thick cloth. "Chairman Sue, young Miss Still, young Miss Vivian, please cover your eyes." Agnes awkwardly said, "This is the elder's request, please understand." Sue-yi gave a shrug and didn't say anything as he pointed at his eyes. The cloth was thick, and once it was tied, Sue-yi fell into darkness, and he couldn't see anything at all. A slender hand reached out and took Sue-yi's hand at this time. Agnes' voice softly rang in Sue-yi's ears. "Chairman Sue, follow me." Sue-yi was pulled along by Agnes. After walking around in the forest without knowing anything, he felt his body brushing by many things before he felt Agnes beside him stop. "Chairman Sue, we're here." Agnes reached out to take the cloth covering Sue-yi's eyes, and a warm and bright light green light entered his eyes. Sue-yi blinked before opening his eyes, finding that his group had actually come to an empty area. The falling rain forest was covered in plants. Sue-yi's group had walked for half a day without seeing an empty area, but now they had appeared in an empty area of around 500 square meters, which surprised Sue-yi. Looking around, Sui found that there were several large trees that reached 20 meters into the sky. Looking at these giant trees, he found that there were beautiful log cabins on the thick branches of these trees. Although these log cabins were on the branches, they weren't intrusive at all and seemed to be a part of the giant tree. The design was beautiful, fully displaying the elves' personality of loving beauty. Looking up again, Sui found that the leaves of the giant trees had tightly covered the sky, not revealing any gaps at all. But there were faint green lights at the top of the trees that illuminated the entire area. He turned around to see that Still and Vivian also had their blindfolds removed and were currently curiously looking around, which made Sui calm down. When he wanted to question Agnes, there were shadows that appeared above him. Looking up, he saw a female elf slowly falling down from the sky. Sui's heart trembled. This female elf could actually slowly fall to the ground. It meant that her attainments in wind magic had already reached the great magician level. He never thought that in this small elf tribe, there was actually a great magician. But thinking about it, it wasn't that strange. The elemental magic humans had came from the elves in the first place. As well, compared to humans with short lives, elves had more time to learn. It could be said that all older elves were all-powerful magicians. Although this female elf didn't seem that much older than Agnes, elves didn't change much after they became adults. So as for how old she really was, Sui couldn't estimate it all. Human, you are Sui? The female elf looked over Sui before asking this. Even neglecting her beautiful and mysterious appearance, just based on this gentle voice, it made people unable to stop themselves from feeling affection for her. Sui nodded with a faint smile. That's right, I am Sui. You should be Elder Illusia that Agnes keeps mentioning, right? The female elf looked at Agnes on the side before a faint smile appeared on her lips. Agnes has frequently mentioned me to you? Agnes' expression became a bit awkward, but she lowered her head and didn't dare speak. Yes, whenever Agnes mentions you, she would hold you in high respects. Before I came here, I was very curious about you, Sui said. Elder Illusia revealed a faint smile. Human, meaningless compliments have no use to me. Since I have already agreed to let Agnes bring you here, it means that I am willing to accept your help. But I'm clearer than Agnes on the fact that humans wouldn't do anything without any meaning. Since you're willing to help us, it means you can benefit from us. But human, now that you have seen our place, do you think there is anything here worth you helping us? Sui said with a smile. Of course there is. Based on what I can see, there are countless things here that can move my heart. For example, Elder Illusia is one of them. When this was said, the expressions of the surrounding elves changed. The male elf who detained Sui earlier pointed his bow at Sui again and roared in a cold voice. Human, apologize for your disrespect now, or don't blame me for being impolite. The surrounding elves all had uneasy looks as they coldly stared at Sui. Agnes was surprised. She quickly came to Sui's side and said in a low voice, Chairman Sui, why did you say this kind of thing to the elder? Sui smiled at her. Relax, the elder isn't angry because I spoke the truth. Everyone turned to look at Elder Illusia, and they didn't see a displeased look on her face. Rather, she seemed to be quite happy with Sui's words as she said with a faint smile, Human, I said just now, there is no point in meaningless compliments. Although I don't seem that much bigger than you, I'm already over 300 years old. I'm old enough to be your ancestor. You think there is any meaning in praising me? Sui shook his head. No, I think the elder has misunderstood. Although your beauty and aura has moved my heart, but the thing I value the most is your intelligence and knowledge. If I can learn some things from you, this trip would be worth it for me. Not to mention that the elves have value that you haven't noticed yet. For example, her. Sui pointed at Agnes. The elves looked at Agnes, who was pointing at herself in a daze with a confused look on her face. Based on what Agnes said before, you wanted to request her as your reward for helping our tribe? Elder Illusia said this, and the temperature around Sui, Still, and Vivian dropped. The surrounding elves were all releasing waves of killing intent. Human, I want to seriously warn you about something. You humans have caught many elves as slaves before. We elves abhor this matter. If you want to raise this kind of request, I urge you to leave immediately. Even if our tribe disappears from this world from this trouble, I definitely won't agree to your request. Seeing the hostile eyes of the elves around him, Sui wanted to speak after revealing a bitter smile. But Agnes said while waving her hands first, "Elder, you're mistaken. Chairman Su does not want me to be his slave. He just, he just wants me to work for him." Work? Elder Elugia looked at Su E in surprise. "What kind of work can Agnes do for you? She is still just a child." Su E said with a smile. "Honorable Elder Elugia, like I said just now, Agnes has value that you haven't discovered yet. I'll give you an example. Like during the half a month that Agnes was following me, she helped us design a new product for our company. This new product has sold for half a month now, but it has earned over 100,000 gold coins for our company. 100,000 gold coins. Not just the surrounding leaves. Even Elder Elugia's eyes couldn't help popping out as she asked in shock. "You're saying that Agnes has helped your company earn over 100,000 gold coins?" "That's not exactly right." Su E shook his head. "The new product is the culmination of many people's work. It isn't just Agnes alone. But based on my personal opinion, Agnes has played the largest part. If we were to divide this with the 100,000 gold coins, Agnes' value is at least 20,000 gold coins." Hearing that Su E had such a high appraisal of her, Agnes couldn't help reveal a look of joy. She smiled as she looked at Su E. 20,000 gold coins. Elder Elugia gave a slight nod. "Human, although I don't like you using gold coins to measure value, I admit that this model is very easy to understand. But even if Agnes is hiding this immense value in her, I don't agree to hand her to you. You humans have been very unkind to us elves. I do not think that Agnes will be able to safely live in your human world." Seeing the serious look on Elder Elugia's face, Sui could only cry out bitterly in his heart. The gap between human and elves were too deep, so their prejudice against humans were too strong. If he wanted to change the impressions of these stubborn elves on humans in a short period of time, it was basically impossible. Thinking about it, Sui gave up on this topic and revealed a smile again. He pointed at the box another male elf was carrying and said, "All right, Elder Elugia, before we finish our work, it's meaningless to talk about rewards. Let's see how we should help you first." Elder Elugia nodded with a faint smile. "It seems like you're a human who doesn't like idle talks. I like this very much. Come with me." Elder Elugia led the way, and their group entered a gap between two large trees. After taking several steps, they came to a large hole in the small open space in front of them. "We tried to use underground water, but after we dug 10 meters deep, we met this very thick rock layer. The rock is too firm, and even I couldn't dig through it, so we could only give up in the end." Elder Elugia pointed at the large hole as she said this. Sui came close to the hole and looked down. He found that even with the bright light above him, he couldn't see what this pit was like at all. "Elder Elugia, do you have a long enough rope? I want to go down to take a look," Sui said. Still on the side, pulled Sui's sleeve and shook her head at him. Seeing her worried appearance, Sui said with a smile, "Relax, there are many noble elves here. Nothing will happen to me." Elder Elugia revealed a faint smile. "Human, you don't need to use words to force us. We elves have our own principle." After talking to a male elf, he quickly left and came back with a long rattan rope not long after. Sui took the rope and pulled hard on it, finding that the rattan rope was incomparably strong. It was probably stronger than nylon rope of the same thickness. Tying the rope around his waist, Sui prepared to enter the hole to take a look. Seeing that Sui wanted to climb down, Agnes suddenly came out. "Elder, how about I go down with him? If something happens, I can save him." Elder Elugia looked at Agnes with a surprised look. After thinking about it, she said with a nod, "All right, we can't just let a human guest risk himself." Still looked at Sui and Agnes being bound together with a strange look. She opened her mouth, but she couldn't say anything in the end. Vivian on the side said in an annoyed voice, "It's good if I had the same skills as Big Sister Agnes." Still looked at her and thought the same, but other than their natural talent, the elves had lived in the forest since they were young and trained bit by bit, so their skills were not something that humans could match. The two could only helplessly watch as Sui and Agnes went into the hole with their faces basically touching each other. Hearing that Agnes wanted to go down with him, Sui didn't have any special thoughts to begin with. But as they went deeper and deeper and it became darker and darker, he could feel various things changing around him. He felt that his body was being pressed tighter against Agnes and could even feel her breath falling onto his face. Even if Sui was a blockhead, He couldn't stop his heart from beating faster. In this dark environment, even one's heartbeat could be heard clearly. Chairman Sue, are you scared? Agnes suddenly asked. It was fine if she didn't speak, but once she did, more of her breath came out. Of course, it wasn't bad breath. Rather, there was a delicate plant fragrance in her breath and made Su Yi's mind tremble after he smelled it. This made Su Yi feel even more awkward. Not only did his heart beat faster, even a certain part couldn't help reacting. It was a good thing this hold was only 10 meters deep. When Su Yi felt his foot touching ground, his heart calmed down. Agnes stretched out a finger, and a green light appeared on her finger, lighting up the depths of this hole. The pit the elves dug was quite spacious. The bottom was around 10 square meters, allowing the two of them enough space to move around. With the light in Agnes' hand, Su Yi carefully looked around them. Then he bent down and used his hand to touch the dirt on the ground, revealing the hidden rock layer. Su Yi first touched it with his hand, and based on the feeling, the rock layer shouldn't be too dense and was rather loose, so he couldn't help nodding in satisfaction. This kind of rock layer, it didn't matter how deep it was, the tool he brought could drill through it. Actually, in a normal situation, in a forest like the falling rainforest, there shouldn't be this kind of rock layer 10 meters under the ground. Not to mention that there were giant trees on the surface, which had roots that should have stopped this rock layer from forming. So this situation was completely different from Su Yi's common knowledge. But thinking that this place wasn't Earth and that he couldn't apply common sense from Earth here, Su Yi relaxed and didn't think of this problem. After he finished investigating, Su Yi pulled on the rattan rope on him to tell the elves above to pull him and Agnes up again. When he met the hopeful looks of the elves and Elder Elugia, Su Yi nodded. There shouldn't be a problem. The elves let out a sigh of relief, and even Elder Elugia revealed a trace of joy on her face. Su Yi didn't care that much and opened the box he brought, revealing a machine with a drill that was as thick as his arm. Su Yi lifted this machine with effort and said to Elder Elugia with a smile, "Honored Elder, I'm honored to introduce this to you. This is our Frestack Chamber of Commerce's newly developed magic machine for solving the problem of your tribe, called the Small Magic Drill." Wong, 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 wong. The deep and rhythmic sound came from the hole without stop, causing the elven tribe to have no peace at all. If it was normal, the elves who loved a peaceful environment would have been very dissatisfied, but the elves didn't display a single trace of dissatisfaction. Rather, they had happy and expectant gazes as they kept staring at where the sound came from. According to what the humans said, not long after, the small magic drill would be able to pierce through the rock layer, and everyone would be able to use the underground water. Chairman Sue, it seems like the elves really are out of touch with the continent. Elder Elugia looked at the hole that kept making sound and gave a sigh while shaking her head. You humans have already invented this kind of powerful tool, and we elves have remained in the past. Like this, the difference between us and humans will just grow bigger and bigger. Su Yi looked at the hole and revealed a faint smile before asking, Elder Elugia, if I may ask something impolite, could it be that you elves have never thought about taking power back from the humans? Although we have, we're clear that it is not possible. Elder Elugia said, you humans are the most creative and quickest to learn race among all the races. This point was made clear to the other races during the race wars thousands of years ago. Since the continent is already controlled by you humans, it is impossible for us other races to seize it again. Of course, you humans are a race that love to kill each other. If one day you humans destroy each other, it is possible for us other races to steal back the continent. Su Yi revealed an awkward smile as he thought that Elder Elugia wasn't wrong at all. Killing each other is a trait of humans. There was no way of changing it. The humans on the Signs continent were still fine, but the humans on Earth had created a weapon of mass destruction that could destroy the Earth. If there was ever a nuclear war, humanity might really destroy itself. Let's not discuss such a heavy topic. Su Yi said with a forced smile. Let's discuss the problem your tribe has encountered. Elder Elugia, the problem of the underground water has been solved, and it can temporarily solve the problem of your tribe. But looking at it from a long-term view, if the river situation hasn't changed, the underground water might dry up eventually. So in the end, we still need to solve the problem of changing the river. Of course, I understand this point. Elder Elugia revealed a bitter smile. But with the ability of our tribe, we couldn't even solve the problem of using the underground water. So how can we solve the problem of the river? Chairman Su, I honestly think that even with the ability of you humans, it is not possible to solve this problem. If it really isn't possible, I wouldn't have come. Su Yi revealed a faint smile. Elder Elugia, you also said it just now. We humans are the most creative race. Perhaps we didn't have a way to solve this problem before, but right now I have the confidence to solve it. You're certain? Elder Elugia honestly asked. I'm certain. Su Yi confidently replied. Elder Elugia fell silent, and she looked at the hole for a while. When she wanted to speak, she felt a shudder, and a large sound came from the hole. A giant water spout came out of the hole, reaching a high 10 meters. It created large rainfall all around the hole, and everyone near the hole had their clothes become wet. The elves were all stunned as they looked at the water spout shooting into the sky. After a while, there was a cheer that exploded as they joyfully danced around this water spout. Even the calm Elder Elugia who had been standing there allowed the water to fall onto her, as she couldn't hold back the excited look on her face. Only Su Yi saw that when the water spouted out, there was also the two male elves who had been sent into the hole to control the small magic drill and the small magic drill that were sent flying. But these two elves were very agile, so after being shot out, they twisted in the air and dexterously fell down, without a single injury. Su Yi relaxed at this. He quickly moved to Vivian and Still Side, who were stunned, and quickly pulled the two aside. The elves had strong physiques, so naturally they weren't afraid of being soaked in cold water in winter, but they couldn't handle it. The elves wildly celebrated for 2 more hours before stopped. At this time, Su Yi's group of 3 had been led by Elder Elugia to a large log cabin to rest. Chairman Su, we sincerely thank you for solving our tribe's urgent problem. Elder Elugia had a look of sincere gratitude as she thanked Su Yi. Of course, only thanking you has no meaning. So now please give us your request. Su Yi knit his brows to think before shaking his head and saying, Elder Elugia, actually this problem wasn't considered too troublesome and I didn't contribute that much, so I'm not qualified to ask for much. To be honest, before I even have an understanding of your tribe, I don't even know what would be an appropriate request. Currently speaking, I hope that you will allow Agnes to work at my company designing products. She has enough value that it is worth me helping you this time. Although I believe that Chairman Su will be kind to Agnes, I'm very sorry since I cannot believe that other humans will have the same kind intentions towards Agnes. If Agnes goes to work at your company, it is inevitable that she will enter human society. Can you promise that she will not be harmed by other humans? Elder Elugia asked. Su Yi thought about it before saying, that means that as long as I can guarantee Agnes' safety, you will allow Agnes to work for our company? There is another condition, which is that Agnes herself is willing. Elder Elugia added. I think Agnes wouldn't disagree with this. Su Yi said with a smile. As for how to protect Agnes, I have a proposition. That is to make Agnes my slave. Elder Elugia tightly knit her brows. Anger flashed in her eyes, and her tone instantly turned ice cold. Chairman Su, these are your true thoughts? Su Yi looked at Elder Elugia and waved his hand with a smile. Elder Elugia, you're mistaken. The slave I'm talking about is just a slave in name. It doesn't mean I want Agnes to really become my slave. Is there a difference? Elder Elugia asked with a cold snort. Of course, if Agnes becomes my slave in name, then that means she is my property by the kingdom's laws, so that means no one is allowed to harm her without my permission. Like this, at least on the surface, other humans won't harm her in any way. Otherwise, they will be punished according to the kingdom's laws. Then how can you ensure that no one will take advantage of her in secret? Elder Elugia asked without any politeness. To be a bit arrogant, as the chairman of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, I can be considered to have some position in the human world. If normal humans want to do anything to my slaves, it would be hard to ignore me. Then again, Agnes' strength is very outstanding, and she has the powerful Shadow Stealth spell. If anyone wants to take advantage of her, even if she can't beat them, couldn't she at least run away? Su Yi said. Then after she becomes your slave, you won't try to limit her? Elder Elugia asked again. Of course not. I've already said this, it's only a name. Actually, Agnes will be an official member of our Frestec Chamber of Commerce, and I will only give her corresponding work, but I won't limit her at all. Unless it is necessary, I won't tell others that she is my slave. Elder Elugia considered this before giving a slight nod. Although this method is good, Let me consider it for a bit. Other than this, I still need to ask Agnes for her opinion, so I can't respond right now. That is how it should be. After ending this short conversation, Elder Elugia had the elves under her take Su-Yi to another room to rest. Su-Yi's room was right beside Vivian and Still's room. When he came in, Still and Vivian followed him inside. Su-Yi, did those elves make it hard on you? Still looked over Su-Yi with a worried face, as if she was afraid that Elder Elugia had taken advantage of Su-Yi. Su-Yi couldn't help laughing. I say, Still, we came to help them this time. So even if they don't thank us, would they do anything to us? But I've heard that the elves have always hated humans. So what if they suddenly go crazy? Still's heart still wasn't settled. Su-Yi couldn't help rolling his eyes. You've known Agnes all this time. Have you seen her gone crazy? After saying this, he turned to ask Vivian. Vivian, how are you feeling? Are you tired? Vivian shook her head with a smile. I'm not. This place is quite fun. Look, there was an elf who even gave me a present. Seeing Vivian take out a gift, Su-Yi's eyes lit up. After carefully looking over it for a while and touching it a few times, he couldn't help becoming excited. This light green crystal toy that had the shape of a tiger, it had a smooth surface. It wouldn't deform no matter how hard he pressed on it. No matter how he looked at it, this should be made of resin. To make it easier to understand, this thing was actually a plastic product. After learning from Vivian that she got this from an elder female elf, Su-Yi immediately had Vivian bring him to find that female elf. The answer Su-Yi received from that female elf made him very happy. Because elves had the good relationship with plants, they had a very good understanding of how to use the characteristics of the plant. The toy made of resin was just to entertain the elves when they were bored. It wasn't something rare at all. This answer made Su-Yi instantly think of countless possibilities, so he went to look for Elder Elugia again without any hesitation. Su-Yi wanted to ask Elder Elugia to learn the elves' method for refining the resin, but he was told that the method they used was a magic that only the elves could use and humans couldn't learn it at all. After Su-Yi tried, he learned that the magic did conform to the specialties of the elf race, and humans couldn't learn it at all, so he could only give up. After considering it, Su-Yi decided to take a step back. He hoped that the Night Song elf tribe that Elder Elugia was in charge of could help the Frestec Chamber of Commerce make magic machines that could be used to refine resin. The outer layer of the magic machines wasn't hard to make, but the most important core, which was the magic array used to refine resin, could only be made by the elves, so he needed help from the elves. Actually, it had to be said that Su-Yi had another choice, which was to follow the method from Earth, putting in additives and coagulants to create a synthetic resin. But Su-Yi wasn't familiar with making plastic, and he didn't know how to make the additives or how much to put in. Secondly, this method had a strong polluting factor that Su-Yi didn't like. Moreover, by using the magic of the elves, he didn't need to add high temperatures or use complicated methods. He just simply needed to add magic. The resin would then melt into a liquid and could be freely formed. The more important thing was that although the elves currently used this to refine small toys, Su-Yi could see that this meant the elves could research new magic that would turn the resin into different shapes. So Su-Yi hoped that the Night Song tribe would help the Frestec Chamber of Commerce research a series of resin-forming magic. It was best if they could form different magic arrays based on different requirements for the form. For Su-Yi's request, Elder Elugia just considered it before agreeing. The elves lived in the forest, and it was quite boring other than hunting for food each day. Helping Su-Yi complete this research would give their tribe something to do, while it could also be considered repayment to Su-Yi. Elder Elugia, it isn't enough if it is just this. Hearing Elder Elugia say that this was considered repayment, Su-Yi shook his head and laughed. As a human merchant, I'm not that interested in the word repayment. If I had the choice, I like cooperation better. Cooperation. Elder Elugia looked at Su-Yi in a confused manner. How can we elves cooperate with you humans? Of course there's a way. The so-called cooperation is both sides working as per their ability and as per their needs. Look, your Night Song tribe needs our power to change your river and solve your water problem, and I also want something from you. Of the current things you have, other than the value that Agnes has, only this resin has value. Perhaps to you this resin is something that can be casually found and doesn't have any value. But to me, this resin has a very high value. If it wasn't for the power of your tribe, it would be very hard for me to display this value. So, we can cooperate. Su-E paused before saying with a serious expression, Elder Elugia, I sincerely hope that we can maintain a long-term cooperation relationship. My goal is for both of us to profit. So whether it is me or your Night Song tribe, we will both receive benefits from this cooperation. Long-term. Elder Elugia looked at Su-E with a bit of interest. Chairman Su, do you know what long-term means to us elves? We elves have long lives. Perhaps it can be considered a lifetime for you human. Then I'll work hard to cooperate until the day I die. What do you think? Sui said, the problem is that our tribe only needs to solve the problem of our water source. Elder Elugia said with a faint smile, not to mention that we have already connected to the underground water, so we are not in a rush to solve this problem. To put it a bit more extreme, we can even leave the falling rain forest and find another place to live. The Signs continent is very big. We can easily find a new place to live. Then if you meet the same water problem or another problem, will you move again? Sui asked back without any politeness. Although the Signs continent is very big, Honorable Elder, if you may allow me to be frank, the places you elves can live is already getting smaller and smaller. Could it be that you are planning to keep going like this? Elder Elugia fell silent and calmly looked at Sui. Sui didn't show any weakness and met her gaze, not looking away at all. After a while, Elder Elugia revealed an awkward smile, which was like a flower in full bloom. Chairman Su, do you know why I agreed to Agnes going to look for you? Su-E was stunned. Could it be that it isn't because I came up with a method to solve your problem? That is the reason on the surface, but the deeper reason is that on the blueprint you gave Agnes, I saw a possibility. I hoped to grab this possibility and to turn this possibility into reality. What possibility? Sui curiously asked. Elves and humans living together in peace. The possibility of living together. Elder Elugia said, just like you said, the places for us elves to live are getting smaller and smaller on the continent. In these 100 years, the elf tribes I've known of have been disappearing one by one. Compared to when I was young, there is already less than half of the elves left. If another few hundred years pass, all the elves on the continent will disappear and the elves will have completely vanished. As the elder of the Night Song tribe, I have no way to change the fate of all the elves, but I want to try to change the fate of our tribe. Since the continent is now controlled by you humans, it is time for us to recognize this fact and put down the rules of thousands of years to try and cooperate with you humans, try to live together. It has been several thousand years since the race wars, and the hatred between humans and elves have long dissipated. This is now a good chance and the final chance for us elves, so I very much want to grab it and had Agnes contact you. So you're not against Agnes working for our company? Sui asked. Yes, I want Agnes to be the first step out for our tribe. If she can live a normal life in your human world, it means the other elves can also have the same lives. Elder Elugia revealed a bitter smile and said with a soft sigh, I don't know if this is the right choice, but perhaps it is our final chance. We elves have always disliked change, but if we don't make any changes, there is only the destiny of destruction that awaits us. Sui looked at Elder Elugia in a daze. From the young girl's face in her early 20s, he could see all kinds of vicissitudes and exhaustion. It seemed like the survival of the elves have bothered her for a long time, and even this elegant elder of the elves couldn't handle this load. Elder Elugia, if you think like this, I think that I should change my proposition from before and not let Agnes be my slave. Sui said, if you desire humans and elves living in peace and living together, we can't have the elves have a lower status than the humans from the moment they appear again in front of them. If Agnes appears in front of the other humans as my slave, the other humans will treat the elves as those from thousands of years ago who were turned into slaves after being defeated. It will not change their view of you elves at all. Sui replied. Elder Elugia considered this before asking, then what difference will there be if you don't have Agnes as your slave? It's a very large difference. Sui said in a certain voice, I hope that Agnes can work for our company completely because of her artistic talent, making me want her as our company's designer. If she appears as a normal elf and not my slave, the other humans will pay more attention to her identity as a designer and will more easily recognize her value. We humans are a race that cares about facts. As long as you have value, We will place importance on you and seriously take you in. Elder Elugia considered this for a long time before slowly saying, Chairman Su, I think you've given me a very good lesson this time. Yes, it is because humans are a race that cares about facts that they rose up among the various races of the continent and finally took control from us elves who were too arrogant and proud to see the facts. If we want to keep surviving now, we can only become like you humans. We need to show our value other than our beauty. That is what we should do. After saying this, Elder Elugia suddenly stood up and gave Su-yi a deep bow. Chairman Su, thank you. You have allowed me to understand the truth. As an elven elder who had lived in the world for over 300 years, Elugia, without a doubt, had outstanding wisdom and foresight, as well as a clear understanding of the world. Actually, even without the talk with Su-yi, she would have already noticed the problems the elves had encountered. Only with the appearance of Su-yi, it gave her a chance to apply the good opportunity she had thought of. So after a long talk between Elder Elugia and Su-yi, they easily set their cooperation agreement. In the beginning cooperation between the two, Su-yi had to help the Night Song tribe solve their water source issue. So Su-yi's preliminary plan was to construct a large dam upstream of the river flowing into the falling rain forest while also dredging the river, allowing it to connect again. This was a large project and would take quite a bit of time even on the technologically advanced Earth, so it was naturally not that easy on the Science continent. Moreover, to properly control the river, Su-yi decided to ask the Omrit Chamber of Commerce that had just learned the reinforced concrete technology from him to construct an even sturdier dam, as well as having them create reinforcement on the river bank. Based on his calculations, as long as this project succeeded, he wouldn't need to worry about this river for at least 100 years. There was a large cost associated to this project, and naturally the Night Song tribe couldn't take out that much money. So in response to this, the Night Song tribe followed Su-yi's request and began studying resin-related project, while also collecting resin in large amounts. When Su-yi finished developing the resin refiner with the Night Song tribe, they would begin refining large amounts of materials for the Frestech Chamber of Commerce to use. As for the request of Agnes working for the Frestech Chamber of Commerce, because of Su-yi's suggestion, Agnes didn't become Su-yi's slave. So Elder Elugia couldn't take this request as repayment. On the surface, it would cost a lot to fix and dredge the river. According to Su-yi's initial estimates, even if this river wasn't too big, the lowest cost would be over 100,000 gold coins. The repayment the Night Song tribe gave wasn't that much to look at. But in the long run, grasping this resin material technology had a large significance to the development of the Frestech Chamber of Commerce. At the same time, they would be opening a new point of benefit. Therefore, it created a good relationship with the Night Song tribe. In short, it was still the Frestech Chamber of Commerce that gained. Su-yi, Still, and Vivian stayed at the Night Song tribe for 3 days. After Su-yi explained all the requests he had in terms of the resin research to the elves, they finally left. Because Agnes wanted to stay in her tribe for New Year's, when they left, Agnes sent them out of the falling rain forest and back to the Angola tribe before turning to leave. Because it was already the 30th of December, the last day of the year, the three didn't stay in the Angola tribe at all. They just quickly told Chief Monto to give their greetings to Chief Saluka and the other dwarves before getting back into their horse carriage and rushing back to Bana City. It was already dusk when they arrived, and after entering Bana City, they found that it was very lively today. There were bright lights coming from the windows of each house, and all kinds of sounds were coming out, sounding very lively. It seemed like whether it was Earth or the Science continent, no matter what world it was, New Year's was a very important thing and a good time for a family reunion. Seeing Su-yi looking at the sides of the road, still couldn't help saying, Su-yi, how about you and Vivian come to my place for New Year's? There is no need to mention grandfather and mother and father will definitely welcome you and Vivian. If you go, you will be very happy. This is better than you and Vivian being alone, right? Su-yi turned to look at Still with a faint smile and said while shaking his head, no need. Still, I'm very grateful for your well intentions, but New Year's is a very important thing. According to the rules of my hometown, New Year's must be spent with your family, so I won't disrupt your family. Then again, I will go greet your grandfather tomorrow morning for New Year's. We're just not seeing each other for a night. Still's face turned a bit red and muttered, it isn't like I want you to go because I want to see you. The horse carriage quickly came to Still's house. When Still jumped down, Sui didn't have any intentions to go in. He waved his hand to Still and brought Vivian back to his own home. Seeing the home he had rented for half a year, but had always forgotten, Sui couldn't help smiling. It seemed like his fourth year in this world would be spent in this small and worn-out room. Although he was just with Vivian, Sui still decided to make some delicious dishes. Other than the dishes Vivian was in charge of, Sui used his memory to make some dishes that would normally be made at New Year's on Earth. Although since Sui had never cooked on Earth, causing these dishes to look and taste terrible, Sui and Vivian were happy eating them. The liveliness was a bit lacking compared to other homes, but with Sui's effort, the atmosphere wasn't lacking at all. The only thing lacking was that this world didn't have a television, so there wasn't the New Year's gala that Sui rarely watched. Compared to Sui's disappointment, Vivian was truly happy in this moment. This was because not long after she was born, her parents, who were also slaves, had died in the famine of the Lampuri kingdom over 10 years ago. So since Vivian was young, she didn't have any impression of her family and never had family members to spend New Year's with. In her 15 years of living, she had spent 14 years just trying to survive. If it wasn't for meeting Sui and being bought by him, not mentioning all this delicious food, warm clothes, and the right to go to school, she might even have died suddenly. So being able to have this New Year's meal with Sui, her beloved master, having fun playing with Sui, it was already the greatest happiness for her. After the finished dinner, Sui looked at the night sky filled with countless stars and suddenly had an idea. He asked Vivian if she wanted to go for a walk. Of course, Vivian wouldn't go against his idea, so she put on a coat for Sui, who was already drunk. She wanted to clean the table, but Sui waved his hand to stop her. "Don't worry that much today, just be relaxed and happy." So Vivian smiled as she hugged Sui's arm, and the two left the room, casually strolling through Banda City at night. Perhaps it was because he was a bit drunk. Sui pointed at some kids running around on the streets as he said to Vivian, when he was young, they definitely would have been running around with firecrackers on New Year's Eve. One time, he had set a pile of straw on fire while running around with firecrackers, so he had been beaten because of it. Looking up at the night sky after a while, he pointed and said to Vivian, in his hometown, there would be a constellation that was easy to recognize in winter called Orion. There were 3 stars that formed a line in that constellation that was called Orion's Belt. After a while, his face became dispirited and even some tears came out. This was his 4th New Year's away from his family. He really wanted to see his parents now. He really wanted to know how they were doing. Vivian supported Sui as she silently listened to the words that came out of his mouth that she didn't recognize, as the doubt in her heart became stronger. What were fireworks? Were they fun? Why does Master say that the night sky in his hometown had an Orion? Could it be that the night sky in his hometown was different from the night sky in Banda City? Since the Master missed his parents, why didn't he go back? Questions kept appearing in Vivian's head, but she didn't ask them because she knew that the Master just needed to vent right now. As they chatted and walked along, unknowingly the two had already left Banda City and had walked to the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's factory to the west of the city. It was already New Year's Eve, and the 2 factories were silent. Other than the light of the magic lamp the 2 bachelors Sui had hired as guards for the magic machine workshop, every other place was pitch black. Sui didn't have any ideas of disrupting the guards. He just stood in the empty space in front of the factories, looking at the small workshops in the dark, his heart filled with emotions. Although the 2 workshops were very small, it represented the sprout of the dream in his heart. Although they were just 2 sprouts now, as the Frestec Chamber of Commerce developed and the people of the Signs continent began to pay more attention to the magic industry, these 2 sprouts would one day become giant trees. There was a figure in the corner of his eyes that came out of the household magic machine workshop, causing Sui to be surprised. When he wanted to call out, he found that this figure was very familiar. After looking carefully, Sui couldn't help smiling. "Hey, Heinz, why aren't you with sister-in-law at home today? Why did you come here?" Sui greeted that person in a low voice. That person was surprised and looked over. After seeing that it was Sui and Vivian with the faint light coming out of the workshop, he calmed down. The figure walked over, and it really was Heinz. He looked at the 2 of them and asked in a low voice, "I couldn't calm down, so I came to take a look. Anyway, Sui, why aren't you and Vivian spending New Year's at him? What did you come here for? It's nothing. I just wanted to take a walk outside and naturally came here. Sui gave a shrug as he turned to look at the two workshops. Perhaps it is because this place takes up the most important spot in my heart, so I couldn't help wanting to come take a look. Heinz gave a slight now. I'm also the same. To be honest, Sui, I was just the owner of the small general store half a year ago. I never would have dreamed that I would become a major shareholder in a large company. There are many times that when I go to sleep, I doubt that everything I've experienced is false, and it is all an illusion. So I come to the factory very early each day just to see this factory, just to see the two workshops. As long as I can see them, I feel that I'm not in a dream and everything I've experienced is real. Seeing Heinz being in a rare mood, Sui couldn't help saying with a smile, "No wonder you look unwilling to leave each day when we're getting off work. Are you afraid that everything will disappear when you leave?" Heinz gave a slight nod. "Sui, you know that I'm not someone with lofty aspirations. To me, I'm very satisfied with my current life, so I treasure the things I have now. I'm really afraid that these two workshops will disappear one day. If that really happens, I might even die from my broken heart." "Relax, that won't happen." Sui patted Heinz's shoulder forcefully and said, "These two workshops might disappear because they are too small. They can't take the requests of our company. What we need is a large work area like the new workshop. But even if they disappear, there will be more workshops that appear to take their places. You have to believe that as our company develops, the magic industry will be like a raging flame that instantly spreads across the continent, lighting it up in the end. When that time comes, there will be our company's workshops and factories all over the continent." "Heinz, can you see every single workshop then?" Heinz looked into the dark night, but his eyes could already see what Sui described. After a while, he muttered, "Sui, can everything you said become reality?" Sui gave a very confident nod. "Of course, because the magic industry has already sprouted on the continent, and it's very hard to stop its growth. One day, our Frestek Chamber of Commerce will create a giant magic industry empire on the continent." On the fifth day after New Year's, Sui received a special invitation. This invitation came from the city lord's manor. The contents was to invite Sui to represent the Frestek Chamber of Commerce in participating in the New Year's exchange banquet at the city lord's manor. It was different from the normal banquet invitations Sui received from the city lord's manor before. This time the invitation was personally signed by the city lord Count Shansamo. Sui could avoid the banquet invitations from before, but since this was an invitation the Lord City Lord was personally sending, it was hard for him to easily avoid them like before. Moreover, the key point of this invitation was that at this New Year's exchange banquet, other than representatives from Banda City companies, there were also merchants from Karma City that was closest to Banda City. This made Sui a bit surprised. It was only the fifth day after New Year's. Why were the Karma City merchants suddenly running over to Banda City? Actually, this is an old tradition. The Omrit Chamber of Commerce's chairman Moon Cruz had a cup of wine in his hand as he explained to Sui with a smile. Every New Year's, Karma City's city lord Count Anaris would bring the Karma City merchants to visit our Banda City. Then a few days later, the Lord City Lord would pick some Banda City company representatives to take a trip to Karma City. Chairman Sui, you have only joined the business circle last year, so it isn't strange that you don't know about this custom. But your Frestek Chamber of Commerce was just established last year and has already been invited by the Lord City Lord to this banquet. It really is shocking. Sui looked at him. "What? You don't think our Frestek Chamber of Commerce is qualified?" "How could that be?" Chairman Cruz called out with an exaggerated expression. "Chairman Sui, although your Frestek Chamber of Commerce hasn't been established for long, is there anyone in Banta City that still dares to question your qualifications? Then again, we are close partners, so no matter who I think is unqualified here, I wouldn't think of you. Don't you think so?" Sui laughed. "I'm just joking. Chairman Cruz doesn't need to be this nervous." Chairman Cruz said that the Omrit Chamber of Commerce and the Frestek Chamber of Commerce were close partners, and although it was a bit exaggerated, it wasn't that exaggerated. Since the Omrit Chamber of Commerce obtained cement from the Frestek Chamber of Commerce, and they grasped the various methods of using the cement, the quality of the Omrit Chamber of Commerce's buildings had soared. In just a short 2 months, the Omrit Chamber of Commerce had received quite a bit of praise. Their construction orders had increased after the New Year's, and it had raised by 30% all of a sudden compared to last year. And this increase of 30% wasn't including the construction orders the Frestec Chamber of Commerce had made with the Omrit Chamber of Commerce. On the third day after New Year's, Sue had specially found Chairman Cruz. Other than wishing him a happy New Year's, his more important goal was to mention the new large-scale construction products the Frestec Chamber of Commerce needed. Other than constructing another new factory on Viscount Leslie's land for the household magic machine workshop to use, there were two other large projects that surprised Chairman Cruz. One of them was building new houses for the Norma and Angola tribe, and to build houses for the new tribe. The other was solving the water problem of the Night Song tribe, changing that river in the falling rain forest filled with silt. Sue didn't tell Chairman Cruz why he wanted to do these two projects, but Chairman Cruz wasn't that interested in Su's goal. Other than raising some doubts on whether Sue had Count Sean's approval on changing this river, he was mostly focused on the price of these two projects. Sue had very high requirements to the quality of these two projects, requesting the Omrit Chamber of Commerce to use their best manpower and materials. This meant that the Omrit Chamber of Commerce would receive the most profits from these two projects. According to Su's initial plan, Chairman Cruz could easily calculate that the total price of these two projects could surpass 300,000 gold coins. And the lowest profit the Omrit Chamber of Commerce could get was a large profit of over 50,000 gold coins. Although the Frestec Chamber of Commerce had high profits, they had been established for too short, so it was impossible for them to take out 300,000 gold coins at once. So Sue proposed to settle this debt with the Omrit Chamber of Commerce using cement, which was greatly welcomed by Chairman Cruz. The construction projects under the Omrit Chamber of Commerce almost couldn't leave cement now. Therefore, Chairman Cruz had requested several times to Sue on increasing the length of the monopoly right on cement the Omrit Chamber of Commerce had, but it was firmly rejected by Sue. But no matter what, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce and the Omrit Chamber of Commerce could be considered close. Actually, when Sue said some people doubted the Frestec Chamber of Commerce didn't have the qualification to participate, he was completely joking. The ones at the banquet were all merchants from Banta City, and just in half a year of development, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce was known by all the companies in Banta City. Everyone was very clear on the powerful potential the Frestec Chamber of Commerce had. And after the auction of the two mines from last time, no one doubted the power of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce anymore. Being able to snatch an iron mine from the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce and borrowing funds from the Chimera Chamber of Commerce, no matter what point it was enough to make the other companies hold the Frestec Chamber of Commerce in high respects. There were even quite a few people who guessed that there was a large backer behind Sue. And based on speculation from Su's relationship with Viscount Leslie, his backer was very likely the Stag family, which was one of the strongest families in the Lampuri Kingdom. Of course, no one questioned it, but that didn't mean everyone accepted it. There were some who were like Chairman Cruz and were very friendly with Sue, but there were also people who showed hostility that wasn't strong, but was very clear. This was, of course, referring to Chairman Fuller Morgan of the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce. Because an iron mine had been taken by the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, Fuller Morgan had been reprimanded by the important members of the Joel family, almost losing his position as the chairman because of this. So Fuller Morgan being full of hate for Sue, he wasn't strange. Normally speaking, when the other side fully displayed their hostility, people wouldn't willingly approach them, but Sue was the exception. After he found Fuller Morgan in the crowd, he walked over with a smile. "Chairman Morgan, Happy New Year's." Sue raised his cup in a toast to Chairman Morgan. Although Chairman Morgan was very unhappy, he had the good demeanor of a large merchant. After clinking glasses with Sue, he said with an ugly smile, "Happy New Year's." Sue finished his cup of wine and said after some praise, "Chairman Morgan, I've been busy these days and haven't had a chance to talk to you. Now that we have a chance to meet, I want to ask you, the mining magic machines I mentioned last time, have you considered it?" Chairman Morgan was stunned. He remembered the auction and that Sue had mentioned this matter with him. But Sue had said that it was just a simple concept and Chairman Morgan had been in a very bad mood. So he didn't seriously listen and had forgotten about it. Because there had been many things he had been busy with in terms of the mine, Chairman Morgan had thrown this to the back of his mind. Hearing Sue mention this again, Chairman Morgan thought about before discreetly answering. I have considered it, but Chairman Su, although I believe in your Frestec Chamber of Commerce's ability, is there any meaning in not seeing the thing and just believing in empty words? Oh, this means that Chairman Morgan is interested? Su, he said with a smile. It's actually very easy to see the thing. Our company has just invented a small magic drill not long ago that can increase the efficiency of mining. If Chairman Morgan has the time, will you come and see it? Small magic drill? This name sounds not bad. Chairman Morgan was a large merchant in the end. He wasn't easily influenced by his emotions. After hearing that Su Yi didn't seem to be joking, he considered it before saying with a nod, all right, Chairman Su can have someone send the thing over to let me study. If it is easy to use, we can discuss other matters. Seeing Chairman Morgan agree, Sui didn't care about the fact that he deliberately acted reserved, agreeing with a smile. Not long after, Count Shan suddenly walked out from the back of the banquet hall. Beside him was a middle-aged man with small stature, but was firmly built, with clear eyes. It was very clear that this middle-aged man was Karma City's city Lord Count Anaris. And following behind the two city lords were the merchants that had come from the far Karma City. Sui looked over them and found several acquaintances. They were all merchants who had come to Banta City to order large amounts of magic machines from the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. The two city lords gave a speech on the stage, speaking of the main purpose of this banquet. It was to give the merchants of the two cities a chance to interact, hoping that everyone would seize this chance to create many new business deals to help develop the two cities. It should be said that this exchange was very meaningful. With the limited technology level of the Signs continent, there weren't many methods of communication. If the merchants wanted to do business, most of the time they relied on face-to-face interaction. Now that the city lords of the two cities took the initiative to host this kind of banquet, it gave the merchants of the two cities a very good chance. Of course, the premise was that Count Shan and Count Anaris had a good relationship, allowing them to host this kind of banquet. When the two counts announced that the banquet was starting, everyone began talking to each other. The merchants of the two cities went to find friends they were familiar with, and they began chatting in small groups of twos and threes. When Sui wanted to find some Karma City merchants he was familiar with to talk to, he suddenly noticed Count Shan beckoning to him. After following Count Shan and Count Anaris to a small booth at the side of the banquet hall, the two counts took their place before Count Shan pointed at Sui and said with a smile to Count Anaris, "Here, Anaris, this is the Sui I mentioned to you last time." Count Anaris looked over Sui before nodding with a faint smile. "I've already heard of Chairman Sui as a promising youth, but seeing you today, you really are young. It makes this old man's heart unable to not fill with envy." Sui revealed a faint smile. "Lord Count, you are in a man's golden age. I'm the one who is envious of you." "Oh, I'm already an old man, and I don't even have the strength to do anything. How can I be filled with energy like a young man like you? What are you envious of me for?" Count Anaris asked back with a smile. Sui pointed at the empty seat to the side. "At your age, at least you have a seat to sit in, right?" Count Shan and Count Anaris were stunned. They looked at each other before breaking out in laughter. Count Anaris pointed at Count Shan as he laughed loudly. He said in a loud voice, "Shan, you're the one at fault here, right? How could you accept a guest without arranging a place to sit? You still need Chairman Sui to discreetly insult you." Count Shan also laughed before looking at Sui and saying, "My city lord's manor has always left a seat for Chairman Sui. But Chairman Sui is a busy person and it's hard for him to come normally. If it wasn't to give you face today, Chairman Sui might not have even come to this banquet. All right, Chairman Sui, please sit down. Don't let this fellow Anaris laugh at me for not understanding how to treat guests." Sui had a faint smile as he found a seat that was a bit closer to Count C before asking, "Lord City Lord and Lord Count Anaris, for you two to specially call me. Is there something you need from me?" "It isn't something we need. Only Count Anaris wants your help with something. But it isn't convenient for him to say it. So he had me help him call you over." Count Shan replied. Sui turned to Count Anaris. "Lord Count, you're too polite. If there is anything I can do for you, please give me the order." "This isn't an order. Rather, I'm sincerely asking for your help." Talking about business, the smile disappeared from Count Anaris' face, and he said with a serious expression, "Chairman Sui, before this, I want to first tell you about the protest my Karma City merchants have about you. Su-yi was stunned. Protest? Protest what about me? Our Karma City and Sultan City are the two cities closest to Bana City, so we can be considered neighbors. But why is it that your Frestek Chamber of Commerce has agreed to sell your production magic machines to Sultan City's Farsak Chamber of Commerce and not to our Karma City's companies? Count Anaris asked. This? Sui looked at Count Anais in surprise, and seeing that he didn't seem like he was kidding, he seriously thought about it before saying with a bitter smile, "Then you really can't blame me. Our Frestek Chamber of Commerce has given the same conditions to the Karma City colleagues as the Farsak Chamber of Commerce. But while the Farsak Chamber of Commerce could agree, the noble colleagues couldn't. You can't blame me for being unfair to them, right? Oh, I've heard the merchants of my city say that it is because your Frestek Chamber of Commerce's conditions are too strict and they can't accept that. That's why they didn't agree." Count Anaris kept saying. Sui stretched out his hands and helplessly said, "Lord Count, the conditions are the same. So why can the Farsak Chamber of Commerce agree and the colleagues from Karma City can't? Actually, I also feel this is very strange. I clearly gave them a chance to let them buy production magic machines and sell magic machines produced in Karma City, but they didn't agree at all. Rather, each time, they chose to come to Banda City to purchase some magic machine products to bring back to Karma City to sell. Could it be that they don't think this is troublesome and very inefficient?" Count Anaris shook his head. "I don't care what they are thinking. As Karma City's city lord, I have a responsibility to help them achieve their goals. You just said that the merchants of my city come from far to your Banta City to buy your Frestek Chamber of Commerce's magic machine to bring back to sell. That is the KY point. Since your Frestek Chamber of Commerce's products are this popular in our Karma City, then why hasn't your company considered opening a factory in our Karma City? If you directly produce magic machines in our Karma City, can't you just directly sell it?" He couldn't help being surprised as he asked in an uncertain voice, "Count Anaris, your meaning is that you want our Frestek Chamber of Commerce to invest in building a factory in your Karma City?" Invest in a factory? This term seems quite novel, but indeed this is what I want, Count Anaris said with a nod and a smile. After receiving an affirmative response, Su Yi's mind's filled with thoughts. As for investing in a factory in another city outside Bana City, Su Yi already had this thought. But for this Science continent that didn't have a developed communication system, each city was like its own kingdom. With the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's current strength, if they wanted to invest in a factory in another city, they would be facing all kinds of trouble. If they weren't careful, they might lose their investment. So Sui had been discreet about this matter, planning step by step. He would consider this after the Frestek Chamber of Commerce was strong enough. But that did not mean that Sui wanted to give up. Rather, now that there was a good chance in front of Sui, how could he just ignore it? Thinking about it, Sui asked, "Then, Lord Count, I wonder what kind of factory you want our company to build?" Count Anaris waved his hand. "That is you company's matter, I don't care. But I can disclose some matters to you first. In order to welcome your Free Tech Chamber of Commerce to our Karma City, to invest in a factory, I will use the City Lord's Manor's name to rent some land to your company and will also provide some help to your company to make it easy for you to complete this investment. What do you think?" Suyi's heart was filled with joy. According to Count Anaris' ideas, this meant that there would be Count Anaris support for this investment. With Karma City's City Lord's support, as long as no accidents occurred when the Frestek Chamber of Commerce built their factory in Karma City, they would definitely open this market. But thinking about it, Sui felt this was strange. "Lord Count, why did you specially come find our Frestek Chamber of Commerce? I think that as long as you offered some help, any of our Banda City's companies would be very happy to invest in Karma City." "Right. Of course, that's because your Frestek Chamber of Commerce is special," Count Anaris said. "Our Karma City and Banda City have carried out business deals for many years. The old companies of the two cities have already invested a certain amount in the other city and have dug out all potential, without any new direction to develop in. But your Frestek Chamber of Commerce is different. Not only was your company just created last year, all your products are unknown magic machines. In Karma City, the magic machines your company produces are very popular, and even I have quite a few in my home. So of course I want to invite your company to invest in my city. There is a great need for this." I admit that Lord Count's words are very reasonable and I indeed hope to invest in Karma City. But Sui hesitated for a bit as he looked at Count Shan. Our Frestek Chamber of Commerce is a Banta City company in the end, so for matters in this aspect, I think we should ask for the Lord City Lord's opinion. What? Chairman Su, you're kicking this problem to me? Count Shan teased with a smile before he said with a serious expression, since I have called you here to talk to Count Anaris, it means that I have already reached an agreement with Count Anaris. You don't need to worry about this. I support your Frestek Chamber of Commerce investing in Karma City and sincerely hope your Frestek Chamber of Commerce can stand firm and develop far. Are you warning me? Count Anaris shook his head with a smile before saying to Su E. Chairman Su, please be assured. Since I represent Karma City to invite you, that means I will definitely give you the greatest support and promise that your company can safely develop in my city. Su E looked at Count Shan and Count Anaris before saying with a smile, since there is the Lord City Lord support, if I still rejected the Lord Count's invitation, it really wouldn't be smart. All right, Lord Count. I represent the Frestek Chamber of Commerce to agree to investing a company in your Karma City. Good. Let's have a drink to our cooperation. Count Anaris raised his wine glass with a smile. Su E and Count Shan also raised their cups, and after toasting him, they drank it all. After that, Su E had a conversation with Count Anaris and reached a preliminary agreement. Count Anaris said that he would provide an area of no less than 5 hectares with a good location and surroundings to the Frestek Chamber of Commerce to rent and build their new factory on. Sui represented the Frestek Chamber of Commerce to promise Count Anaris that they would be developing household magic machine production lines for the magic fans, the magic rice cookers, the magic air conditioner, and the magic lamp. At the same time, they would also create a post-sale center for magic machines in Karma City. Other than this, they would also create a workshop for agricultural magic machines to satisfy Karma City's need for agricultural machines. Although these were just preliminary plans, based solely on this agreement, if the Frestek Chamber of Commerce could establish a production base in Karma City, it would clearly be bigger than the ones in Banta City. So when Count Anaris reached this agreement with Su E and left in a satisfactory manner, Su E, who stayed behind with Count Shan, asked, Lord City Lord, don't you think that like this, it will disperse the power of our Frestek Chamber of Commerce and decrease our tax revenue to Banta City? Of course I know this, Count Shan said with a faint smile, but I can see that the prospects for your Frestek Chamber of Commerce is very good and wouldn't be limited to our Banta City anyway. To leave a bit earlier and open up prospects in another city, whether it is to your company or our Banta City, there will be benefits. It's just for this. Su E was a bit doubtful. What? This isn't enough. Count Shan looked at Su E and thought about it before putting down his wine cup. There was a different meaning that appeared in his smile as he said, All right, since you want to ask, I'll tell you something. The reason why I agreed to Anaris was 1, because of our friendship, and 2, because Karma City needs you. Karma City needs me? Su E was even more confused. If something happened to Karma City that was even difficult to the City Lord Count Anaris, how could the chairman of a small company like him help? It isn't trouble, just that your Frestek Chamber of Commerce can solve some problems for Anaris. I'll give you an example. Your Frestek Chamber of Commerce's factory can suddenly hire 200 workers, letting 200 households gain stable income and making their lives even better, which solved a large problem for me. Just this point is something that many companies that are stronger than your Frestek Chamber of Commerce can't compare to. Su E instantly understood. In the end, what Count Shan and Count Anaris cared about was the problem of employment that many leaders on Earth cared most about. And to solve the problem of employment, what was better than the production industry that was filled with labor? Helpless Chairman Morgan. This was indeed some good news. Regarding Su Yi's request to rent some land, the king had considered it and had shown some agreement for now. As for the specifics, that would depend on when Su Yi gave an initial plan. After he showed his goals for the land, the king would truly consider it. Moreover, this was on the premise that the Frestek Chamber of Commerce finished the first batch of agricultural magic machines on time. Otherwise, there was no need to mention any of this. Of course, now that the Frestek Chamber of Commerce had finished the new series of magic punch presses, so this premise was no problem at all. Compared to the magic machine workshop production line that was already in order, Su Yi would always be more focused on research and development. The magic machine workshop workers had already changed to their new workshop, and the old workshop had been turned into a magic machine development workshop by Sui, including Camby, Bordeaux, and 13 other dwarves with the richest experience in blacksmithing specially worked on researching and developing magic machines. Although the magic punch press could be used now, it was still at initial success. Whether it was Sui or Camby's dwarves, they all felt that these magic punch presses could be improved still. Actually, if it wasn't for the fact that the king and the agricultural department's orders were too tight, according to the ideas of Camby's dwarves, it would take them another 3 months to finish these production magic machines. As for Sui, who was a well-known mechanical engineer on Earth, he was very clear that developing these magic machines wouldn't just take a short month, and it wouldn't just take 3 months. There shouldn't be a limit to how long it took. Even on the industrialized Earth, research on machines never stopped with new results being published each year. This was because for those corporations on Earth, if they could advance their technology, they could surpass their competitors and take another part of the market. Although there was only the Frestec Chamber of Commerce producing magic machines right now on the Science continent, so they didn't feel any pressure at all, Sui didn't relax on this aspect. Actually, as Sui researched magic machines even more, there were many times he found he couldn't apply his mechanical engineering knowledge from Earth. Rather, he had to make a corresponding change based on the specialties of magic or the Science continent. For example, like the medium magic drill that he had Camby's dwarves research, it was very different from the drills on Earth. The drills on Earth used the spinning drill head to bore into the Earth. As for the drill that Sui developed, he combined the unique magic of the Science continent and stuck a 5th-grade Earth magic array that wasn't weak on the drill head. With the help of this Earth magic array, the drill only needed to be close to the ground. The magic arrays would appear and easily create cracks in the Earth and even in rock layers, saving quite a bit of time when it was drilling. The small magic drill Sui used to drill out the water at the Night Song tribe was only a test product, and it was already strong enough to drill through a rock layer of several meters. The medium magic drill developed now went a step further, and the drilling power was even stronger. Heinz had asked Sui why he needed to develop this kind of thing, because although the Frestec Chamber of Commerce had an iron mine, they didn't have enough funds to open this mine right now. They could only put it aside for now. There was no use in developing this thing. Sui could only say in his heart that Heinz didn't have any foresight. Even if they couldn't use it, there were people who could use it. For example, the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce's chairman Fuller Morgan. Chairman Sui, this thing is actually this strong. Chairman Morgan looked at the cracked giant rock in front of him in shock, ignoring the large amount of dust raised from it being cracked. His mouth was open in shock, and it didn't close for a while. When he was invited by Sui to witness the testing of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's new product, Chairman Morgan hesitated a while before finally deciding to come take a look. But he never thought that the small magic drill that Sui mentioned to him before would actually be this strong. In less than 3 minutes, this large stone that was 3 meters tall, 4 meters wide, and 2 meters thick had actually been turned into rubble. As the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce's chairman, Chairman Morgan could see that this giant rock was iron or normally found in mines, and it was very hard. If it was the workers in the mine using pickaxes to mine this thing, even if several workers worked on it for 1-2 hours on this iron, or they might not be able to crack it. Sui had 2 young men who weren't that strong pick up this magic drill and aim it at the center of this giant iron ore. Then this iron ore that was even troublesome for Chairman Morgan with his rich experience in mining actually had a hole appear in the center and was shattered to pieces. Then the 2 of them continued pointing the magic drill at rather large pieces, and all the rocks were shattered into pebbles. This entire process added together took just over 10 minutes. Hearing Chairman Morgan's surprised voice, Sui revealed a faint smile. How about it? Chairman Morgan, are you satisfied with this magic drill? Of course. Chairman Morgan suddenly stopped his mouth and he looked at Sui. He restrained the shock and excitement on his face as he gave a soft cough and slowly said, this thing is indeed quite good. But Chairman Sui, your Frestec Chamber of Commerce can't seem to use this thing, right? Why would you invent this kind of thing?" Seeing the indifferent look Chairman Morgan pretended to have, Sui found it funny in his heart. He looked surprised as he said, "Who says we can't use it? Chairman Morgan, you've forgotten that our company had gained an iron mine from the auction last time. We invented this thing just to open that mine." Chairman Morgan, Your Fulcao Chamber of Commerce are experts in opening mines, so I invited you here to have a look at this. Is this thing very good at opening mines? Chairman Morgan really wanted to shake his head, but with facts in front of him, the magic drills would slap him in the face if he denied it. So he could only give a dry laugh before nodding. It's very good. Sui clapped his hands and excitedly said, then that's great. With Chairman Morgan's affirmation, it means that this magic machine really isn't bad. I can be assured then. If we wanted to open the mine earlier, our company wouldn't have enough manpower and funds to do so, but now that we have this thing, we can at least give it a try. Chairman Morgan couldn't help giving a cold laugh as he said, Chairman Su, you're looking down on opening a mine too much. Although I admit that with this magic drill, it will be much easier gathering ores, but mining isn't just simply gathering ores. There's also transporting, processing, and many other things. Each process will take a large amount of manpower to complete, and with your Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Chairman Morgan gave a soft snort, as his expression was filled with disdain. It was like Sui didn't see Chairman Morgan's expression at all as he shrugged and responded with a relaxed smile. That is very easy. Our Frestec Chamber of Commerce excels in researching magic machines to replace manpower. The work that you mentioned before, we can use the same method of inventing some magic machines to finish it. This isn't anything hard to do, don't you think? Chairman Morgan wanted to say that Sui was looking down on mining, but then he thought about it. He realized that since the Frestec Chamber of Commerce could invent this magic drill, it didn't seem impossible for them to invent magic machines that did all the other work. Thinking of this, Chairman Morgan's expression couldn't help changing. He looked at the magic drill resting on the side, and after thinking about it, he couldn't help asking Sui, Chairman Su, this magic drill, you should be selling it, right? Sui laughed in his heart, but he gave a surprised expression as he asked back, what? Chairman Morgan, are you interested? Chairman Morgan said with a frown, Chairman Su, if you are not prepared to sell this thing to me, why did you call me down? I just said it. I wanted to ask for your opinion. Seeing Chairman Morgan's expression that quickly turned ugly, Sui immediately changed his tone. But since Chairman Morgan is interested in this thing, then that's good. Sell. Of course I'll sell. Our Frestec Chamber of Commerce sells magic machines to begin with. That's good. How much does each one cost? Chairman Morgan asked. We haven't set a price yet. But since it's Chairman Morgan asking, all right, since we're all old friends, I'll give you an exclusive price. It'll be an exact figure, 100 gold coins per unit. What do you think? Sui said, 100 gold coins per unit. Chairman Morgan's eyes popped out as he looked at Sui in disbelief. Why don't you simply steal my money? Seeing Chairman Morgan's angry expression, Sui innocently blinked his eyes and looked aggrieved as he said, Chairman Morgan, this is already a very fair price. You're still not satisfied. Fair. Chairman Morgan resisted and stopped himself from swearing. He took a desperate, deep breath and calmed down as he said in a deep voice, Chairman Sui, don't joke around. Give a serious price, and if I'm satisfied, I will order a few units. Sui revealed an awkward look, and after thinking about it, he finally said with a sigh, all right, since it's Chairman Morgan, I'll give in a bit. 95 gold coins per unit. What do you think? Chairman Morgan looked at Sui and was too lazy to get angry as he coldly said, 50 gold coins per unit. Don't think about it if it's any higher. Sui shook his head. Chairman Morgan, I am unable to accept this price. If you are sincere, I'll give you a serious price. 90 gold coins per unit. It can't be any less. Humph. This machine doesn't seem to be worth more than 20 gold coins in my eyes. If you dare say 90 gold coins per unit, you are too black-hearted. 55 gold coins. This is the price. You have to look at how much time and effort our company put in to develop this thing. All right, the lowest is 88 gold coins. Arguing back and forth, the final price was set at 78 gold coins per unit. Chairman Morgan wasn't satisfied with this price, but he was helpless about it. After personally witnessing the might of this magic drill, he had to admit that if he had this machine that could help with mining, their efficiency would greatly increase. How could he miss this chance? So he couldn't insist too much on the price he wanted. Although Sui had an exaggerated look like he suffered a loss, his heart was filled with joy. The materials for this magic drill didn't even add up to a trivial 5 gold coins. Although the research cost was high, as long as they can sell enough units, the research costs would eventually become irrelevant. So calculating with the strictest conditions, if it was sold at this price, just a single unit earned the Frestech Chamber of Commerce over 60 gold coins. And although Chairman Morgan only ordered a trivial 100 units from Sue, he had also said that if this thing is easy to use, he would continue ordering in large amounts. Sue was very confident about this. With the low technology level on the Signs continent, the mining industry relied purely on manpower. How could this kind of efficiency compare to the efficiency of machine power? As long as the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce saw the large efficiency increase brought by the magic drill, they wouldn't be able to separate themselves from it. After they discussed this initial cooperation, they should have gone to eat a meal together to foster a friendship according to normal conventions. But Chairman Morgan didn't have any good feelings towards Sue, so he never mentioned this matter. As for Sue, who had other things to do, he didn't mention it at all. So the two left after saying their goodbyes, and Sue directly headed to Banta City on a horse carriage. What he needed to do was come here to welcome a special group of guests. Compared to the many methods of transportation on Earth, the Signs continent only had the single method of traveling in horse carriages, which was without a doubt worse. But compared to other horse carriage companies, the largest horse carriage company in the Lampuri Kingdom, the Furson Carriage Company, was quite punctual normally. Sue came a bit later than when the horse carriage arrived, and he came just in time to see Akali jump out of a horse carriage. When she jumped down and saw Sue, Akali, excited, ran over. "Sir Chairman, I'm back." Seeing Akali's excited appearance, Sue couldn't help revealing a smile. This little girl had been rather sad lately, but after going home for New Year's, she seemed to have returned to normal. Sue rather liked this little girl Akali, who was lively and happy, but once she became depressed, it made people feel it was a shame. "Welcome back." Sue responded with a smile. His eyes looked at the two horse carriages behind Akali and gave a nod to Evita, who came out after Akali. Then he looked at the 2 men and 3 women beside her who were around the same age. If his guesses weren't wrong, these 5 should be the 5 classmates Akali mentioned in her letter last time. As expected, when she saw Sue's eyes falling onto the 5 of them, Akali excitedly introduced them to Sue. "Sir Chairman, they are the 5 classmates I mentioned to you before. What do you think?" Sue couldn't help smiling. "Akali, I'm recruiting magicians. Could it be that you want me to tell how strong their magic is just based on their appearance?" He reached his hand out to the 5 of them after saying, "These students, welcome to Banta City. I am the Frestech Chamber of Commerce's chairman, Sue." The 5 youths shook hands with Sue while looking over him with eyes filled with curiosity. When it was the turn of a girl who was rather tall with black curls, she suddenly revealed a smile and said, "Sir Chairman, although Akali said that you were young and handsome, we never believed it. We always thought that to become a company's chairman, one should at least be an uncle. I never thought that now that I've seen you. You are even younger than I imagined. Sir Chairman, you aren't that much older than us, right?" Sue revealed a faint smile. "You aren't the first people who are curious or doubtful about my age. I am 28 this year, but compared to you, I can be considered an uncle. At least Still keeps calling me uncle." Still, the 3 girls looked at each other with surprised looks. Another girl who was rather short and chubby suddenly asked in a mysterious manner, "Sir Chairman, according to what Akali said, you and Still's relationship is quite good. Could it be that you are already in that kind of relationship?" Without waiting for Suyi's response, the man who had shaken his hand and introduced himself as shocked suddenly said with a soft snort, "Bella, don't speak nonsense." Still wasn't interested in any of the male students back in school. How could she suddenly feel anything for Chairman Sue? Bella rolled her eyes at shock and said without any politeness, "Chairman Sue isn't a little boy like you. It isn't strange if Still likes him. Let me tell you, Chairman Sue is this young and handsome, and he is the chairman of a company. Even I would like him. Don't you say so, Sir Chairman?" Sue waved his hand without knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Young Miss Bella, please don't kid with me. Still and I don't have that kind of relationship. I just have a good relationship with Still's grandfather, great magician Camilla. Adding in the fact that Still works for my company and normally interacts with me. Our relationship is just not bad." "Lies." Akali on the side suddenly gave a soft snort as she muttered this. Sue looked at her, and didn't pursue the matter as he turned to call the horse carriage he had already prepared. He first had the driver head around Banta City to let them become familiar with the area, also going to the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's repair center in Banta City. After seeing all the magic machines in the repair center, the students couldn't help revealing looks of surprise, especially when they saw the magic lamp. Not only did the three girls really like it, even the two boys couldn't help revealing looks of praise. After circling the city, the horse carriage arrived at a factory outside the city. After seeing the three workshops on the empty space, these youths revealed a bit of disappointment. Bella seemed like someone who couldn't keep their words in. After looking at the somewhat shabby factories other than the new factory, she couldn't help saying to Sue E. "Sir Chairman, are these all the factories under the Frestec Chamber of Commerce? This is just too small. It can't even compare to a casual factory that we saw under the large companies from before." Shock also revealed his disdain as he said with a snort, "That's right. With such a small factory, it seems like your Frestec Chamber of Commerce isn't anything great. It's fine if Akali likes to boast, but Evita has never boasted before. How could you deceive us like Akali did by saying that the Frestec Chamber of Commerce was a very good company and that it was very promising working here?" Evita had a gentle personality, and being scolded by Shock like this, her face instantly turned red and actually didn't know what to say. Akali reprimanded back without any courtesy. "What do you know? Don't look down on the fact that the factory isn't big, but don't you know that even with the largest factory not being used last year, our factory has already made many kinds of magic machines? If you look around Bana City now, I can guarantee that you will find out Frestec Chamber of Commerce's things in every house. Let me tell you, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce has only existed for half a year, and it's already this strong. You dare say that there are no prospects to working here? Humph. And you're not embarrassed to talk about me and Evita. We've only worked a few months here last year, and we've already earned over 100 gold coins. How about you? Waiting around your house not doing anything and only knowing how to rely on your mother and father. So embarrassing." Everyone was stunned. Although Shock said in front of Sue E that the Frestec Chamber of Commerce had no future and his tone was quite sour, no one would have thought that Akali would actually react this strongly, not leaving any face for Shock at all. Shock's face turned white and green. After changing several times, he gave a strong snort and angrily said, "Akali, I only came to give you an Evita face, but I never thought you thought of me like this. All right, since you like this broken company, then you can just keep working here. This small company without a future can't enter my eyes. Let me tell you, the large companies in Anvilmar City have approached me, but I haven't replied to them. For a magical genius like me, even if I'm forced to work for a company, I should enter a large company like the Chimera Chamber of Commerce. I definitely will not enter this poor little company without a future at all." Seeing that Shock was about to charge off in anger, Sui knit his brows and moved in front of him. "What? Chairman Sue, you don't let people leave?" Shock angrily looked at Sue E as he spoke. Sue E revealed a faint smile and shook his head. "No, my place here is not a bandit nest. Of course you can leave when you wish. But classmate Shock, if I was you, I wouldn't choose to leave now because if you leave, you wouldn't be able to refute Akali's words. Wouldn't that prove that her words are correct?" "Of course it isn't like that." Shock flew into a rage. He looked at Akali and wanted to reprimand her, but he felt it was too embarrassing to argue with a girl. He could only give a strong snort and turn his head. Seeing this scene, not only was Sue E not nervous at all, rather he almost broke out in laughter. These fellows, they really were young people. Classmate Shock, I won't oppose you leaving, but I don't agree to your appraisal of the Frestec Chamber of Commerce from before. There is a saying in my hometown that you can't say anything if you don't investigate. You don't know anything about our Frestec Chamber of Commerce, and you already determined that our company has no future. This conclusion is rather rash." Sue E said, "Although our Frestec Chamber no Commerce only has these factories, I can give you some data, so you might as well listen with your classmates." Hearing this, the five youths couldn't help paying attention to Sue E. The first number is that our Frestec Chamber of Commerce's total income in the last half a year is 203,494 gold coins. The five youths called in surprise at the same time. It was even Evita and Akali's first time hearing such comprehensive numbers, so they couldn't help revealing surprised looks. To these youths from normal families, 200,000 gold coins was a number they usually could never touch. They couldn't even think of such an astronomical number. But for the Frestech Chamber of Commerce made by this young Chairman Su, it actually made this much money by selling products in half a year. Sir Chairman, then can you tell us how much money you made? Cecilia of the three girls who had been rather silent asked this. Sui nodded with a faint smile. This question is the right thing to ask. For a Chamber of Commerce, the important thing is not how much it has sold, but how much it has earned. This is the second number I want to tell you. In the past half a year, our Frestech Chamber of Commerce's total revenue was over 140,000 gold coins. Everyone was shocked. According to what Sui said, the Frestech Chamber of Commerce's profit margin was quite high. Those two numbers are just to tell you that although our Frestech Chamber of Commerce can't be considered a large company right now, we definitely aren't a company without a future. Rather, our Frestech Chamber of Commerce's prospects for development is very good. After another period of time, we will be opening a new factory in the neighboring Karma City, and within the year, we'll also build another new production base in Bana City. According to the plan, the area of the new production base will even be bigger than Bana City. Do you think that a small company without a future can have such a large and long-term plan? Area surpassing Bana City? Akali looked at Sui in surprise and couldn't help asking, Sir Chairman, I feel that you can boast even more than me. Sui laughed. Of course this isn't boasting. You'll know in the future. Of course, to all of you, our Frestech Chamber of Commerce's plans don't matter that much. I think what you rather care about is your own income. Let's use Akali as an example. She and Evita came to work for our Frestech Chamber of Commerce last August and has been working for our company for less than 5 months. If you add up all the income, it is like Akali said, she has already earned over 100 gold coins. And this was based on the fact that the two of them had a base wage of 15 gold coins last year. From this year forward, the two of them are second-level researchers for our company, and their monthly wage has been increased to 25 gold coins from 15 gold coins. 25 gold coins. Bella said in surprise. This isn't low even for Anvil Mars City. That is only the base wage. Sui said with a smile. Other than this, every time you invent a new magic machine or you've made some improvements to a magic machine, the company will also give you extra cash awards. The award amount isn't set, but the lowest amount is 20 gold coins, and there is no upper limit. With our company's emphasis on creating new products, one can frequently earn these cash awards. Akali and I received 70 gold coins as rewards last year. Evita timely added this in. Akali grumbled and said in a dissatisfied voice, that is because we're not strong enough. Otherwise, we could even receive more. Look at great magician Camilla. Because he worked with our company, he received over 1,000 gold coins. He's much stronger than us. Everyone couldn't help rolling their eyes at all. Great magician Camilla was a great magician. What did you have that could compare to him? But based on what Sui, Akali, and Evita said, the 5 youths could tell that if they worked for the Frestech Chamber of Commerce, they might really earn quite a bit. Seeing the eyes of the 5 youths light up, even shocked seriously considering this, Sui couldn't help revealing a smile. Not afraid that they wouldn't be moved, but it was easier to take care of once they were moved. For these 5 youths who hadn't graduated that long ago and had just entered society, so they were anxious to prove themselves. Finding some work with a high wage was without a doubt necessary. Not only was the work researching magic machines for the Frestech Chamber of Commerce decent, and the wage wasn't bad. The only disadvantage was the fact that the Frestech Chamber of Commerce wasn't really a large company and didn't have any fame. But for these 5 youths who weren't considered magical geniuses, this was already enough for them. So after a 2-day inspection, the 5 youths all decided to sign a work agreement with the Frestech Chamber of Commerce, becoming 5 first-level researchers for the Frestech Chamber of Commerce. They were like when Evita and Akali had just joined the company. The 5 of them received for now a base wage of 15 gold coins per month. But according to their contracts, after they worked here for half a year and no problems occurred, they would be promoted to second-level researchers. At that time, they would receive the second-level researcher wage of 25 gold coins. To these 5 youths, perhaps this was just a simple work choice and wasn't that complicated or difficult, but to Sui and the Frestech Chamber of Commerce, the 5 youths joining was of great significance. In front of the 5 of them was the Frestech Chamber of Commerce's current research facility. The current research staff was only still Evita, Akali, Wella, and Sanchali, who had been focusing on studying the magic array programming issue. Even if Su-E was added in, their research power was very weak, causing Su-E to give most of their research work to Great Magician Camilla's magic tower to complete. This situation clearly wasn't good. First, not mentioning the fact that it cost the Frestek Chamber of Commerce a large amount of gold coins to have Great Magician Camilla's magic tower help with the research, just based on the fact that they couldn't research anything themselves made it so the Frestek Chamber of Commerce couldn't become a healthy company. So Su-E needed large amounts of magicians to join them. Even if these 5 were young, the strongest among them was only a 4th-grade magician. But they represented the fact that the Frestek Chamber of Commerce was strong enough to bring in magicians, which represented a beginning. As the Frestek Chamber of Commerce became stronger, even more magicians would join them. Of course, training their own powerful magician was also necessary. Therefore, Su-E injected 500 gold coins into the magic research facility each month to support Evita and Akali's independent magical research, letting the two of them increase their magic power. The increase of power for a magician required powerful talent for magic, but it also consumed a large amount of gold coins. This is because each magician's research required large amounts of magical resources. Without the support of funds, if a magician wanted to rely purely on his talent to grasp a new kind of magic, it was basically impossible. So every powerful magician on the Signs continent had large amounts of financial support behind them. Even an impoverished great magician like Great Magician Camilla had the Magicians Guild and the Lampuri Kingdom's support. Accordingly, if a magician had enough funds to conduct magic research, they also needed a decent magical talent. Then it was natural for them to increase their strength. When Evita and Akali joined the Frestek Chamber of Commerce, they were only a 3rd and 4th grade magician respectively. And now that they've worked for the Frestek Chamber of Commerce for half a year, although they spent quite a bit of time researching magic machines, with the financial support from Su-E, the two of them had studied other magic while studying magic arrays. Their strengths had increased by leaps and bounds, and now they broke through the boundary of a 4th-grade magician. Evita could even grasp a small bit of 5th-grade magic, only being a step away from becoming a 5th-grade magician. And this was an important reason for why the 5 youths excitedly signed the contract with the Frestek Chamber of Commerce. Compared to Akali and Evita, still who had great talent and had more magical power hadn't increased by that much in half a year. As for the reason, it was because she was always busy with something else. Su-E, chairman rank of the Serang Chamber of Commerce, sent someone to find me today to have me be in an advertisement for their Serang Chamber of Commerce. Do you think I should go or not? Still slender brows slightly knit, asking Su-E in a slightly worried manner. I've avoided him several times, but he keeps sending people to find me. It's really troublesome. Su-E looked at her with a smile and said, "That depends on if you're willing or not. Why are you asking me?" Still rolled her eyes at Su-E and said with a soft snort, "I am the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's spokesperson. You don't think there's a problem if I do advertising for other companies?" "What problem is there?" Su-E carelessly shrugged his shoulders. "The Serang Chamber of Commerce deals in luxury goods. It doesn't clash with our Frestek Chamber of Commerce's products at all. If you do an advertisement for their company, it won't affect the Frestek Chamber of Commerce at all. If I really have to say something, Chairman Rank's eyes are rather sharp. Still is this beautiful and elegant. It really is fitting for you to do an advertisement for their Serang Chamber of Commerce's jewelry." Still immediately revealed a smile. "Really? You also feel that I'm a good match for those jewelry?" Seeing the light in Still's eyes, Su-E couldn't help sighing in his heart. It seemed like whether this was Earth or the Signs continent, girls, especially beautiful girls, couldn't resist beautiful jewelry. Of course, Su-E gave a very certain nod. "But if I can be honest, no matter how beautiful the jewelry is, it can't compare to your beauty. You are already a radiant piece of jewelry, so why put on those things to ruin your beauty?" Still broke out in laughter. She looked at Su-E with an interested expression as she said, "Su-E, you've said that you've never interacted with girls before, but I don't believe that." "Why not? Do I need to lie to you about this?" Su-E said with an innocent expression. "This is because your flattery is too good to listen to. It doesn't seem faked at all. You must have frequently lied to girls before." How could you have not interacted with girls before? Su-yi rolled his eyes and snappily said, I am just speaking from the heart. Actually, I don't like girls wearing any jewelry, especially a girl who is already beautiful enough. This is because I really feel that a beautiful girl is a special scene, and putting on any embellishment like jewelry is ruining it. Still, actually you are as beautiful as a flower under the sun. Why would you rather put on jewelry to ruin that beautiful scene? Still didn't laugh this time. Rather, her face turned red and she said in a soft voice, I never said that I would wear any jewelry. Actually, I don't even like wearing those things. It's very troublesome. After pausing, she said to Su-yi, since you don't like me wearing jewelry, I'll go turn down chairman rank. Don't. These are just my thoughts. You shouldn't be influenced. Su-yi quickly stopped her. Also, being in the Sarang Chamber of Commerce's advertisement will make you more popular, and you being more popular brings benefits to our Frestec Chamber of Commerce. When you do advertisements for our Frestec Chamber of Commerce, the effect will be even better. Then do you want me to go or not? Still waited for Su-yi's answer. Can I ask how much Chairman Sarank is willing to pay you? Still reached out a finger. 100 gold coins? Isn't this too cheap, damn? Don't go. Su-yi immediately shook his head. Still gave a soft snort and said with a bit of pride, it isn't 100 gold coins, it's 1,000. 1,000 gold coins. Su-yi was instantly speechless. He finally couldn't help shaking his head after a while and saying with a sigh, the Sarank Chamber of Commerce really is worthy of dealing in luxury goods, making such a generous move. Still, if your grandfather were to know that just by doing one advertisement for the Sarank Chamber of Commerce you would be able to earn as much as he receives from the royal family in a year, what would he think? Still stuck out her tongue and naughtily said, so I didn't mention this matter to him at all. Su-yi laughed. That's good. It's better not to excite an old person like him. But speaking of rewards, compared to Chairman Rank's large move, it seems like the reward our Frestec Chamber of Commerce gives you is a bit low. You only receive 50 gold coins per advertisement. This really is a bit too much. How about this? Still, you give me a price. As long as it isn't as exaggerated as 1,000 gold coins, I can promise you as the chairman. You are still a big star in our Banna city, so the price can't be too low. Still rolled her eyes at Su-yi and snappily said, get this clear. I'm helping you do advertisements. I'm not helping the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. If it wasn't for you saying it was a problem for the company, I wouldn't even take a single copper coin. Now you're mentioning rewards with me. Then good. I won't mention something like 1,000 gold coins. I'll just request 999 gold coins. Will you give it to me? Su-yi looked at Still's outstretched little white hand and couldn't help teasing. This expensive? I can't afford it. How about I give myself to you to settle the debt? What do you think? Still's face turned red. After looking at Su-yi for a while, she slightly pursed her lips and said, all right, give it to me. Su-yi was stunned. Seeing Still's slightly red face under the magic lamp and the slightly nervous look in Still's eyes, he actually became stupid for a while. The two looked at each other, and although they felt it was very awkward, they weren't willing to look away. It was like in this staring match. The two of them both wanted an ending. Without knowing how long passed, Su-yi slowly opened his mouth and softly said one word. A rare winter sun appeared, releasing warm sunlight that wasn't dazzling. Still stood on the lawn and slightly looked up at the sunlight above her, with her left hand pushing back the golden hair at her ear as she revealed a faint, dazzling smile. The sunlight fell onto her face, and it made her snow-white skin look translucent, like it could be broken by just blowing. Golden hair released streaks of light that bathed her entire body in a faint golden glow, giving her a sacred aura. Chairman Rank, not far away, couldn't help praising, young Miss Still really is the goddess of our Banna city. These pieces of jewelry can only release this kind of dazzling glow when they are on her. Don't you think so, Chairman Su? Su-yi revealed a faint smile. Chairman Rank, you mean that your jewelry isn't as good if it is worn by the noble madams and young misses of Banna city? If they heard this, your Sarank Chamber of Commerce would suffer serious losses. Chairman Rank laughed. This is just my sincere compliment to young Miss Still. I don't believe those noble madams and young misses will mind that much. Although he said this, Chairman Rank immediately changed the topic and asked Su-yi, Chairman Su, I really have to thank you this time. If it wasn't for you persuading her, young Miss still wouldn't have agreed to do this advertisement for our company. I didn't say anything. If you want to mention persuading still, you have to mention the sky-high price of 1,000 gold coins you offered. After saying this, Sue looked at Chairman Rank with profound meaning and asked, Chairman Rank, taking out such a large amount at once, is it really because you like Still's charm, or do you have other intentions? Chairman Rank shook his head. Chairman Sue, I think you've underestimated young Miss Still's charm. Even if you ignore the fact that young Miss Still is a fifth-grade magician and the fact that she is great magician Camilla's granddaughter, just young Miss Still herself is worth me paying such a large price. Look at how the jewelry young Miss Still is wearing is shining. If you were a normal girl and you saw this scene, you must think that if you buy the same jewelry, you would be able to become just as dazzling. Sue looked at Still in the distance. Although he thought that Still was indeed dazzling and released charm in all direction, was it because of the jewelry she was wearing? This was completely because of Still herself. But looking at Chairman Rank with a wild look in his eyes, Sue decided to force down these words. After a while, Chairman Rank let out a soft sigh and gave an awkward smile to Sue. Sorry, when speaking of jewelry, I can't control myself. Sue gave an understanding smile. If we talk about magic machines, I'm the same. Chairman Rank revealed a faint smile. Since Chairman Sue is this interested in magic machines, then let's talk about magic machines. Chairman Sue, I've heard that your Frestec Chamber of Commerce has been helping the Omrit Chamber of Commerce and the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce invent some magic machines. Sue looked at him in surprise. It wasn't surprising that Chairman Rank knew about this. What was strange was why did he suddenly care about this? It is like this. Sue said with a nod. But the actual situation is my looking for Chairman Cruz and Chairman Morgan on my own, showing them the magic machines we develop, and luckily they accepted them. Luckily, Chairman Rank said with a soft smile. Perhaps it isn't luck. Chairman Sue's eyes have always been accurate, so what you offered the Omrit Chamber of Commerce and the Fulcao Chamber of Commerce were just what they needed. So it wasn't strange for Chairman Cruz and Chairman Morgan to accept them. Chairman Rank is overestimating me too much. It really was just luck. Sue waved his hand. All right, it doesn't matter if it is luck. This at least proves that your Frestec Chamber of Commerce can develop magic machines according to the needs of other companies. Isn't that right, Chairman Sue? Chairman Rank asked again. Sue looked at Chairman Rank in surprise before giving a slight nod. Although that isn't completely correct, it is mostly correct. What? Chairman Rank, could it be that your Serang Chamber of Commerce needs us to invent a magic machine for you? That's right. Chairman Rank nodded with a smile. He raised his hand, and the aide standing behind him suddenly took out a stack of papers. Sue took them and found that they were blueprints, with several mechanical designs on them. At the same time, there were requests labeled on them. Chairman Sue, we have drawn blueprints according to our needs. Please look over them. Of course, we have only pondered this matter and don't specialize in magic machines like your Frestec Chamber of Commerce. This is only a suggestion. The final product doesn't have to be like this. Sue nodded and seriously looked over the blueprints. He was surprised to find that although the small magic machines couldn't compare to the magic machines the Frestec Chamber of Commerce specialized in building, based on the blueprints, he could see traces of mechanical engineering theory. Then adding in the requests beside these magic machines, the magic machines on the blueprint could already satisfy these basic requirements. With these blueprints, as long as they kept studying a bit, perhaps the Serang Chamber of Commerce could develop these magic machines by themselves. Our Serang Chamber of Commerce is not responsible for researching magic machines. Chairman Sue, these blueprints were made by some magicians and craftsmen we've found who were interested in the magic machines. What do you think about them? Chairman Rank asked. Magicians and craftsmen interested in magic machines? Sue narrowed his eyes to look at Chairman Rank, as he thought that there were finally people who recognized the importance of magic machines, so they began researching them. Compared to the shoddy replications by the Leo Chamber of Commerce from before, this blueprint contained original ideas from magicians and craftsmen. Although it was much worse compared to the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's magic machines, this still meant that they seriously entered the magic machine industry and began to seriously study it. Sue was really surprised and happy about this. He was shocked that people outside the Frestec Chamber of Commerce had begun entering the magic machine industry. Right now, The Frestech Chamber of Commerce didn't have the technological advantage to be relaxed about this. If they ever stagnated, the others would quickly catch up to them. He was happy because there were finally others entering the magic machine industry. On this continent, it wasn't just the Frestech Chamber of Commerce alone researching in this field. If more of these people and companies joined, it would increase the magic machine industry development rate on the science continent. It would mean significant progress for Su Yi's dream of creating an industrial revolution. As various thoughts passed in his mind, Su Yi looked at the blueprints in his hand before asking Chairman Rank, "Can I ask, what kind of people are the magicians and craftsmen who made these blueprints?" Chairman Rank shook his head with a faint smile. "They were all casually found by me. Chairman Su won't know them even if I tell you their names." Chairman Rank's response was within Su Yi's expectations. He thought about it before saying, "All right, I will bring these blueprints back and try to make the magic machines according to the requests. Other than this, Chairman Rank, I'll have to trouble you to pass on some words to the magicians and craftsmen who made these blueprints. Tell them that if they don't understand anything when studying magic machines, they can come look for me. I'm not that secretive about these matters and will definitely teach them what they want to know, so they don't need to beat around the bush like this." Chairman Rank's expression changed slightly before turning back into a smile. He said with a nod, "All right, I will pass your words to them." Su Yi put the blueprints in his chest and stood up to move over to Still, who had finished modeling. Seeing Su Yi come over, Still revealed a smile covered in sunlight before a faint blush filled her face. She lowered her head, like she didn't dare look at Su Yi. Seeing Still's reaction, Su Yi also felt his face become a bit warm. Since that day when he didn't know why he unexpectedly said, "All right," the atmosphere between Su Yi and Still had become a bit strange. Over the next few days, it had been awkward between the two of them. Still, who had always been open and natural, would have her face turn red, and Su Yi became much more stiff around her. It was like the two of them didn't know how to be with each other. Looking at Still, who had her head down and didn't know what to do, Su Yi took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He said with a smile, "Still, it's been hard on you." Still looked up at Su Yi and revealed a somewhat crooked smile. Then she lowered her head again. Seeing Still's different than usual behavior, Su Yi remembered the awkwardness between them recently. There was a strong impulse that filled him, and he quickly moved forward, grabbing Still's hand. Still looked up at Su Yi in surprise, and seeing that Su Yi was holding her hand, her face turned red again. She wanted to pull her hand away, but because Su Yi was holding her tightly, she couldn't move it at all. "Chairman Rank, if there is nothing else, Still, and I will be leaving now." Su Yi raised his other hand to wave at Chairman Rank as he spoke in a loud voice. Chairman Rank's eyes fell onto their hands, and a profound smile appeared on his face as he gave a slight nod. "All right, I won't delay you two. Please have a nice trip, Chairman Su and young Miss Still." Su Yi used a bit of strength and Still obediently followed behind him as they left the Serang Chamber of Commerce. "Hey, kid, when are you planning to get married to Still?" Great Magician Camilla suddenly looked at Su Yi to ask this. Su Yi spat out the tea he had been drinking. After coughing a few times, he looked at Great Magician Camilla in shock as he said in a lost voice, "Your Excellency, Great Magician, you. What are you saying?" Great Magician Camilla gave a strong snort. "What? Is there a problem with me asking? Kid, since you have decided to be in a relationship with Still, could it be I shouldn't ask you when you are planning to get married? Kid, are you saying that you are only planning to play with Still and aren't planning to marry her? Let me tell you, kid, anyone who isn't planning to marriage in a relationship is a hoodlum. If you dare do this to Still, do you believe that I won't break your legs?" Seeing the agitated Great Magician Camilla, Su Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he responded, "I say, Your Excellency, Great Magician, Still and I have just started dating. Shouldn't we understand each other a bit better before considering marriage?" "Understand what? You two have been together for half a year, working together all day and getting together when you have nothing to do. Still's even spent a few nights at your place. This isn't enough?" Great Magician Camilla said in a cold voice. "Kid, stop wasting words. I am asking you this as Still's grandfather. Honestly answer my questions." Seeing that Great Magician Camilla didn't seem to be kidding, Su Yi thought about it before the helpless look on his face disappeared, and he said with a serious expression, "Your Excellency, Great Magician, Still is an outstanding girl, whether it is in terms of appearance or personality. Of course, I hope that she can become my wife as soon as possible. But I have to respect Still's wishes. If she feels it isn't suitable, I can't just force her to agree to marry me. Great magician Camilla knit his brows. What? Still isn't satisfied with you? Sui replied with a bitter smile. It isn't like that. It's just that she isn't prepared for marriage this early. You should just give us some time, and when the time is ripe, naturally these matters will be considered. But before this, I hope that you won't give her too much pressure. Great magician Camilla thought about this before giving a sigh. He waved his hand and said, Forget it. This is the matter of you young people anyway. I can't be bothered. All right, kid, let's talk about business. Come, first take a look at the periodical that came from the guild today. Taking the internal periodical from Great Magician Camilla, Sui saw the large words on top and was stunned. Magic research is selfish? Usually the title page of the Magicians Guild's internal periodic would represent the hottest recent topic at the Magicians Guild, which would normally be related to magic research. But while the title of this periodical seemed related to magical research, it had quite the moral taste to it. What is this? Sui looked at Great Magician Camilla in surprise. Take a look yourself. Oh, that's right. Take a look at the 7th page first. Sui flipped to the 7th page and was even more surprised by the title on this page. Magic research is a magician's property and shouldn't be taken lightly. Seeing the title of this article, Sui couldn't help looking at the name of the author and found it was a familiar name. Seeing this name, Sui couldn't help secretly nodding. If it was this great magician who was the greediest for money, it wasn't strange for him to say this. As he continued reading, he found that the content of the article wasn't as weak as the title. Great magician Eisenkel kept emphasizing the great damage releasing a magician's research results would cause the magician. It would cause magicians to gradually lose their motivation to develop new magic because even if they could develop it, it would be easily learnt by other magicians. Magicians are also people, and people are moved by benefits. If there aren't enough benefits, why would magicians waste their energy to study new forms of magic? The article could be considered well-founded, speaking in a convincing manner. But what surprised Sui was that in the latter half of the article, Great Magician Eisenkel used the Frestech Chamber of Commerce and Sui as an example. He highly praised Sui and the Frestech Chamber of Commerce, saying that the magic machine Sui developed was giving magicians a new way to develop. It proved that magical application had an important and powerful role in normal lives. But if the magic machines Sui developed weren't protected and anyone could casually copy it, Sui and the Frestech Chamber of Commerce would certainly lose the motivation to develop new magic machines. Every time a new prospect appears, it would always stop from the guild's propaganda of being selfless. For the longest time, the magicians of the Signs continent haven't moved forward and the level of magic on the continent hasn't increased. Could it be that in this situation, we still shouldn't change ourselves? At the end of the article, Great Magician Eisenkel couldn't help speaking in an alarmist manner. Sui didn't think that the level of magic on the Signs continent wasn't increasing. Since several thousand years, although the magicians of the Signs continent weren't as strong as the magicians during the race was, they have continued their magical research, so it was impossible for there to be no progress at all. After he finished reading the article and read some other parts of the periodic, he found that many of the articles published by great magicians were arguing this matter. Why did it suddenly become like this? Sui closed the periodic and asked Great Magician Camilla this in a confused manner. It's very simple. It's because the guild is prepared to pass a new decision. They are requesting all the magicians of their guild to publish it to the guild after they make any new discoveries, sharing their research with all other magicians, promoting the growth of magic on the Signs continent. Great Magician Camilla responded, Damn, the people at the Magicians Guild, are they stupid? Sui paused before he couldn't help cursing. Having everyone share everything. It would be strange if anyone was willing to work. If they really pass this decision, it will cause every magician to stop their magical research, and everyone would just wait for others to finish their research. If this was before, I would scold you for being too selfish and not understanding the spirit of sacrifice, but now, Great Magician Camilla revealed a bitter smile. I have to admit that being selfish sometimes isn't a bad thing. If you release all of the Frestech Chamber of Commerce's research, your company will instantly fall. And I wouldn't be able to receive that much funding from your company. So you're also opposed to this decision? Sui immediately asked. Yes, not only is it me and Eisenkel. Most of the great magicians have shown clear opposition this time. Great magician Camilla said to Sui with a smile. So this decision shouldn't pass. Kid, you don't have to worry about the guild forcing you to release your research. Of course, with a decision that goes against normal human thinking, it would be strange if it passed. Sui said while laughing. Other than this, in response to the decision this time, Eisenkel proposed to the guild about magicians having exclusive rights to their research. The specifics are like the patents you tried to submit last time. Currently, this suggestion is being discussed, and it's unknown if it will pass or not. But because of the storm caused by the other decision, there is quite a high approval for passing this decision. Sui's eyes lit up. This great magician Camilla really knows how to seize opportunities. But why does he hope to obtain patent rights for a magician's research? Moreover, he even used me as an example, not even letting our Frestec Chamber of Commerce off. Great magician Camilla looked at Sui with a strange expression. Kid, being reminded by you, I suddenly feel that you and that fellow Eisenkel are quite similar. Compared to magicians, you two rather seem like merchants. Without knowing if the magician's exclusive rights to their research passed or not, 70 gave Sui some bad news first. The Lampuri Kingdom's royal parliament had rejected the patent law. Why? Sui looked at 70 with knitted brows. With this law passed, companies that apply for patents would have to pay a certain amount each year and the kingdom's income would increase. So why did they reject it? It's very simple. It's because ones behind the parliament are the large nobles of the kingdom. Under those nobles, there are the large companies. 70 replied. Then I'm even more confused. This patent law is aimed at all the companies in the kingdom. Could it be their companies don't have unique technology, so they don't need the protection of the patent law? Sui said in a confused voice. 70 took a deep look at Sui and gave a soft sigh. Chairman Sui, if I told you that the reason why this proposal was overruled was because of your Frestec Chamber of Commerce, would you believe it? Sui looked at 70 in surprise, and after a while, he shook his head. I don't believe it. Our Frestec Chamber of Commerce is just a small company who has earned several $100,000 in a year. How could those large characters care about us? No. Chairman Sui, you're looking down on yourself and the Frestec Chamber of Commerce. Since you signed the order with the Agricultural Department for the tens of thousands of small agricultural magic machines, the Frestec Chamber of Commerce was no longer a small company. 70 said with a serious expression, I think that you should know that during this time, the king has already announced that our Agricultural Department is cooperating with your Frestec Chamber of Commerce, so everyone in the kingdom knows about your company and knows that you have earned several million gold coins with just the agricultural magic machines. So many people are jealous and want to join the magic machine industry. You think that at this time, would they pass a patent law that would hinder them? Sui was stunned before letting out a long breath, revealing a helpless look. The Agricultural Department announcing they were cooperating with the Frestec Chamber of Commerce was something that they had discussed with him beforehand. Sui did not oppose it at the time because it would greatly increase the Frestec Chamber of Commerce's fame. He never thought that just by announcing this cooperation, it would actually attract the attention of many nobles behind the large companies of the Lampuri Kingdom. After they focused on the Frestec Chamber of Commerce, people noticed that these magic machines had infinite potential and large profits. It wasn't that strange if they wanted to enter this industry. No wonder Chairman Rank would suddenly take out those blueprints. So the Sarank Chamber of Commerce already had this idea. Only how far have the other companies developed? Sui thought about it before saying to 70. This means that it is now impossible for our Frestec Chamber of Commerce to safely and slowly develop in Banta City. Yes. 70 nodded. Chairman Sui, I must remind you that compared to some large companies, your Frestec Chamber of Commerce is very weak. If you're not careful, it's very likely you'll be swallowed. Sui nodded as he revealed a self-taunting smile. That's good. I have to face these competitors sooner or later. Although they came a bit earlier, since they are here, I'll just properly take care of them. These fellows want to treat our Frestec Chamber of Commerce as a small fish to swallow. But they never would have thought that this small fish can swim faster than them, and they can't catch it at all, right? For the Lampuri Kingdom that was to the southwest of the Signs continent, Spring came earlier than most other countries on the continent. Entering March, the south winds came. The snow on the ground had already been blown away, and there were even some sprouts in the fresh soil, bringing a touching trace of green to the monotonous ground. Sui looked at the eye-catching green outside the window and was stunned for a bit before turning back to the kingdom's map on the wall. To the west of Bana City, other than the area of red where the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's factories were, there was a large area of light red to the west. It represented the area the Frestek Chamber of Commerce was going to take under them. Of course, 70 didn't only bring bad news. After spending 2 months at the Frestek Chamber of Commerce and completing the first batch of agricultural magic machines, 70 gave Sui some good news. The king had seriously considered it and had agreed to Sui's request to rent some land from the royal family. And unexpected to Sui, the king was even more generous than he had thought. Sui just tentatively wanted to rent a land with an area of 1 square kilometer, but the king had increased it by 10 times. He agreed to rent the Frestek Chamber of Commerce a giant area of over 10 square kilometers. Moreover, the rent the king had set was even cheaper than Sui had expected. At first, Sui was planning on renting a square kilometer of land and was planning to pay at least 5,000 each year in rent. But after the king agreed to rent him 10 square kilometers, he actually gave him a rent of only 30,000 gold coins each year. If one used conversion based on purchasing power, 30,000 gold coins was equal to 3 million RMB. If any company on Earth knew about this, that they could rent a full 10 square kilometers with only 3 million RMB each year, they would have fainted from happiness. Of course, with the rent being cheap, it meant that the land wouldn't be that good. Although the king allowed Sui to pick land near Bana City, he requested that it was at least 10 kilometers away. Normally, because this land is far away from Bana City, it would be quite bad. But unexpected to the king and 70, Sui actually chose a desolate piece of land that was 50 kilometers to the west of Bana City. 70 even thought that Sui was insane. Although on the map, this place seemed to be in between Banta City, Sultan City, and Karma City, not being that far away from the 3 cities, it was still over 50 kilometers from the closest Bana City. With such a large distance, even if the Frestek Chamber of Commerce built a factory here and produced large amounts of magic machines, it would without a doubt cost a giant amount to transport the magic machines to these cities. Thinking of how 70 tried to talk him out of it, Sui couldn't help smiling. Although 70 was seriously thinking about the Frestek Chamber of Commerce, she didn't know Sui's plan at all, so she could only worry in vain. Sui stood up and moved in front of map. He first looked at the large fire-red area before looking to the top left, finally stopping at some forests, rivers, and mountains. This forest was the Falling Rain Forest. Those 2 mountains were the crossing mountains where the Norma tribe and the Angola tribe's dwarves lived. The river was naturally the one that passed through the Falling Rain Forest, the river that was now filled with silt. The place Sui's eyes fell was where the new tribe was to be constructed after Sui talked with Chief Saluka and Chief Monto. The Amrit Chamber of Commerce had already sent large amounts of people there and were currently building houses in full force. After 2 months of construction, this place of over 10,000 square meters would have buildings of a new tribe that could host over 1,000 dwarves. Once it was complete, according to the estimates of the 2 dwarven chiefs, it could host over 3,000 dwarves at once. Not only would it allow all the dwarves of the Angola and Norma tribes to move in, it would also leave over half the houses for other dwarven tribes. His eyes then fell onto a place to the top left of the river where the Night Song tribe had hidden themselves. In these past 2 months, the elves haven't been idle. They had been studying the resin according to Sui's requests, while also bringing some human irrigation specialists upriver to see what the situation was. After a month of inspection, they had finally finished their plan. The one in charge of this project was still the Amrit Chamber of Commerce. The Amrit Chamber of Commerce slowly grasped how to use the cement, so they were the only company on the Signs continent that could follow Sui's request to use reinforced cement to build reinforcements along the bank of the river. Even if this river wasn't big, the amount of time needed for this project was set for over 2 years. Sui had no other choice since the Signs continent didn't have large-scale construction machines like on Earth. And the Frestek Chamber of Commerce didn't have the technology to make machines that were similar. But as this project progressed, Sui had instructed the research department to research construction magic machines, so perhaps one or two could be finished in time. For example, the technology needed for the magic concrete mixer wasn't high and had already been made. After they gave it to the Omrit Chamber of Commerce to use, with how good it was, Chairman Cruz ordered 100 units. Elder Elysia didn't think that this was long. For the elves with lifespans of hundreds of years, 2 years was just a snap of the finger. It wasn't considered much. Moreover, the Night Song tribe had abundant underground water right now, so it wasn't pressing for them to fix the river like before. His eyes looked across the map, and Sui put a finger on Bana City on the map. Then he slid his finger out of the city, drawing a straight line that led to the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's factory. Then going along, he went to the land he rented, to where the new dwarven tribe was before finally stopping at the falling rainforest. There needs to at least be proper roads that connect these places. Sui muttered. Then his finger created 2 more lines from the land he rented, going to Sultan City and Karma City. Other than this, there needs to be 2 more roads. According to Sui's plan, the large piece of land he rented would become the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's most important large-scale production base. It would take most of the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's magic machine orders. And for a production base, convenient transportation was one of the first things to consider. So Sui immediately thought about how to construct roads to this place. Rather than ordinary roads made of rocks and sand that was normally constructed on the Signs continent. Of course, this plan couldn't be completed for now and currently only existed in Sui's mind. Currently speaking, the Frestek Chamber of Commerce's production base was the factory Sui was currently in. Right, there's still the factory outside Karma City. Seeing Heinz come in, Sui secretly added in his heart. Then he asked Heinz with a smile, "Hey Heinz, are you setting off?" There was a tense look on Heinz's mature face. After he went around the office twice, he asked Sui, "Sui, you're really not planning to go with me?" Sui said with a smile, "Why would I go? Didn't we already agree that you had full authority for Karma City and I wouldn't meddle? Then again, I went when the factory began construction a few days ago, so if I go now, the people there will misunderstand. They will think that you managing them is not a good thing. I know what you say is reasonable, but," Heinz said with a bitter smile, "Sui, I have never managed such a large place. Actually, it's a bit nerve-wracking." Sui couldn't help smiling. "Didn't you bravely say before that you wanted to share some of my responsibilities and wanted to run the Karma City factory alone? So why are you telling me you're nervous now? All right, no one knows anything from birth. Didn't you see that I didn't know anything about business before, and hasn't the Frestek Chamber of Commerce developed properly? That's as different. You have talent, I don't. What talented? Isn't managing these things the same? If you can manage a workshop with several hundred people, then you can manage a factory in Karma City." Sui patted Heinz's shoulder and said, "All right, quickly set off. Today is the first day the factory is starting work. If you as the factory manager is late, you'll lose face." "Then, I'm setting off?" Heinz asked in an uncertain voice. Sui shook his head with a smile and pushed him from behind, pushing him out of the office and onto the horse carriage already prepared for him. He watched as Heinz's horse carriage disappeared into the distance. Sui shook his head and prepared to return to the magic machine workshop, but he caught a glimpse of a horse carriage in the distance, which unexpected stopped in front of him. When the horse carriage stopped, a familiar figure jumped out and fell into Sui's embrace with a fragrant scent. Feeling 2 warm lips pressed on his face, Sui said in surprise, "Still, why are you here?" It was different from the shy appearance when they entered their relationship. Now Still had regained her sunny personality like before. Even in front of others, she didn't hide it at all. This kind of bold attitude made Sui blush from time to time. But Sui's personality was quite passive, so he enjoyed Still acting like this. "I brought a special guest here, look." Still pointed at the horse carriage with smile. "Special guest." Sui looked at the horse carriage and saw a middle-aged magician wearing a magician's robe, but was covered in the sharp aura of a merchant stepping down. Seeing Sui look over, the middle-aged magician said with a faint smile, "Hello, Chairman Sui. Let me introduce myself. I am Gordon Eisenkel." Sui was instantly shocked. This middle-aged man that seemed like a sharp merchant was actually the richest magician in the Lampuri Kingdom, Gordon Eisenkel. "Hello, great magician Eisenkel." Su-yi quickly gave the other side the standard magician greeting before curiously looking over the other side. It was a bit different from the rumors. This great magician Eisenkel's clothes was actually quite simple. Other than the normal dark black magician's robe that he was wearing, there was a strange bracelet that was at his wrist. But after Su-yi saw that bracelet, his eyes couldn't help narrowing. If he wasn't mistaken, this bracelet was actually a rarely seen natural magic accessory. Natural magic accessories were rarely seen on the Signs continent, and they had special effects, so each one could be considered a top-class treasure. Although Su-yi didn't know what effect this bracelet had, since it was on the wrist of a great magician like Eisenkel, it was definitely a special natural magic accessory. If it was put onto auction, the lowest price would be over 100,000 gold coins. If Su-yi at first thought that great magician Eisenkel was simple, if anyone were to say to him now that great magician Eisenkel was simple, he would definitely spit in the other side's face. Simple? Is your family so simple that you can wear a treasure worth 100,000 gold coins on your wrist? Not to mention that this was only what Su-yi could see. God knows how many other treasures great magician Eisenkel was hiding in places that couldn't be seen. But only great magician Eisenkel dared to do something like this. If anyone else dared to flagrantly wear something this valuable, they would have had their hands chopped off already. All kinds of strange thoughts floated out of Su-yi's mind. When he stood up again, there was a standard polite smile on his face. Your Excellency, great magician Eisenkel, for you to suddenly come to Urbana City, it should be to visit great magician Camilla, right? Why did you come to my place? Su-yi asked. Great magician Eisenkel looked at Su-yi holding hands with a faint smile before shaking his head and saying, no. On the surface it is to come visit Camilla, but actually I came this time to see you, Chairman Su. Su-yi was stunned. He turned to look at Still, and seeing that she didn't look surprised at all, it seemed like she already knew about this matter. This, for your Excellency, great magician Eisenkel to specially visit me. I really am honored. Only I wonder, what does your Excellency great magician need me for? Great magician Eisenkel smiled without replying. Chairman Su. You're not inviting me in for a tour? You want to tour these factories? Su-yi asked in surprise. Right, I came this time for them. Su-yi looked at great magician Eisenkel in surprise. After thinking about it, he invited him in. After an hour, great magician Eisenkel went to the office with Su-yi and Still after they finished the tour. Seeing Still take the initiative to pour them water, great magician Eisenkel said with a smile, last time I came to Banta City to visit great magician Camilla. Still, you were still just a little girl of around 10. I never thought that in the blink of an eye, that you would become a big girl with such an outstanding boyfriend who was about to get married. Su-yi gave an awkward smile as Still naturally placed the water in front of great magician Eisenkel, saying with a faint smile, Great magician Eisenkel, you're old. Great magician Eisenkel broke out in laughter. That's right, I'm already old. This world already belongs to you young people. Look, for many years I wanted to apply magic into people's normal lives, but I never had a clue on how, and I didn't have the time or energy to actually do it. I never thought that in just a short year, Chairman Su-yi could apply this theory to application magic and penetrate it into people's hearts. I really can't compare. Great magician Eisenkel, you're too modest. Su-yi replied before asking, Your Excellency, great magician, you've paid attention to magic application before? Yes. Great magician Eisenkel nodded. If I didn't pay attention to magic application, I wouldn't have earned that much money. If I didn't earn that much money, my magic power wouldn't have reached the step it was at now. Actually, this is a very simple logic. I'm just curious, why are there so many magicians who don't understand it? Still couldn't help curiously asking. Great magician Eisenkel, you mean that you worked so hard to make money just to increase your own magic power? It isn't exactly like that. My meaning is that magic and making money doesn't clash. Since becoming a powerful magician means that you have to spend money, then why can't studying magic and making money be related? Great magician Eisenkel said with a sigh. I really can't understand. Why do so many of my colleagues have to be so proud? It's like relating magic and making money would taint magic. Didn't they think about how if they didn't have money, they couldn't even study magic? So how could they increase their power? Just by wildly guessing. Still slightly knit her brows. Great magician Eisenkel, why do I feel you're talking about my grandfather? Great magician Eisenkel laughed. That's right, I am talking about your grandfather. But of course I'm talking about the previous him. As for now, in my visit this time, I found that your grandfather had changed into another person. Not only does he not have the same cold and disdainful attitude like before, he even took the initiative to talk about magic application with me. Speaking of this, it should be Chairman Su's merit, right? He shrugged his shoulders. If he didn't see the real benefits magic application brought to people, I feel that an old person like him wouldn't easily change his thoughts. If you're talking about real benefits, you're talking about the magic machines your Frestack Chamber of Commerce has made? Great magician Eisenkel asked. Pretty much. He thought for a bit before asking. Great magician Eisenkel, you should tell me your goal for looking for me this time. For a great magician like you to suddenly come here, I don't think it's for a small matter, right? He, he, Chairman Su really is in a rush. All right, let's stop chatting and talk about business. I came this time mainly to talk to Chairman Su about the matter of cooperation. Great magician Eisenkel said with a faint smile. Cooperation. And still looked at each other, seeing the surprised look in each other's eyes. How can you and I cooperate? Since you can cooperate with Camilla, why can't you cooperate with me? Great magician Eisenkel asked back. You mean, you want to cooperate with me to research magic machines? Asked in an uncertain voice. That's right. I'm very interested in how you combine magic and machines, and thought that this would need more research. If this can be complete, I even feel that it could change the entire science continent. Great magician Eisenkel said in a somewhat fervent voice. Although his words mimicked what Sui thought, without knowing why, Sui didn't feel any excitement from his ideas being finally acknowledged at all. Thinking about it, Sui asked, then Great magician Eisenkel, how are you planning on cooperating? It's very simple. I'll provide the materials the magicians need that I own, and you provide the Frestack Chamber of Commerce's magic machine research knowledge. With us working together, we can have magic machine take over for all manpower. With our strengths, I believe that the Frestack Chamber of Commerce's research can progress by leaps and bounds. Think about it. If we successfully research more and more magic machines, flooding the science continent with it, how attractive of a situation would that be? Couldn't help feeling a bit excited by great magician Eisenkel's fervor. After pausing, he asked, then how do we take care of the results of the research from this? Of course we'll jointly own it. This is the results of us working hard together. Great magician Eisenkel responded in a refreshing manner. That's right. A month ago with the other great magicians, we've proposed to the Magicians Guild of Magicians having exclusive rights to their research. According to the newest information, the Guild is very likely to accept this proposal. This means that the results that we obtain together will belong to us alone, and you won't need to worry about others taking your research to use for themselves. After saying this, great magician Eisenkel took out a sheet from his chest and spread it in front of Sui. There was an image on it, and it was actually that of a magic fan. Look, this is the magic fan researched by a small company in Anvilmar City. It is already the same as your Frestack Chamber of Commerce's magic fan. I feel that if your Frestack Chamber of Commerce wanted to sell your magic fans in Anvilmar City, you won't be able to compete with them. But if the magic research rights are passed by the guild, we can strictly order the magician working with this company to stop. Otherwise, they will be going against the guild's rules and will be punished accordingly. Sui looked at the magic fan and gave a slight nod. Indeed, having protection matters will be much better. So Chairman Su, cooperate with me. As long as those people in the guild sees the benefits of magic application, they will happily approve this proposal. Sui looked at the expectant great magician Eisenkel, and he couldn't help giving a cold laugh in his heart. Perhaps great magician Eisenkel would be able to provide assistance with his knowledge of magic when it came to researching magic machines. But in terms of magic research, it wasn't only great magician Eisenkel who could help him. To put it differently, he didn't have any uniqueness. But Sui was completely different. The Frestack Chamber of Commerce, or more accurately Sui, with his knowledge of magic mechanical engineering theory, was currently unique on the science continent. It was impossible for anyone to have the same knowledge, and no one could replace Sui. One that had knowledge and one that didn't. It was impossible for both sides to be on the same level. Great magician Eisenkel made it sound good, claiming that he would use his financial resources to support the Frestack Chamber of Commerce's magic research. also claiming that both sides would share the research. This looked pretty good at first glance, but to Su-yi, this great magician Eisenkel clearly wanted to take Su-yi's mechanical engineering knowledge that he didn't have at all. Su-yi was certain that as long as he agreed to this cooperation, when great magician Eisenkel felt he had grasped enough mechanical engineering knowledge, he would definitely kick Su-yi away. This kind of cooperation, Su-yi would be an idiot if he agreed. But after Su-yi considered it for a while, he nodded at great magician Eisenkel. Your Excellency, great magician, I hope we have a happy cooperation.